Chapter 21-24. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Although the divine dragon was indeed noble and rare, it was nothing to the treasure pavilion. Shen Guanxiu fell silent. Qin Feiyang observed for a while and asked, "Is there anything you can't tell us?" Sigh. Shen Guanxiu sighed and shook his head. "It's not anything I can't tell you. It's just that many people don't know about the dragons." Dragons? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Dragons. That's a super terrifying existence. Even the treasure pavilion can't afford to offend them. Shen Guanxiu said. Dragons, Qin Feiyang frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this term. It's really inconvenient for me to reveal anything about the dragons. Moreover, I don't know much about them. If there's a chance, you can ask the deputy pavilion master. Shen Guanxiu said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Does anyone in the Ninth Heaven Palace know about this so-called dragons?" Of course. For example, my sister, Feng Yuan, the 10 great elders, the palace master, and the deputy palace master know about them. But you'd better not ask around because the dragons are also a taboo. Shen Guanxiu said in a low voice. Taboo. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It seemed that the dragons were extraordinarily terrifying. Otherwise, the treasure pavilion and the Ninth Heaven Palace would not be so wary of them. Shen Guanxiu pondered for a while and suddenly said, "Actually, there are dragon souls." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Shen Guanxiu looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "The treasure pavilion has ready-made dragon souls." Ready-made dragon souls? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. After all, the treasure pavilion has been around for a long time. Although we haven't hunted divine dragons, many people have brought dragon souls to trade with us. And we've bought all these dragon souls. They're now kept in the treasure pavilion. Shen Guanxiu said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Since there are ready-made ones, then there is no need to hunt anymore." What are you afraid of? Because you are using the dragon's soul to refine pills. This kind of offensive behavior will anger the dragons. Once they receive the news, not only will it bring you trouble, even our treasure pavilion will be implicated. Shen Guanxiu said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shen Guanxiu thought for a moment and asked, "Should I ask the deputy pavilion master again?" All right. Qin Feiyang said. Shen Guanxiu took out the image crystal. Very soon. A white-haired old man appeared. The old man sat on a chair with a walking stick beside him. There was a kind smile on his aged face. Greetings, Vice Pavilion Master. Greetings, Senior. Qin Feiyang and Shen Guanxiu stood up and bowed at the same time. Little friend, you're here too. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang said respectfully, "Senior, please forgive us for disturbing your cultivation." It's okay. The Vice Pavilion Master waved his hand and said with a smile, "You asked little Qiu to send a message to me. It must be about the dragon soul, right?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Vice Pavilion Master fell silent. Qin Feiyang said, "If this matter really makes things difficult for you, just pretend that I didn't say anything." The Vice Pavilion Master laughed hoarsely and said, "This matter is indeed a little difficult, but I really can't bear to refuse your request." Qin Feiyang was delighted. The Vice Pavilion Master said, "But I have a request." Please say it. Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Pavilion Master said, "You must not mention the fact that you used the dragon's soul to refine pills to outsiders. Even if you die, you must keep it to yourself." No problem. I can guarantee it. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. In fact, even if the Vice Pavilion Master did not say anything, he would not take out the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill. That was because this kind of pill was too shocking. Once it was exposed, there would be endless trouble. The Vice Pavilion Master said with a smile, "I still believe in your promise. Little Qiu, you can make the deal with him." Yes. Shangguan Xiu replied respectfully. The vice pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then let's have tea together when we have time." Okay. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The vice pavilion master's shadow disappeared. Shangguan Xiu put away the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. Is there something on my face? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I'm just puzzled. Did you drug the vice pavilion master? He actually helped you so much? Shangguan Xiu frowned. This is charm. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shameless. Shangguan Xiu rolled his eyes and said, since the vice pavilion master has spoken, then let's talk. There's no need to talk. You can name the price. I only have one request, the more the better. Qin Feiyang said. Do you think dragon souls are cabbages that can be picked up from the ground? Shangguan Xiu was speechless. 10 million, 10 million. This Jiang Haotian is really generous. Jiutian Palace, Outer Sect. Inside a cave. Gao Xiaolong was amazed. Next to him, Gao Xiaowei said with a smile, Big Brother Jiang is a very generous person, otherwise he would not have helped us. Gao Xiaolong looked at Gao Xiaowei and found that there was an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. He said, Xiaowei, are you interested in Jiang Haotian? Gao Xiaowei was stunned and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Girl, I've watched you grow up. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from me? Gao Xiaolong said. I'm not. Gao Xiaowei lowered her head and couldn't help but blush. If you're not, why are you blushing? But thinking about it, a capable person like Jiang Haotian is indeed very attractive to girls like you. Gao Xiaolong laughed. Gao Xiaowei's face turned even redder. Especially the way Gao Xiaolong looked at her made her feel uncomfortable. Looks like my little girl is really in love. Gao Xiaolong laughed. Brother. Gao Xiaowei looked at Gao Xiaolong coquettishly. Okay. I'm not joking. But there's something I have to say to you. You have the right to like Jiang Haotian, I can't do anything about it. But I want to say, don't have too much hope. Because Jiang Haotian is not from the same world as us. His future achievements are something we can never reach. Do you understand? Gao Xiaolong said. I know. Gao Xiaowei nodded, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. It's good that you know. Gao Xiaolong nodded and comforted her. Of course, this kind of thing depends on fate. If you and him are fated, then no matter how big the gap between you two is, you can still walk together. In any case, let nature take its course. Gao Xiaowei pouted. That's right. Let nature take its course, don't force it. Gao Xiaolong said. Gao Xiaowei nodded. Time flew by. In the afternoon, Qin Feiyang followed behind the guard and quickly walked out of the treasure pavilion. His face was full of smiles as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. The guard asked curiously, Young Master Jiang, what did you talk about with the steward that made you so happy? It's a secret. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Where's Frenzy? He's in a restaurant, disguised as an old man. Our people have been keeping an eye on him. The guard said. Good. Activate the altar immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Activate the altar? The guard was stunned, shaking his head. There's no need for that, it's very close. Qin Feiyang laughed. With Frenzy's ability, your treasure pavilion's people won't be able to keep an eye on him, so we need to race against time. That's true. The guard nodded, activating a transmission altar. Since it's a direct transmission, there's no need for me to lead the way, I won't cause trouble for you. Okay, thank you. Qin Feiyang stepped onto the altar. The guard smiled. You're too polite, young Master Jiang, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang disappeared. Just as the rumors say, he's humble and easygoing. It's hard to find someone like him in this world. No wonder even the steward was so polite to him. The guard shook his head and returned to the treasure pavilion. East City District. Inside a small restaurant. 4 young men and women were lying on the ground with a bloody hole between their brows, fresh blood flowing out. On the side, a white-haired old man and a young man stood side by side. There were many people inside and outside the restaurant, looking at the old man and the young man. Their faces were full of awe. The white-haired old man looked at the 4 young men and women and asked the young man beside him, "Kid, are you used to it?" "I'm used to it." The young man nodded, looking at the blood on the ground without the slightest fear. "You got used to it so quickly, it seems that you're really a promising kid. Let's go, let's continue." The white-haired old man smiled, pulled the young man, and turned to walk outside. The crowd blocking the door hurriedly retreated to the side. "Wait a minute." But at this moment, a voice sounded. "N? Who is it?" He actually dares to ask Frenzy to wait a minute? Everyone was surprised. Although Frenzy had changed his appearance, everyone present could guess his identity. Why did he find us? At the same time, Frenzy frowned and pulled Long Tianyu. "Kid, let's go quickly, don't let him ruin our mood." But Long Tianyu also heard Qin Feiyang's voice and was a little unhappy with Frenzy's attitude. Why was it that seeing Brother Haotian was like seeing a god of plague? There's no buts. Hurry up. Frenzy dragged Long Tianyu and rushed outside. Shua. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared in the restaurant and said angrily, "Why are you running?" "I have something to do." "So it's Jiang Haotian. The more I look at this kid, the more I like him." "Yeah, if it was someone else, who would care about you?" But he gave 10 million soul stones to the family of the 4 guards. Everyone began to discuss. They looked at Qin Feiyang with friendliness and praise. Frenzy looked at this scene and couldn't help but pout. He turned to Qin Feiyang and frowned. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 young men and women lying in a pool of blood, then looked at Frenzy and said, "Follow me back to 9 Heaven Palace immediately." "Are you crazy? Can't tell the situation?" Frenzy raised his eyebrows. The others didn't know what Frenzy was talking about, but Qin Feiyang was well aware. Obviously. Frenzy also realized that something was wrong and didn't want to bring Long Tianyu back. Chapter 21-25. I already have an idea on this matter. Let's go back. Qin Feiyang said as he activated a teleportation altar. Frenzy was taken aback. Really? Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped onto the altar. Okay, let's go back. Frenzy's eyes flashed as he took a facial restoration pill and jumped onto the altar with Long Tianyu. Everyone, sorry for the disturbance. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled at the people in the restaurant. The 3 figures quickly disappeared. 9 Heaven Palace. On the stairway to heaven, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy walked side by side in front while Long Tianyu obediently followed behind. The stairway to heaven rumbled. This was a warning. Because Long Tianyu wasn't a disciple of 9 Heaven Palace yet. What is going on? This daddy has never seen Shangguan Fenglan care so much about someone, let alone a child. Frenzy secretly asked. This matter actually doesn't have much to do with Long Tianyu. It's the Grey Castle that attracted Shangguan Fenglan's attention. Qin Feiyang transmitted. What? Frenzy frowned. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So that's the case. I didn't expect this demonic creature to have such a deep grudge with 9 Heaven Palace. Frenzy muttered. So as long as Long Tianyu doesn't say anything, Shangguan Fenglan won't do anything to Long Tianyu? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Frenzy nodded. Then we have to tell this kid in advance. Qin Feiyang responded. The 2 immediately turned to look at Long Tianyu. Is there something? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Frenzy suddenly turn to look at him, Long Tianyu was a little confused. Do you want to die? Frenzy laughed. Of course not. Long Tianyu shook his head. Frenzy said, all right then, we will bring someone with you later. You have to listen to our arrangements, understand? Understood. Long Tianyu nodded. But in fact, he had no idea what the madman was talking about. As Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu walked, they secretly instructed Long Tianyu. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at Lotus Lake. Madman glanced at a pavilion by the lake and stopped in the air. He looked down at Long Tianyu and asked, "Do you remember what we taught you?" "Yes." Long Tianyu nodded. "Let's go then." Madman waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu across the sky, landing on the balcony of the pavilion. Qin Feiyang looked into the room and said respectfully, "Hall Master, this disciple has fulfilled his mission and brought senior brother Feng Zi and Long Tianyu back." "Wait." Shangguan Fenglan's voice came from inside. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Madman and smiled bitterly. "Then let's wait." In the room, Shangguan Fenglan took out the image crystal. A short while later, the phantom of the Grand Elder appeared. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Madman and that child have arrived." The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched as he said unhappily, "It seems that Jiang Haotian's face is big." He called him back as soon as he went. Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed. "You can't be jealous, right?" "Shouldn't I be? I've been so good to him, when has he ever given me a good face? When I talk to him, he ignores me. When I send him a message, he directly ignores me. You're saying that I, the dignified Grand Elder of Nine Heavens Palace, can't compare to a Jiang Haotian?" The Grand Elder's face was full of displeasure. Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, "It's normal for young people to be a little rebellious." "He's still young?" The Grand Elder was speechless. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Although he's not young, in your eyes, he's just a child." Sigh. The Grand Elder sighed and said, "Interrogate them. I'll just watch from here and won't go over." "All right." Shangguan Fenglan nodded and put away the image crystal. She said indifferently, "Come in." Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu quickly walked in with Long Tianyu. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Madman angrily and said, "You're getting more and more powerful now. Even Grand Elder and I can't persuade you. You flatter me." Madman pinched his nose and looked indifferent. He directly sat down on the chair next to Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened and said angrily, "Did I ask you to sit?" Madman was stunned and asked, "I can't sit?" "Yes." Shangguan Fenglan gritted her teeth and glared at him. Madman pursed his lips, got up, and sat on the ground again. He said, "I'll sit on the ground, okay?" Shangguan Fenglan was furious. This was simply a scoundrel. Madman said impatiently, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't dawdle, okay?" "Shut up!" Shangguan Fenglan shouted. Madman shrugged and looked indifferent. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was still a little afraid of Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan glared at Madman and raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang. She said, "You also retreat to the side." Qin Feiyang was stunned and then obediently retreated to the side. Then, Shangguan Fenglan ignored the two of them and looked at Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu was a little nervous. Because Shangguan Fenglan had been in a high position for a long time, she naturally gave people a strong sense of oppression. And Long Tianyu was only a 3-star combat emperor and a child. How could he not be nervous when facing such a terrifying existence? A moment passed. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and finally said, "Not bad. At such a young age, you're already a 3-star combat emperor. In time, you will definitely surpass Madman and Jiang Haotian." "Him?" Madman smiled disdainfully. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up and said angrily, "I told you to shut up. You don't remember? Don't. Continue, I won't say anything anymore." Madman quickly waved his hand. Phew. Shangguan Fenglan glared fiercely at Madman and let out a long breath. She returned to her seat and looked at Long Tianyu. She said, "Answer me, do you have the confidence to surpass them?" "Yes." Long Tianyu nodded seriously. "Very good." Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, "Then now, can you answer a few of my questions?" "All right." Long Tianyu said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You can't lie to me. You have to tell me the truth." "Of course. Because grandfather taught me since I was young that children can't lie." Long Tianyu said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. What a sensible and cute child. Next. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand. Divine power surged and a shadow slowly condensed. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at the shadow and their pupils suddenly shrank. Because this shadow was the Grey Castle. And the shadow that Shangguan Fenglan condensed was no different from the real Grey Castle. In other words, it was exactly the same. What did this mean? It meant that Shangguan Fenglan did know the Grey Castle, and she was not just familiar with it. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Long Tianyu and said with a smile, "Do you know it?" "Yes. He is the mysterious Grandpa Grey." Long Tianyu nodded. "Grandpa Grey?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. "Yes. It helped me, and I am very grateful to it, so I call it Grandpa Grey." Long Tianyu said. "I see." Shangguan Fenglan nodded in realization and said, "Are you very familiar with him?" "Not familiar. I have only seen him once." Long Tianyu shook his head, his small face full of regret. "Only once?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. "Yes. It was that time. I fainted in the far west. Grandpa Grey saved me and took care of me for a few days. When I woke up, Grandpa Grey sent me out. Since then, I have never seen Grandpa Grey again." "Beautiful sister, do you know where Grandpa Grey is? Can you tell me? I really want to say thank you to him in person." Long Tianyu looked at Shangguan Fenglan innocently. This. Shangguan Fenglan did not know how to answer for a moment. "You haven't seen it either?" Long Tianyu said with disappointment. "I really haven't seen it. I don't know where it is. If you know, can you tell me?" Shangguan Fenglan asked with a smile. "I really don't know." Long Tianyu shook his head. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Then why did it help you?" "I don't know." Long Tianyu said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "It helped you so much. How can you not know?" Long Tianyu lowered his head and said with grievance, "I really don't know. I also want to ask Grandpa Grey." This, Shangguan Fenglan was a little at a loss. She vaguely felt that this matter was not so simple. But thinking back, Long Tianyu was only a 13-year-old child. How could he lie? She pondered for a while. Shangguan Fenglan smiled again and said, "Tianyu, do you want to stay in Jiutian Palace?" "Of course. There are a lot of novel things here. And I heard from Brother Madman that there are a lot of treasures here that can make my cultivation stronger." Long Tianyu said with a face full of yearning. "Then your Brother Madman really didn't lie to you. I can also let you stay in Jiutian Palace, but you have to tell me the truth. Do you know where your Grandpa Grey is now?" Shangguan Fenglan said. "You actually used this kind of temptation to confuse a child. How despicable." Madman's eyes were full of contempt. In fact, he and Qin Feiyang had always been very nervous. Although they had clearly explained to Long Tianyu on the way, Long Tianyu was only a child after all. How could a child fight against Shangguan Fenglan? Let's talk about Long Tianyu. Hearing Shangguan Fenglan's words, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and Madman, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "Beautiful sister, are you doubting me?" Shangguan Fenglan froze, and her expression was a little unnatural. She was actually seen through by a child and questioned in public. It was too embarrassing. "Beautiful sister, I really don't know where Grandpa Grey is. I only remember that when I saw him that time, he was in the far west." Why don't you go to the far west to look for him? Long Tianyu said. Okay, I believe you. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. This kid is good. Madman snickered inwardly. Indeed, his mind is very flexible. No wonder Grey Castle likes him so much. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Looking at Long Tianyu, who was at ease, the worries in their hearts were finally relieved. Chapter 21-26. After asking for a long time, she still couldn't get an answer. Shengguan Fenglan was very helpless. Palace Master, if you don't believe us, you should at least believe a child. After all, such a young child can't possibly lie to you, right? Qin Feiyang said. Shengguan Fenglan frowned and lowered her head in silence. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a smile in their eyes. This woman must be very conflicted now. Should they believe Long Tianyu's words? After a long time, Shengguan Fenglan seemed to have made a decision. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, I want to keep Long Tianyu by my side. What? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Although they had expected that Shengguan Fenglan would make an exception and keep Long Tianyu in Nine Heavens Palace, they didn't expect that she would keep Long Tianyu by her side. The nature of this was completely different. Although Long Tianyu was smart, he was still a child. But Shengguan Fenglan was different. As an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years, he was shrewd, experienced, and had terrifying means. If Long Tianyu stayed by her side, he would be exposed sooner or later. Why? Do you have any objections? Shengguan Fenglan looked at the two and asked. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, this kid can stay by your side because of his ancestors. How would we dare to have any objections? Yes. We can't be happier for him. Madman also nodded repeatedly. Is that so? But looking at your expressions, why do you seem a little unhappy? Shengguan Fenglan said. No. It's just a little too sudden and unexpected. However, for such a big matter, senior brother Madman and I don't have the final say. After all, we are not Long Tianyu's guardians. So, we have to ask Long Tianyu's opinion on this matter first. He's a child, we can't force him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shengguan Fenglan nodded, looked at Long Tianyu with a gentle smile, and asked, Child, are you willing to stay by my side? I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will give you the best. No. Long Tianyu shook his head without hesitation. Rejected? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and asked suspiciously, why? One had to know. With her identity and position in the Nine Heavens Palace, who knew how many people would want to follow her? I'm not familiar with you. Long Tianyu said. This reason made Shengguan Fenglan unable to refute. Because it was the truth. Even though she had long known of Long Tianyu's existence, this was the first time they had met, so they weren't familiar with one another. Madman, what do we do? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I think it doesn't matter. After all, whether Long Tianyu follows Shengguan Fenglan or stays in Nine Heaven Palace as an ordinary disciple, he is still under Shengguan Fenglan's surveillance. Madman thought. That's true. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Then, he said worriedly, but Long Tianyu is still so young. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand Shengguan Fenglan's seduction. Speak the truth. For us to be able to help to this extent is already considered extremely benevolent. Besides, it's impossible for us to stay by his side and protect him forever. So in the future, it will depend on his own ability. Madman transmitted his voice. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang muttered. He glanced at Shengguan Fenglan and transmitted his voice to Long Tianyu. You can stay by her side, but you have to remember, no matter what she promises you, you can't reveal anything. You can't reveal any information about your grandpa Hui, do you understand? Long Tianyu glanced at Qin Feiyang. He was a little hesitant. Follow her and you will have a good future. You don't need to do anything more. You just need to keep your Grandpa Huey's secret. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice again. All right. Long Tianyu secretly responded. He looked up at Shengguan Fenglan and said, Pretty sister, I thought about it and decided to follow you. Why? You didn't agree just now. Shengguan Fenglan was surprised. Because you can protect me. And I can sense my mother's scent on you. Long Tianyu blinked his big eyes and said. Mother's scent? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. Although she was in a high position and had great strength, she was still very unfamiliar with the matter of giving birth to children. Suddenly, a child ran to her and said that he had the scent of a mother. If it were any unmarried woman, they would definitely find it difficult to adapt to this situation. Long Tianyu looked at Shengguan Fenglan suspiciously and said, Pretty sister, are you unwilling? I'm willing. Shengguan Fenglan came back to her senses and hurriedly nodded. After chatting for a while, Shengguan Fenglan gave the order to leave. Qin Feiyang and Madman were also very tactful. They secretly exhorted Long Tianyu a few times before turning to leave. They had done everything they could. The rest was left to Long Tianyu to face. There was a saying that flowers in a greenhouse could not withstand the wind and waves. If he wanted to stand out, he had to rely on himself. After Qin Feiyang and Madman left, Shengguan Fenglan looked at Long Tianyu and said with a smile, Tianyu, I have something to do. You go outside and play first. Okay. Long Tianyu nodded and turned to run out. He looked here and there, his little face full of curiosity. Shengguan Fenglan stood at the door and watched for a while before returning to the room and taking out the image crystal. Soon, the first elder's image appeared. Shengguan Fenglan asked respectfully, Did you see anything? What about you? The first elder asked. Shengguan Fenglan pondered for a while and said, To be honest, it's full of loopholes. This old man thinks so too. Long Tianyu is just a young and ignorant child. However, when faced with your questions, he was able to answer them fluently. Why is that? It must be Jiang Haotian and Madman who are teaching him. There's something unusual about this. The first elder sighed. What's going on with these two brats? You and I both know Madman's character. He never puts anyone in his eyes. He doesn't even spare a glance for those heaven-roll disciples. But now, he's actually hanging out with Jiang Haotian? Shengguan Fenglan frowned. The first elder thought for a while and said with a smile, Maybe they hit it off. Is that so? Shengguan Fenglan muttered. The first elder suddenly asked, Do you still remember their sparring on Turtle King Island? I remember. Although we didn't see it with our own eyes, I went to ask Feng Zihan later. Because at that time, only Feng Zihan had been to Turtle King Island. But Feng Zihan didn't know much. Shengguan Fenglan said. Then who won and who lost? The first elder asked. I'm not sure. I heard from Feng Zihan that from the conversation between Jiang Haotian and Madman, it seems that the winner is Jiang Haotian. But Madman didn't admit it. But one thing is undeniable. Madman took special care of Jiang Haotian after their sparring. Shengguan Fenglan said. If Jiang Haotian really won, then we really underestimated his ability. But thinking about it, it's not very likely. After all, you and I both know Madman's methods. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, there's definitely no one in Jiutian Palace who can defeat him. Headache. The first elder rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't understand what kind of relationship there was between Madman and Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang returned to the cave abode, the sky had already darkened. He didn't go to the resource hall. Because he had more important things to do, refining the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill. When he left the treasure hall during the day, the reason why he was so happy was because he got the herbs for the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill from Shengguanqiu. And there was more than one set. After all, he couldn't just take care of himself. There was also Zhao Tai Lai, White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, Tang Hai, and the others. Everyone had to have a share. So during the day, he coaxed Shangguan Xiu in the treasure hall and finally got 20 sets of herbs. Although Shangguan Xiu seemed reluctant, Qin Feiyang could see that 20 sets of herbs wasn't the limit of the treasure hall. They must be holding back. Of course. The treasure hall also had its rules. He couldn't get to the bottom of it. Moreover, he was already very satisfied to get 20 sets of herbs. But these 20 sets of herbs also cost him a lot. After all, it was a dragon soul. And it was a dragon soul above the perfection god of war. After discussing for half a day, the two finally reached a consensus. One set of herbs, 10 million. Not divine crystals, but soul stones. Shangguan Xiu also learned to be smart. No matter what he traded with Qin Feiyang in the future, he would use soul stones to trade. In other words, these 20 sets of herbs cost Qin Feiyang 200 million soul stones. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang took out 2 jade boxes and an iron box and opened them one by one. Inside the 2 jade boxes were the flower of the dragon god and the primordial spirit lotus. The primordial spirit lotus was the size of a baby's fist. It was snow white and emitted a hazy divine light with a holy aura. Inside the iron box was a golden dragon. But it was very small. It was about the size of an adult's palm. It lay quietly in the iron box, motionless, and no emotional fluctuations could be felt. This was the dragon soul of the golden dragon. However, this dragon soul's consciousness had already been erased. A dragon soul with its consciousness erased was just like a human with its consciousness erased. It had no lethality at all and was just a pure herb. Qin Feiyang wasn't in a hurry to refine the elixir. First, he opened the elixir scripture and carefully read the steps of refining the dragon soul primordial spirit pill. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang finally memorized the elixir recipe. For elixirs like the dragon soul primordial spirit pill, he didn't allow any mistakes. Because once he made a mistake, a set of herbs would be wasted. These herbs were all very hard to find, and one wasted set was one less set. Closing his eyes and calming his mind for a moment, when his heart was as calm as water, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. He revived the nether devil flame and opened the furnace to refine the elixir. Every step was extremely careful. His spiritual force was also highly concentrated. In less than 10 breaths, his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. Fire Lotus, White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, and the others also woke up from their seclusion. But from beginning to end, no one made the slightest movement. They silently got up and then quietly looked at Qin Feiyang. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Chapter 21-27. Time passed quietly. About an hour later. Suddenly, a bright golden light bloomed from the Qing Yuan cauldron. Following that, pieces of pill qi rose up like auspicious light from the heavens, filled with a sacred aura. There was also a strong pill fragrance. Success! Zhao Tai Lai and the others stared at the Qing Yuan cauldron excitedly. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, a pill flew out of the cauldron and floated above it. It was a dazzling golden pill. 9 pill patterns, bright and dazzling. And it also had a strong divine dragon aura. Qin Feiyang looked at the pill, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then smiled happily. Whether it was the 4 symbols infinite divine pill or the dragon soul primordial spirit pill, he was very happy that he could successfully refine them on his first try. Of course, this was also due to the alchemy scripture. Without the alchemy scripture, no matter how high one's attainments were, there was a possibility of failure. Not bad. This is the dragon soul primordial spirit pill. A gray figure appeared, looking at the pill and said. It was the artifact spirit. Qin Feiyang was stunned, turned to look at the artifact spirit, and said, "You know about the dragon soul primordial spirit pill?" "Yes. I've seen it with your ancestor." The artifact spirit nodded. Qin Feiyang nodded, but his expression suddenly froze. and he frowned. Wait, so my ancestor opened the door of potential because he took these pills? He originally thought that his ancestor relied on his own ability to open the door of potential. But now, he suddenly thought that since his ancestor also had these pill formulas, he should have also taken the pills to open the door of potential. Wrong. Before the artifact spirit answered, Tan Tai Li spoke first. Wrong? Qin Feiyang was stunned, scratching his head, and looked at Tan Tai Li in confusion. Tan Tai Li said, when your ancestor opened the door of potential, he never took any pills. No? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. I don't know what happened after he entered the ancient world, but before he entered the ancient world, he never took any pills like the potential pill. Tan Tai Li said. Impressive. Qin Feiyang was amazed. It turned out that he really relied on his own ability to unlock the door of potential. How outstanding was this talent? He had seen many monstrous geniuses. However, as far as he knew, Zhuge Mingyang was the only person who had unlocked the door of potential on his own. However, he had only opened the second level. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head and said, the ancestor relied on his own ability to open so many doors of potential, while I can't even open the first one. The gap between me and the ancestor is really big. Don't say that. It's because you had the potential pill from the very beginning. If you don't, you will definitely try to find an opportunity to unlock the door of potential. Who knows, he might succeed. Tan Tai Li consoled her. Maybe. Qin Feiyang shook his head and grabbed the dragon's soul primordial spirit pellet. He looked at the artifact spirit and said, let me borrow your aura. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill. The artifact spirit released its aura. One must know that the artifact spirit was a heaven-defying artifact. How terrifying was its aura! Qin Feiyang was shrouded by the aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, he had to endure the pain of the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill's energy on his body. This was even more painful than when he took the great creation pill. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. And his body was indeed about to be torn apart. His skin broke apart inch by inch, and blood flowed out. If he took off his clothes now, he would be shocked to see that his entire body was covered with cracks, like a spider web. Boom! A moment passed. A muffled sound suddenly exploded in his body. Following closely, under the clothes on his chest, a dazzling blood light burst out. That blood light, even the blood-stained clothes, could not hide it. It was also at this moment. The pain on Qin Feiyang's face dissipated, and was replaced by joy. He said, you can withdraw your aura. The artifact spirit withdrew its aura. Qin Feiyang immediately tore open his clothes, and saw that the potential imprint had shockingly turned into a blood-red color. The mermaid princess and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. The scene from before was too terrifying. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang's body would be torn apart by the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill. Wait. Zhao Tailai seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the mermaid princess and the others, he said in surprise, young master's body has been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, and even it can't withstand it. Then wouldn't we, hearing this? Everyone looked at each other. That's right. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, they were about to explode. Then wouldn't their untempered bodies be even more dangerous? It seems that we have to go all out to open this door of potential. Tang Hai sighed. Everyone nodded. Not to mention anything else, before opening the door of potential, they had to at least prepare some life-saving things. For example, the Life Divine Pill. While opening the door of potential, they were also recovering from their injuries. Qin Feiyang stood up, glanced at everyone, and said helplessly, you haven't broken through to the perfect war god yet. Is there a need to think so much? Hurry up and cultivate. After saying that, he took the artifact spirit and entered the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he found a pool and swallowed a divine life pill. While healing his injuries, he washed the bloodstains on his body. Qin Feiyang suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned his head to look at the artifact spirit standing by the pool and asked, I remember you said that you saw my ancestors more than 2,000 years ago. When you saw them, what was their cultivation level? Very strong. The artifact spirit only said these 2 words. Very strong? How strong were they? Qin Feiyang was curious. The artifact spirit thought for a moment and said, stronger than the current Shengguan Fenglan. Damn, amazing. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Back then, they were stronger than the current Shengguan Fenglan. Now that thousands of years had passed, wouldn't the cultivation level of the 2 ancestors have far surpassed Shengguan Fenglan? After Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, he smiled and said, it seems that this matter can't be told to madman. Why? The artifact spirit was suspicious. Madman and my ancestors are from the same period. Maybe at that time, my ancestor's cultivation level was lower than his. And now, Shengguan Fenglan is stronger than him. Think about it, with madman's personality, wouldn't he go crazy after learning this news? Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. The artifact spirit nodded and smiled. However, madman is to blame for this. For 7 or 8,000 years, he has been wasting time. Otherwise, he would be more than a half-step god now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. Indeed. Although I don't understand madman, his talent is not inferior to yours. And he also has a spatial divine object with a time array. If he is willing to cultivate seriously, his achievements will be unimaginable. But I am a little puzzled, why did he waste all these years? Is there a special reason for this? The artifact spirit said. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang's injuries had all been healed. After all, the effect of the divine life pill was far from comparable to the healing pill. Moreover, his bloodline power had the ability to repair itself. Then he jumped out of the pool, changed into clean clothes, and left the Black Tortoise realm. Sitting on a chair in the cave residence's living room, he lowered his head and pondered. As for the artifact spirit, it returned to his Qi. Dong! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up at the stone door. With a wave of his hand, the stone door slowly opened and 4 young men stood outside. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It's you, come in. It was the 4 people who went to the resource hall in the morning to sell the dragon god flower. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. The 4 entered the cave residence and cupped their hands. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't dare to accept this title, because in terms of experience and strength, you are the senior brothers. No. Experience and strength are useless, it depends on one's ability and status. Senior brother Jiang's status and ability in the 9th Heaven Palace has obviously surpassed us, so we should call you senior brother. The 4 smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Without any more pleasantries, he took out 400,000 soul stones from his universe ring and piled them on the ground like a small mountain. The 4's eyes immediately lit up. However, they didn't take out the dragon god flower. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 suspiciously and said with a smile, I'm a man of my word, give me the dragon god flower and these 400,000 soul stones are yours. Hearing this, the 4 looked at each other. One of them smiled and said, Senior brother Jiang, we have brought the dragon god flower, but we have a small request. Request? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. The 4 of you, when we were in the resource hall this morning, we didn't mention any additional requests. That person said, this is something we thought of at the last minute. Then let's hear it. Qin Feiyang said. Although he already had 20 sets of medicinal herbs now, the more medicinal herbs for this kind of pill, the better. As long as the request of the 4 wasn't too excessive, he would consider it. We want to raise the price. The 4 of us, 1 million soul stones each. That person smiled. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This request was actually to raise the price? And it was increased by 10 times at once? Originally, it was 400,000. But now, 1 million soul stones each was 4 million. What a big appetite. The four of you, when doing business, you have to keep your word. How can you raise the price at the last minute? Qin Feiyang said. We also know that a last-minute request is a bit excessive. But a mere 4 million soul stones is nothing to Senior Brother Jiang, right? You have to know that this morning, Senior Brother Jiang, you gave someone 40 million soul stones at the North City Gate. You are so generous even to outsiders. Do you have to be so stingy with us, your fellow disciples? Right. The four of them laughed. This is not a matter of generosity or stinginess, it's a matter of credibility. I, Jiang Haotian, have always been a man of my word, and I am also very disgusted by the other party going back on their word. Since the four of you are not happy, then please go back. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The four of them froze. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang was very easy to talk to, but they didn't expect that he would directly turn hostile and ask them to leave. However, the four of them quickly calmed down and had no intention of leaving. Chapter 21-28. Why? Do you want me to chase you out? Looking at the four of them standing in front of him motionless, Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The four of them laughed. Not only were they not afraid, they even sat down. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Did I ask you to sit? Senior Brother Jiang, don't be angry, listen to us first. One of them laughed. Qin Feiyang said, we don't have anything to say. No. Senior Brother Jiang works in the resource hall. Don't you know the rules of the resource hall? The four of them were all smiling. What rules? Qin Feiyang frowned. Any disciple who enters the resource hall to exchange for soul stones, the staff of the resource hall are not allowed to make private transactions. In other words, this morning, you secretly asked us to make private transactions with you, which is already against the rules of the resource hall. And if we tell Hall Master Feng Yuan about this, what do you think the consequences will be? I'm afraid not only will we be punished, but we will also be chased out of the resource hall. The four of them laughed happily, as if they had Qin Feiyang under their control. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The resource hall did have such a rule. When he first entered the resource hall, Wang Yin first said this to him. However, he did not expect that the four of them would use this to threaten him. Senior Brother Jiang, we're just looking for money. And we don't want much. For these soul stones, is it worth it to fall out with us? The four of them said one after another, their faces full of playfulness. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them and nodded with a smile. It's indeed not worth it. That's right. Harmony brings wealth, that's the right way. One of them laughed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. That makes sense. All right, I'll give you 4 million, but I want to take a look at the Dragon God flower. No problem. The four of them smiled proudly. One of them immediately took out a jade box, opened it, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the jade box and saw that it was indeed the Dragon God's flower. Wait a moment, I'll give you the rest of the soul stones right away. Qin Feiyang smiled and touched the interspatial ring on his index finger. The four of them stared at Qin Feiyang's interspatial ring with greed in their eyes. There must be a lot of soul stones in that interspatial ring. What a pity. If we knew it would be so easy, we would have asked for more. Someone said telepathically. More? The other three stared blankly for a moment before their eyes lit up. It's not too late to raise the price. That's right. We have something on him, so aren't we the ones who have the final say? All right, then we'll raise the price. The four of them immediately agreed. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, wait. What is it? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at the four of them suspiciously. We've changed our minds again. Each of us wants 100 million soul stones. Yes. Not a word less. The four of them said, 100 million? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They were really four wolves that couldn't be fed. Then he smiled. The four of them also smiled. They thought that Qin Feiyang had agreed. They couldn't help but feel excited. 400 million soul stones, ordinary disciples like them didn't even dare to think about it. Okay. I'll satisfy your request. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. The four of them laughed. But 400 million soul stones is not a small number. I don't have that many on me. I put the rest in the interspatial divine item. Why don't you come with me to get it? Qin Feiyang said. Interspatial divine item? The four of them were stunned. There's no need for that. The interspatial divine item is an independent space after all. If anything happens, then we won't be able to help. Jiang Haotian, don't play tricks. Just take the soul stones out of the interspatial divine item. The four of them sneered. They were also afraid that Qin Feiyang would kill them, so they didn't dare to go to the interspatial divine item. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I didn't expect the four of you to be so careful. We can't be careless. After all, you're Jiang Haotian. The four of them said. All right, I'll give you the soul stones now. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. But the next moment, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he waved his big hand, and 4 streaks of blood streaked across the sky like lightning and entered the glabella of the four of them. The four of them screamed and died on the spot. Threatening me? Qin Feiyang took a step forward and looked coldly at the four of them who died with their eyes wide open, and said, You dare to threaten me? You guys are really tired of living. After saying that, he bent down and picked up the jade box containing the dragon god's flower, and took away the 4 universe rings. Although the four of them were dead, their screams could be heard. What's going on? Who's screaming? The disciples of the first sacred peak ran out one after another and looked at the cave where Qin Feiyang was. Because they all heard clearly that the screams came from the first cave. What happened? Suddenly, a figure broke through the air. It was Jin Yunchang. Although Madman was an inner sect elder, he basically didn't care about anything, so he was still the one in charge. Elder Jin, there were a few screams coming from the first cave. Someone said. What? Jin Yunchang's face changed, and he quickly flew to the door of the cave. As he knocked on the door, he shouted, Jiang Haotian, are you inside? Open the door. So fast. Inside the cave. Qin Feiyang looked at the stone door and couldn't help but frown. There was still some distance between the 10 sacred peaks and the inner sect's deacon hall. Moreover, although the screams of the 4 people were heard, the stone door of the cave also had a certain degree of soundproofing. Logically speaking, Jin Yunchang shouldn't have heard it. But now, Jin Yunchang actually rushed over so quickly, as if it was premeditated. Jin Yunchang roared, Jiang Haotian, if you don't open the door, I will break it by force. Could it be that Jiang Haotian is not in the cave now? He is. In the evening, I saw him come back with my own eyes. I think something shady must have happened in the cave, so he didn't dare to open the door. Everyone whispered. Boom. But at this moment, the stone door slowly opened. Qin Feiyang stood behind the stone door, full of murderous intent. Why is there such a strong murderous intent? Everyone was surprised. Jin Yunchang glanced at Qin Feiyang and rushed into the cave. Qin Feiyang also ignored Jin Yunchang. Bastard. Soon. Jin Yunchang's angry roar sounded in the cave, followed by Jin Yunchang walking out gloomily with 4 corpses. What? 4 people died? What the hell is going on? Everyone was bewildered. Jin Yunchang walked out of the cave, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, Jiang Haotian, please give me an explanation. Qin Feiyang said, previously, they hid in the cave and wanted to plot against me, but I discovered them, so I killed them. Plot against him? Is that so? Everyone muttered. Since it was a plot, then their deaths are not to be regretted. Drag them away and bury them. At this time, Madman flew over and looked at Jin Yunchang. Elder, this is only Jiang Haotian's side of the story. No one knows what happened before, how can you be so rash? Jin Yunchang looked at Madman and said. Madman said, then tell me, what is going on? Jin Yunchang glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, we can't rule out the possibility that Jiang Haotian killed them on purpose. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Elder Jin, do you want me to die that much? What a joke. I'm just stating facts. You said they ambushed you, then why don't you take out the evidence? Jin Yunchang said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, they ambushed me, how would I have the time to find evidence? Then what you said might not be true. Jin Yunchang sneered and looked at Madman. Elder, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Perhaps Jiang Haotian is really innocent, but without evidence, we can't be so arbitrary. All right, I'll leave it to you to investigate. After Madman finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to return home. Madman, please wait a moment. But suddenly, a faint laugh sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man appear out of thin air in the void above. This person held a folding fan in his hand and wore a white robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders and he exuded a scholarly aura. It's you? Madman turned around and frowned. Yes, it's me. The young man in white nodded. This person looks so familiar, I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Everyone looked at the young man in white suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This person's voice sounded familiar. Right. I remember now. He's Yu Zijie. The second on the heaven roll, the number 1 alchemist, and the disciple of the second elder. Someone exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. So it's him. Qin Feiyang muttered. No wonder he felt that this person's voice sounded familiar. Yu Zijie glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled at Madman. Madman, there is indeed a mystery behind this matter. Madman was taken aback and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Then why don't you tell me? Yu Zijie smiled. If I say it, you can't be biased. After all, you are now an inner elder. Of course. As long as you can produce evidence, I will deal with it impartially. Madman said. I'm waiting for you to say this. Yu Zijie smiled and glanced at the disciples around, saying, actually, Jiang Haotian killed them to silence them. What? Everyone was surprised. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. This person was so calm, could it be that he really had evidence? Let me show everyone a video. Yu Zijie took out the image crystal and with a wave of his hand, a video slowly unfolded in the night sky. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This video was actually the scene when he was talking with the 4 people in the cave. In other words, when the 4 people came to find him, Yu Zijie also sneaked in. Understood. Qin Feiyang muttered. No wonder the 4 people were so bold and dared to threaten him. It turned out that they had Yu Zijie backing them from behind. Moreover, Jin Yunchang was definitely an accomplice of these people. In other words, this was a killing trap set up by Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang. Chapter 21-29. When the video ended, the crowd was in an uproar. He really killed people to silence them. As a member of the resource hall, he actually used his authority to make private transactions with others. This is already against the rules. When I heard that he let Feng Wenhai go and gave 40 million soul stones to the family of the deceased outside the city this morning, I thought that he was really a good person. But I didn't expect that all of this was just an act. He really hid his strength well. At this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang, everyone's eyes were filled with disgust. Seeing this scene, Madman couldn't help but frown. Yu Zijie, on the other hand, was full of smiles. He put away the video crystal and looked at Madman. Jiang Haotian used his authority to fill his pockets and even killed the innocent. May I ask how to deal with such a mistake? Kid, what are you doing? Even if you made private transactions with them and violated the rules of the resource hall, Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to do anything to you after learning about it. At most, he would only give you a small punishment. But why did you kill them? What do you want me to do now? Madman thought to himself, extremely angry. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, you also saw it. It was them who kept pushing their luck. If it were you, would you tolerate it? Madman was slightly stunned and thought to himself, indeed, I can't tolerate it. That's right. I don't regret killing these 4 people. But this Yuzijia actually did such a thing behind my back. I can't tolerate it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Madman asked suspiciously, but then again, why did this Yuzijia harm you? How would I know? Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out either. He didn't seem to have any grudges with this Yuzijia. Last time at the auction house, when he bid for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, it was also Madman who humiliated him. The second 4 symbols infinite divine pill was also played by Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi. Logically speaking, even if Yuzijia was angry and wanted to find trouble, he should find trouble with Madman and Mu Tianyang. But why was he targeting him now? Madman, you haven't punished him yet. Don't tell me you want to bend the law and protect him. Yuzijia said mockingly as he looked at Madman. What a joke. I am a selfless man. Why would I cover up for others? Jin Yunchang, send him to the law enforcement hall immediately and hand him over to Shengguan Fenglan for her to decide. Madman shouted. Yes. Jin Yunchang was overjoyed. He turned to Qin Feiyang and sneered, let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yuzijia, then looked at Jin Yunchang and said, lead the way. You can't walk by yourself? Jin Yunchang shouted as he kicked Qin Feiyang's body. Who did he think he was, asking him to lead the way? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and stared at Jin Yunchang. I don't know where the law enforcement hall is. Are you kidding me? You've been in 9 Heavens Palace for so long, but you don't even know where the enforcement hall is? Jin Yunchang was taken aback and said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, with just one sentence, you feel like I'm playing with you. How inferior are you usually? Jin Yunchang was furious. He raised his arm and was about to slap Qin Feiyang's face. Madman's face darkened, and said, Jin Yunchang, it's not your turn to show off. Jin Yunchang's body stiffened. He glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, follow me. With that, he flew towards the depths of 9 Heavens Palace. I, Jiang Haotian, rarely take the initiative to cause trouble, but I'm never afraid of trouble. This time, I admit defeat, but there's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yuzijia indifferently, then followed Jin Yunchang and left. There's still a long way to go. The corner of Yuzijia's mouth lifted. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, he pursed his lips with a thick sense of ridicule. Yuzijia. Suddenly, Madman's voice sounded. Yuzijia was taken aback. He turned to look at Madman and asked, what's the matter? Madman said, I heard that 2 years ago, you snatched a few medicinal herbs from an outer disciple. 2 years ago. Snatched a few medicinal herbs. Yuzijia was stunned. There was such a thing? As a heavenless disciple, you actually snatched medicinal herbs from an outer disciple. You really brought shame to our 9 Heavens Palace. Madman sneered, then turned and left. Yuzijia was a little dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly shouted, when did I do such a thing? Explain it to me clearly. You know very well. Madman said without turning his head. It can't be. This Yuzijia actually snatched medicinal herbs from an outer disciple? It seems that it's not a good thing. The surrounding people whispered in each other's ears. Don't listen to Madman's nonsense. This is purely false. He saw that I exposed Jiang Haotian's true face, so he made up this lie to take revenge on me. Everyone, you must not be deceived by him. Yu Zijie hurriedly explained. On Qin Feiyang's side. Along the way, he lowered his head and didn't say a word. Unknowingly, an ancient hall appeared in front of them. The hall was completely black, sitting on top of a giant mountain that was thousands of feet high. It was like a giant beast, emitting an aura that made people tremble. In front of the hall, there was a square. In the corner of the square, there was a tall stone tablet. The 3 words were like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous and powerful. Law Enforcement Hall. That's right. This was the law enforcement hall that made countless disciples tremble in fear. On both sides of the door, 2 men in black held long spears and stood straight. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Their aura was also unfathomable. We're here. Jin Yunchang said. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the law enforcement hall. An aura that made people in awe suddenly rushed towards them. It was very quiet here. But in this quiet atmosphere, it seemed to be filled with an invisible killing intent. One could even vaguely smell a faint smell of blood. The 2 landed on the square one after another and walked to the door. What's the matter? The 2 black-clothed men looked at Jin Yunchang expressionlessly and asked. This Jiang Haotian used his power to fill his pockets and even killed 4 of our disciples. So I specially brought him here to ask Hall Master Shengguan to make a decision. Jin Yunchang cupped his hands and said. The 2 black-clothed men looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Whether it was in the 9 Heavens Palace or outside, this boy was quite well received. How could he do such a thing? Jin Yunchang said, May I ask if Hall Master Shengguan is here? No. Wait a moment, I'll immediately report to Hall Master. One of the black-clothed men said and took out an image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, Shengguan Fenglan's shadow appeared. There was a young man beside her. It was Long Tianyu. What's the matter? Shengguan Fenglan looked at the black-clothed man and asked indifferently. It's about Jiang Haotian. Hall Master, please come over immediately. The black-clothed man said. Jiang Haotian? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and said, Okay, I'll be right there. After saying that, the shadow disappeared into thin air. A moment later. Swish. Shengguan Fenglan finally arrived in the sky above the square. Greetings, Hall Master. Jin Yunchang, Qin Feiyang, and the 2 black-clothed men bowed one after another. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang, landed in front of the door, and then entered the main hall, saying, Come in. Qin Feiyang and Jin Yunchang followed in. The layout of the main hall was very simple. There was only 1 chair in the entire main hall. It was placed right at the top, and it seemed extremely empty. However, the inside of the hall was a little dim, giving people a sense of oppression from the soul. Shengguan Fenglan walked straight to the front of the chair, then turned around and sat on it. She looked at Jin Yunchang and said, Speak. Jin Yunchang immediately recounted what had happened in detail. Shengguan Fenglan heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Is it true? Qin Feiyang nodded. You're getting bolder and bolder. Shengguan Fenglan suddenly said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, I know I was wrong, and I'm willing to be punished. Jin Yunchang bowed and said, Hall Master, this matter concerns 4 lives. Please punish Jiang Haotian severely. Those who have made mistakes should be punished severely. I have my own decision. You can leave. Shengguan Fenglan waved her hand. Yes. Jin Yunchang responded respectfully, then glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang, turned around, and left quickly. After Jin Yunchang left, Shengguan Fenglan said angrily, How can you be so careless? You actually let Yu Zijie have something on you? I didn't expect that Yu Zijie would work with Jin Yunchang to deal with me. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and asked, Jin Yunchang is also involved? Although Jin Yunchang didn't say it explicitly, he rushed over as soon as I killed those people. This matter obviously has something to do with him. Qin Feiyang said. Then why did Yu Zijie want to deal with you? Did you offend him? Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. This is also the question I can't figure out. I have never been on bad terms with him. I didn't even know there was such a person before. Qin Feiyang frowned. That's not right. I heard from my sister that when you were bidding for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill in the treasure pavilion, you seemed to have humiliated him. Shangguan Fenglan said. That's true. But the one who humiliated him was Madman. Later on, I went to the far west with Madman. It was also Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi who were playing with him. I didn't say anything at all. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a moment and said, it seems that this matter needs to be investigated properly. How about this, you go to the prison first. Prison? Qin Feiyang was stunned. My 9 Heavens Palace has a prison, it's right under the enforcement hall. It's specifically used to punish disciples who have made mistakes. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly said with dissatisfaction, although I killed someone, but in the end, it was them who were aggressive. But before Qin Feiyang finished speaking, Shangguan Fenglan said, but you violated the rules of the resource hall. This is an indisputable fact. If I don't punish you now, Feng Yuan will definitely use this matter to make a big fuss. Moreover, the disciples under him will not be convinced. Qin Feiyang still had a look of dissatisfaction. Don't worry. This Highness will arrange it. At most, you will stay in the prison for a while. It won't be a big deal. Shangguan Fenglan said. All right then. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. By the way, you want the Dragon God's flower. Do you want to study some kind of pill? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Chapter 2130. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What kind of elixir? Shangguan Fenglan was curious. It's a secret for now. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Brat. Shangguan Fenglan rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Men. A man in black outside immediately ran in. Shangguan Fenglan said, take Jiang Haotian to the prison, but remember, it's just an ordinary prison. Yes. The man in black respectfully responded. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he politely stretched out his hand and said, please. Qin Feiyang nodded, glanced at Shangguan Fenglan, then turned and walked out of the hall. The man in black also followed him out. Yu Zijie, Jin Yunchang, how did 2 completely unrelated people end up together? Shangguan Fenglan lowered her head, her brows tightly knitted together. Outside the hall. Qin Feiyang followed behind the man in black, passing through the square and coming to the cliff on the east side. There was a mountain road at the edge of the cliff, winding down to the mountainside. The man in black walked along the mountain road and said with a smile, Jiang Haotian, Lord Temple Master takes good care of you. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. You also heard Lord Temple Master say that it's just an ordinary prison. Do you know what this means? It means that Lord Temple Master has no intention of blaming you at all. You may not know the situation in our prison. Let me put it this way. Anyone who enters our law enforcement hall's prison basically never returns. The man in black smiled. So serious? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. This is the reason why the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace are so afraid of our enforcement hall. We have always been cruel to those who have made mistakes. In short, once in prison, they will be tortured and abused. Even if we accidentally kill them, the higher-ups won't blame us. The man in black smiled. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and said, I didn't expect the power of the law enforcement hall to be so great. The law enforcement hall is the dagger of 9 Heavens Palace. We are law enforcers, also known as executioners. The black-clothed man said. Executioner, actually, no matter what, there are two sides to everything. Although you are cruel, it is because of you that Nine Heavens Palace is so peaceful. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ugh. The man in black turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I was a little surprised. After being in the law enforcement hall for so many years, this is the first time I've heard someone praise us, the law enforcement hall. The man in black shook his head and smiled. This is the truth. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. The contribution you enforcers have made to the Nine Heavens Palace is incomparable. Qin Feiyang said. Huh, the black-clothed man smiled in relief and said, now I finally understand why Lord Hall Master is taking such good care of you. You're a talent. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he asked calmly, Elder Yin Hui, is she in the law enforcement hall now? The black-clothed man said, Elder Yin has been in seclusion these years. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and nodded thoughtfully. We're here. After a while. The black-clothed man smiled. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that they were already halfway up the mountain. In front of them, there was a dark stone door, as if it was built with divine iron, exuding a cold aura. The stone door was closed. Next to it, there was an old man in black sitting cross-legged. The old man had his eyes closed, and there was a kind of indifference in his expression that made people not dare to approach him. Greetings to Elder Yun. The black-clothed man bowed. The old man opened his eyes, and two cold light burst out. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly bowed his head. The moment the old man opened his eyes, he felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and a sense of fear uncontrollably emerged in his heart. This old man must be an extremely terrifying existence, and his methods were very bloody. Under the orders of the temple master, I brought Jiang Haotian to the prison. But the temple master said that it's just an ordinary prison. The black-clothed man said respectfully. The old man said coldly, got it, you can go back. Yes. The black-clothed man nodded in response, then turned around and said, Jiang Haotian, this old man has a very high status in our Nine Heavens Palace, and even the temple master has to be polite to him. Don't offend him. Understood. Qin Feiyang secretly said. In addition, you have to be careful, because Elder Yun is Elder Yin's master. After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he left without looking back. Yin Hui's master. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was really a small world. Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui were husband and wife. Then this Elder Yun was very likely to make a move on him for Yin Hui. Then wouldn't he be a turtle in a jar in the prison? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. One had to know. If Elder Yun really wanted to harm him, then in the prison, he wouldn't be able to call for help. That wasn't right. If Elder Yun really wanted to harm him, then he believed that Shengguan Fenglan would definitely not let him come to the prison. In other words, Shengguan Fenglan trusted this old man. So it seemed that this Elder Yun should be an upright person, and would not deliberately make things difficult for him for Yin Hui. However, one had to be wary of others. It was better to be careful in the future. Boom! Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the prison's stone door slowly opened. Elder Yun said expressionlessly, after you go in, go directly to the third row, the second cell. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and strode towards the stone door. Jiang Haotian, although Shengguan Fenglan said that it's just an ordinary prison, don't think that you have the right to be arrogant. If you dare to mess around in the prison, this old man will directly kill you. Elder Yun suddenly spoke again. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, took a deep breath, and nodded, understood. With that, he entered the prison without looking back. Boom! The stone door also closed. Qin Feiyang stood in place, scanning the front. In front of him, there were a total of 5 corridors. Every 10 meters on the wall, there was an oil lamp hanging, flickering with faint candlelight, making this place extremely dark. On both sides of the corridor, there were iron doors. On each iron door, there was a number, and there was a small window more than half a meter wide. However, the small windows were also blocked by iron pillars as thick as an arm. One could only see the outside and could not climb out. Qin Feiyang walked into the third corridor and then stopped in front of the second iron door. This was his cell. Ah, suddenly. A shrill scream came from the end of the corridor. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up. At the end of the corridor, there was an iron door, and it was completely closed, and the situation inside could not be seen. That miserable shriek came from behind the iron gate. Could that be the interrogation room? Qin Feiyang muttered. Crack. Suddenly, the iron door opened. Two bare-chested brawny men in large underpants dragged a young man dripping with blood as they walked out. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man, and his pupils shrank. He was almost unrecognizable, like a dead dog, moaning weakly. At the same time, when the two brawny men saw Qin Feiyang, they were slightly stunned. But then, a cruel smile crept up on their faces. Here comes another one. Boy, what's your name? What did you do to get in here? The two brawny men threw the young man into a cell like garbage, closed the iron door with a bang, and then walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step. That look, as if staring at prey, was full of a murderous aura. Jiang Haotian. Murder. Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Haotian? The two of them were slightly stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, So you are Jiang Haotian. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, pushed open the iron door, and walked in. Wait. Did we let you in? The two of them pursed their lips into a sneer. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't you know the rules here? Anyone who comes here has to be treated well first, just like the person you just saw. Come on. The two of them walked to the iron door at the end and looked at Qin Feiyang with sneers. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. What do you think? Do you still remember Elder Feng Wenhai? He was a little bit hurt by you. The two of them were playing. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and said, You are Feng Wenhai's men? Don't talk nonsense. We just don't like what you did to Elder Feng, so we want you to suffer. Of course, in this prison, you don't have the right to choose. Hurry up, don't make us do it ourselves. The two of them said with a smile. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Sorry, I'm just an ordinary prisoner. After saying that, he turned around and entered the cell. The cell was about 5 or 6 meters, and there was nothing except a stone bed. No. There was blood. Whether it was the ground, the wall, or the stone bed, there were dried blood stains. Obviously. This was the blood of the people who used to be imprisoned here after being tortured and abused. Ordinary prisoner. Outside. The two strong men were a little stunned. But the next moment, their faces were full of anger. The two of them rushed into the cell angrily and pressed Qin Feiyang on the ground. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang said angrily. What are we doing? Do you think ordinary imprisonment can prevent you from being tortured and interrogated? Naive. Here, we are the heavens. We will do whatever we say. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang condescendingly, their faces full of sneers. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes were extremely gloomy, and said, This is Shengguan Fenglan's order, you dare to disobey her decree? Of course, we dare not disobey the decree of Lord Palace Lord. But Lord Palace Lord doesn't seem to know about this. So even if we kill you, we can casually find an excuse and say that you asked for it. The two of them laughed. Chapter 2131. Qin Feiyang's face was as gloomy as water. Obviously. These two brawny men were Feng Wenhai's men. Now they wanted to take this opportunity to avenge Feng Wenhai, which was to get rid of him. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, What benefits did Feng Wenhai give you to make you work so hard for him? I told you, this has nothing to do with Elder Feng, we just don't like you. Don't be so naive to think that Shangguan Fenglan's words can keep you safe. Let me tell you, as long as the two of us are here, you can forget about leaving the prison alive. The two of them grabbed Qin Feiyang and dragged him outside. Boom! But at this moment, the stone door of the prison opened. The two brawny men were shocked and hurriedly put down Qin Feiyang. Da-da! Accompanied by steady footsteps, an old man appeared in front of the three of them. Elder Yun. The two brawny men hurriedly bowed. Elder Yun glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the two brawny men and said, "What you said before, are you serious?" The two of them looked rather flustered. Qin Feiyang got up from the ground. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he just looked at Elder Yun silently. He wanted to see if Elder Yun was a selfless old man. Elder Yun shouted, "This old man is asking you, are you serious?" Elder Yun. The two of them trembled and knelt on the ground. Elder Yun, we also want to avenge Elder Feng. Yes, yes, yes. Elder Feng was driven out of Nine Heavens Palace by this kid, we old subordinates have always been brooding about it. Elder Feng is our benefactor, we really can't stand this little bastard treating Elder Feng like this. Elder Yun, you are Elder Yin's master. Elder Feng has always treated you with the utmost respect. Hearing this, Elder Yun's eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light, and he shouted, "Shut up." The two of them trembled and did not dare to continue. Feng Wenhai was expelled from Nine Heaven Palace because he made a mistake. He deserved to be punished. As for you all, you actually dared to disregard the orders of the Hall Master and use your position to avenge private wrongs. Do you know what sort of crime this is? Old Yun said coldly. Elder Yun, the two of them were flustered. Elder Yun said, "This old man doesn't want to fight. Kill yourself. Commit suicide." The two of them quickly changed their expressions and shouted, "Elder Yun, we know our mistake. Please, let us go. We won't dare to do it again." Elder Yun didn't say a word. He just looked at the two of them. The two of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Their foreheads were bruised and blood flowed all over the ground. "It seems like you haven't fought for a long time. Even my words have no effect." Elder Yun's eyes turned cold. A wave of God power rolled out like a tidal wave and drowned the two of them. Accompanied by two painful screams, the two died on the spot. Not even their bones remained. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This old man's methods were indeed bloody. After killing the two of them, Elder Yun glanced at Qin Feiyang, withdrew his God power, and turned to leave the prison. The stone door also closed. Qin Feiyang looked at the bloodstains on the ground and couldn't help but let out a breath. It seemed that this old man was indeed very upright, but he wasn't easy to get along with. He retracted his gaze and turned to enter the cell. After looking around, he directly entered the castle and went into seclusion to cultivate. He wasn't worried about this matter at all. Because Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan wouldn't let him die. Even if Great Elder wanted him to die, he still had a life-saving trump card in his hand. And this trump card was the cause of death of Great Elder's son. The next day, late at night. St. Peak, Cave Number 4. Mu Tianyang, Hui Yi, and Madman sat opposite each other. But the three of them didn't speak. The living room was dead silent. After a while, Hui Yi raised his head and looked at Madman and Mu Tianyang. He frowned and said, "Senior brother Madman, brother Mu, say something." "Say what?" He asked for it. Madman said indifferently. "You can't say it like that. Brother Jiang was also schemed against by Yuzijia. Indeed, Brother Jiang is also at fault, but we can't just watch him die," Hui Yi said. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at Hui Yi. "Have you asked Shangguan Fenglan how she dealt with him?" "I've already asked. She said that Brother Jiang is now locked in the prison," Hui Yi said. "Prison? What is this Shangguan Fenglan doing?" Doesn't she know that the prison of the law enforcement hall is a netherworld? Madman frowned. I also asked. She said that it's just an ordinary prison. But I heard that the person guarding the prison is Huey's master, called Elder Yun. He's very strong. Hua Yi said in a deep voice. What? Mu Tianyang suddenly stood up and said in surprise, Huey's master? Yes. I heard that this person has a very high status in Nine Heavens Palace. Even Shangguan Fenglan has to respect him. This is the problem I'm worried about. If Elder Yun uses his position to avenge a private grudge, then even with Shangguan Fenglan's protection, his life will be hard to protect. Hua Yi sighed. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, it seems that we really can't be careless about this matter. Actually, there's no need to worry. This old man also knows this old man. Although he is Huey's master, he has an upright character and won't do anything to Jiang Haoyan. The most important thing now is to investigate Yuzijia. This trash, this old man has long disliked him. If it wasn't for the second elder backing him up, who knows how many times he would have died. Madman snorted coldly. What does this Yuzijia mean? Could it be that he holds a grudge because of that small matter at the auction house? Hua Yi raised his eyebrows. Madman said, this old man has thought about it carefully. His target should be this old man. You? Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang looked at each other. In the past, he was often bullied by this old man and has long held a grudge against this old man. It's just that his strength is too weak and he doesn't dare to openly oppose this old man, so he took a step back and made a move on Jiang Haoyan. Actually, this old man is also to blame. During this period of time, I have been too close to Jiang Haoyan, making everyone think that Jiang Haoyan is this old man's man. Madman sighed. If that's the case, then this account really needs to be settled with him. Hua Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. You guys hold back first, this old man will arrange it. Damn it, to dare bully this old man, he is really courting death. After Madman finished speaking, he was about to get up. But at this moment, with a bang, something appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the three of them. Madman and the other two were startled and quickly looked down. Their faces suddenly changed. The thing that suddenly appeared was actually a corpse. And it was a corpse that was bleeding. Who? Madman roared and released his divine sense, enveloping the cave. But he couldn't find anything in the cave. Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi stepped forward and turned the corpse over. When they saw the face of the corpse, they immediately froze on the ground. Cheng Li. How could it be him? Madman was also dumbfounded. That's right. This corpse was the outer court elder, Cheng Li. He just died not long ago, but why would he appear in my cave? Senior brother Madman, did you find anything like a spatial divine object? Hua Yi looked at Madman and asked. No. But someone must have deliberately sent it here. But what is this person's purpose? Madman frowned. Boom. But at this moment, the cave's stone door was forcefully broken open. Madman and the other two looked over and saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Jin Yunchang. Madman's eyes darkened. Cheng Li. You guys actually joined hands to kill Elder Cheng? Jin Yunchang looked at the dead Cheng Li lying on the ground and his eyes suddenly widened as he roared, come quickly, madman, Hua Yi, Mu Tianyang, kill Elder Cheng. His voice was like a bell, spreading in all directions. What? Madman and the others killed Elder Cheng? The disciples of the 10 sacred peaks immediately ran out of the cave and flew towards the 4th cave. They really killed him. Aren't they too bold? Cheng Li is an outer court elder. Even if he is madman, he doesn't have the authority. The place suddenly became noisy. Madman and the other two looked at the disciples outside, then looked at Jin Yunchang, then lowered their heads to look at Cheng Li. They immediately understood. This was yet another meticulously planned murder plot. And Jin Yunchang was one of them. Jin Yunchang, you dare to frame me. Madman's body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent as he rushed in front of Jin Yunchang and grabbed his neck. His eyes were cold and bone-chilling. Madman, don't talk nonsense. Who dares to kill Elder Cheng and then frame you? If you are a man, you must dare to take responsibility for your actions. Jin Yunchang roared, his face pale. You still dare to deny it, you are courting death. Madman's killing intent rose. But suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Madman, stop. Following closely, Shengguan Fenglan descended from the sky. Jin Yunchang hurriedly said, Hall Master Shengguan, quickly save me. This madman is completely crazy. Not only did he kill Elder Cheng, he also wants to kill me. You still dare to talk nonsense. Madman was furious. Shengguan Fenglan shouted, let him go. Madman raised his head and stared at Shengguan Fenglan, his eyes flashing with an astonishing cold light, but under Shengguan Fenglan's majesty, he finally let go of Jin Yunchang. Jin Yunchang hurriedly ran behind Shengguan Fenglan and said, Hall Master, Qing Li's corpse is inside the cave. Shengguan Fenglan landed at the entrance of the cave and looked at Qing Li's corpse. She turned to look at Madman and sighed, Madman, I'm afraid even the Great Elder won't be able to save you this time. We didn't kill Qing Li, someone sent his corpse here before. Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang hurriedly said. Madman did not speak and kept staring at Jin Yunchang. That cold gaze made Jin Yunchang unable to help but feel fear. Sent here? Shengguan Fenglan frowned. We swear that we definitely didn't kill Qing Li, you should also understand Madman. Although Madman is usually lawless, it is only limited to the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. He doesn't dare to act recklessly against people of the elder level. Hua Yi said solemnly. Shengguan Fenglan's eyes flashed slightly, looking at Madman and Mu Tianyang, she said, follow me to the law enforcement hall. Jin Yunchang, find a place and bury Qing Li. Yes. Jin Yunchang respectfully responded. Chapter 2132. After Jin Yunchang left with Qing Li's corpse, Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Mu Tianyang stepped forward and patted Madman's shoulder. I know you're angry now, but things have already come to this. No matter what we say, no one will believe us. Let's go to the law enforcement hall first. I believe that the first elder and Shengguan Fenglan will investigate the truth and clear our names. Madman retracted his gaze and glanced at Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi. He looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, let's go. Shengguan Fenglan soared into the air. Madman and the other two followed behind Shengguan Fenglan. But at this moment, a white-clothed youth holding a folding fan appeared behind the crowd on the left. Yuzijia. Madman's eyes were sharp and he immediately noticed the white-clothed youth. His face suddenly turned cold. He's also here? Could this matter be related to him? Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi were surprised. Yuzijia looked at the three from afar with a bright smile on his face. Look at how happy he is. It's obvious that he's the one who brought Qing Li's corpse here. Madman transmitted. This person's goal is indeed you. Hua Yi, Jiang Haotian, and I were all implicated by you. Mu Tianyang sighed inwardly. What's the use of saying this now? Madman stared at Mu Tianyang and then looked at Yuzijia. His lips didn't move as he silently said, Kid, you're dead. I'll wait. Yuzijia also moved his mouth and silently smiled. I really didn't expect Madman and the others to be so daring. Yeah. First, Jiang Haotian used his power for personal gain and killed someone to silence them. Now, the three of them are colluding to kill Elder Qing Li. Is there really no one who can control them? Wrong. This time is different from the past. In the past, Madman did whatever he wanted and the people he killed were mostly disciples. Therefore, all the big shots turned a blind eye to it. However, this time around, he killed an elder. Although Qing Li's position in Nine Heavens Palace isn't high, not even comparable to the heaven-ranking disciples, he is still an elder. This matter definitely won't end well. Even if he's a madman, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape safely this time. This is also a good thing. Indeed. Now that the madman is gone, we can relax. It's best to lock him up in prison and never let him out again. People were discussing in low voices, and there was a faint smile on their faces. An hour later. Prison. The three young men walked into the prison angrily. I've already said that we were framed. Why are they still locked up in prison? One of them said angrily. This person was dressed in purple, with long hair and an extraordinary temperament. Just bear with it. Lan also knows that we were framed, but without evidence, what can she do? Moreover, Lan has already taken good care of us. Just like Jiang Haotian, we're all just ordinary prisoners. Speaking of which cell is Jiang Haotian locked in? He must be very surprised to see us come in. Brother Jiang Haotian, do you hear my voice? Respond if you hear me. A fiery-haired young man shouted. He was also wearing a fiery red robe, and his entire person looked like a ball of flame. That's right. These three people were the madman, Mu Tianyang, and Hui Yi. Inside the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Why did he seem to hear Hui Yi's voice? Brother Jiang, we're here to see you. Hui Yi's voice sounded again. It's really him. Qin Feiyang was startled and quickly left the ancient castle. He appeared in the prison and said loudly, I'm here. Da-da. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, three figures quickly appeared outside the iron gate. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said with a smile, You missed me so soon? Yes. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Hui Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang was quite moved. Bang! The madman raised his foot and kicked the iron gate open. Then, he looked around the prison and frowned. This place is also for people to stay? It can't be helped. It's a prison after all. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hui Yi said, When you came in, did anyone make things difficult for you? Yes, there was. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a frown, You're really here to see me? Hui Yi nodded and said, Of course, why else do you think we're here? Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't listen to his nonsense, we were also imprisoned by Shangguan Fenglan. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui Yi said with dissatisfaction, Brother Mu, why are you so straightforward? I want to continue teasing him. Is this the time to joke? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. Wait. What the hell is going on? Senior brother madman, is what Mu Tianyang said true? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The madman nodded. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why were these 3 people also locked up? Who was the one who kicked the door just now? Suddenly, accompanied by a cold shout, 5 black-clothed men walked over boldly and decisively. The 5 of them had bloodstains on their bodies and looked fierce. Who are they? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. They are the law enforcers in the prison. They are specifically responsible for interrogating and torturing prisoners like us. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Mu Tianyang said, We are just ordinary prisoners, they shouldn't dare, right? Not necessarily. When I came in, there were 2 law enforcers who wanted to torture me. But I'm afraid they won't this time. After all, senior brother madman is here. Qin Feiyang glanced at the madman with a smile on his face. What are you doing? Who gave you the guts to kick the door? The 5 men walked over and looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 4 angrily. Qin Feiyang's group didn't say a word. The madman was still looking around the cell. Because of this, his back was facing the 5 of them. One of the burly men shouted, Jiang Haotian, I'm asking you a question. You ask and we have to answer? You have such a big face? The madman said indifferently. Presumptuous. Do you know where this is? How dare you be so arrogant? The 5 of them were furious. Then do you know who I am? The madman slowly turned around and looked at the 5 of them with a gloomy face. Madman. The 5 of them stared at him. Why did this devil incarnate come to the prison? The madman crossed his arms and said coldly, I am the one who kicked the door. What do you want? No. Kick as much as you want, until you're satisfied. Sorry to disturb you. The 5 of them quickly waved their hands and disappeared as if they were running for their lives. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Frenzy's face slapping is indeed different. The madman smiled proudly, you just said that when you came in yesterday, someone came to find trouble with you? Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly explained the situation at that time. After listening, Hui shook his head and sighed. I really didn't expect that after Feng Wenhai was expelled from Nine Heaven Palace, there would still be people willing to work for him. From this, it can be seen how terrifying Feng Wenhai's influence in the enforcement hall was. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang frowned, let's not talk about this first. How did you guys come in? Mu Tianyang sighed, it's a long story, let's find a place to talk. Qin Feiyang looked meaningfully at Mu Tianyang and smiled, then let's go to my spatial divine artifact. Clearly, Mu Tianyang didn't want to talk about some things in the prison because the walls had ears. And that spatial divine artifact Qin Feiyang mentioned wasn't the ancient castle, but the Black Tortoise world. In the depths of Nine Heaven Palace, in a courtyard, a divine power barrier enveloped the main hall. Inside the barrier, Feng Yuan sat in front of a tea table, angrily glaring at Jin Yunchang. What are you doing? Who told you to act on your own? Jin Yunchang asked suspiciously, Father-in-law, isn't this a good thing? Good. Then tell me, what's good about it? Feng Yuan said angrily. Now that the 4 of them are locked in prison, isn't that good? Jin Yunchang retorted. But do you know that they're just ordinary prisoners? This means that Shangguan Fenglan doesn't believe that they killed Xingli. Shangguan Fenglan will definitely investigate to the end. Feng Yuan said. Jin Yunchang smiled and said, Father-in-law, don't worry, we did it very cleanly, Shangguan Fenglan definitely won't be able to find out. You're still proud? Do you know what the consequences will be if it's found out that Xingli was killed by you and Yu Zijie? You don't know? Then this old man will tell you. Yu Zijie is the disciple of the second elder, even if the matter is exposed, the second elder will find a way to protect him. What about you? Who will protect you? This old man's position in Nine Heaven Palace is not as high as the second elder, so I definitely won't be able to protect you. At that time, you will be the scapegoat. Feng Yuan shouted. What about my son? Are you going to let him die in vain? He's also your grandson. Father-in-law, to tell you the truth, ever since he died, I've been thinking about avenging him. This time I finally found an opportunity, how can I let it go like this? Jin Yunchang said bitterly. Hearing this, Feng Yuan fell silent. Father, in fact, this matter was planned by me, it has little to do with Yunchang. But suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Following closely, a purple-clothed woman appeared out of thin air in the enchantment, standing beside Jin Yunchang, and bowing to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was taken aback, hurriedly got up, and said in surprise, when did you come out of seclusion? A few days ago. The woman said. That's right. This person was Feng Zihan and Feng Zijuan's mother, the law enforcement hall elder, Yin Hui. A few days ago. Feng Yuan was slightly taken aback, and said suspiciously, since you came out of seclusion, why didn't you tell this old man? The news of me coming out was deliberately concealed, because I didn't want to attract the attention of Jiang Haotian and the others, and I wanted to investigate one thing. Yin Hui respectfully replied. What is it? Feng Yuan asked. Yin Hui's eyes flashed with a cold light, and said in a deep voice, who killed Zijuan? Feng Yuan asked, then did you find out? Yes. Yin Hui nodded. Chapter 2133. Who? Feng Yuan asked. His old eyes flashed with killing intent. Jiang Haotian. Yin Hui enunciated each word. What? It's really him. Feng Yuan was stunned and hurriedly said, do you have evidence? Yes. Yin Hui nodded. Quickly show it to this old man. Feng Yuan was impatient. He had long suspected Qin Feiyang, but because there was no evidence, he could only put this matter aside. Father, don't be anxious. I still have something to do. When this matter is done, I will tell the truth in front of the great elder. At that time, Jiang Haotian will definitely die. Yin Hui said. All right then. Feng Yuan nodded, pondered for a while, and said, but Mu Tianyang, I've heard about Mu Tianyang's relationship with you from Yunchang, but he's just a subordinate, it doesn't matter if he dies. Moreover, Zijuan's death is also related to him. Yin Hui said. It's also related to him? Feng Yuan was surprised. Damn it. Then all the more we can't let him go. Actually, to tell you the truth, this old man originally planned to kill him immediately after eliminating Jiang Haotian. This time, Mu Tianyang also gave this old man an idea, saying that we should bring Jiang Haotian and Hua Yi into the Sky Dragon Sea. This way, there will be a lot of opportunities to kill them. But now it seems that there's no need for that. However, this old man is very concerned about the blood blade in Mu Tianyang's hand. If there's a chance, we must get it. Feng Yuan said. Prison. Inside the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang's group of 4 sat around a stone table in the courtyard. Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang again? Qin Feiyang frowned after listening to Mu Tianyang's story. Mu Tianyang said, you also guessed that Jin Yunchang was involved in this matter? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, aren't you with Feng Yuan now? Does this have anything to do with Feng Yuan? I haven't heard him mention it at all. However, since Jin Yunchang is involved, this matter must have something to do with him. Mu Tianyang said. Hua Yi smiled and said, it seems like Feng Yuan doesn't truly trust you. I don't know if he trusts me or not. But why do I feel like there's something fishy about this? Mu Tianyang frowned. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi looked at him suspiciously. A few days ago, I gave Feng Yuan the idea to go to the Heavenly Dragon Sea and eliminate you all on the way there. Logically, he shouldn't have attacked you all at a time like this. Mu Tianyang said. Hua Yi pondered for a moment and said, could it be that he changed his mind at the last moment? Mu Tianyang rubbed his forehead and sighed, maybe. No matter what, we can't let our guard down this time. Because we don't know what Feng Yuan and Yu Zijie are planning. Also, Yu Zijie blatantly came to frame us. Could it be related to the second elder? Qin Feiyang said. Second elder. When Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang heard this, their hearts became heavy. If it was really related to the second elder, then this matter would not be ordinary trouble. I didn't expect it. You guys actually did so many things behind my back, especially you, Mu Tianyang, you actually lurked around Feng Yuan. At this time, Madman, who had not spoken all this time, looked at the 3 of them and said. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior brother Madman, take us to your spatial divine object for a stroll? Madman was slightly taken aback, shook his head and said, there's nothing to stroll around. Qin Feiyang said, is there nothing to stroll around, or do you not want us to go in? Why do you talk so much nonsense? Madman glared at Qin Feiyang, stood up and scanned the Black Tortoise realm, and said, I'll take a good stroll around your spatial divine object first. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. With a wave of his hand, he brought the 3 of them out of the Black Tortoise realm and appeared in the prison. Madman immediately glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, there's nothing to stroll around in my spatial divine object. Lotus Lake. A black-haired old man appeared out of thin air and hurriedly entered the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Shangguan Fenglan sat alone at the coffee table with her head lowered and a frown on her face. She didn't even notice the black-haired old man walking in front of her. The black-haired old man frowned and said, "Fenglan." Shangguan Fenglan shuddered and hurriedly raised her head to look at the old man. Then, she immediately stood up and bowed, "Greetings, Great Elder." The Great Elder sat opposite Shangguan Fenglan and asked, "Are you worried about Jiang Haotian and the others?" Shangguan Fenglan nodded. "This old man is also here for this matter. Did they kill Qingli or not?" The Great Elder frowned. "No. You also know Madman's personality. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he still has a sense of propriety. And Madman also said that it was Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang who worked together to frame them." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Then do you believe it?" The Great Elder asked. "Of course I believe it, and I have already sent my confidants to secretly follow the two of them. I just don't know if they can find evidence." Shangguan Fenglan said. "No matter what, this matter must be investigated clearly. If it was really Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang who framed them, then even if Feng Yuan and Second Elder plead for them, this old man will not let them off." The Great Elder said solemnly. Shangguan Fenglan said with a smile, "It seems that you still care about Madman." Sigh. After all, for so many years, he is like this old man's grandson. Now that something has happened to him, how can this old man not worry? The Great Elder sighed. Da-da. Before the Great Elder's voice fell, accompanied by a series of footsteps, a black-clothed man walked in. Seeing that the Great Elder was also here, the black-clothed man was stunned, then quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Great Elder." The Great Elder nodded. "How is it?" Shangguan Fenglan looked at the black-clothed man and asked. The black-clothed man shook his head and said, "Since Yu Zijie left the St. Peak, this subordinate has been secretly following him, but from beginning to end, he has never mentioned anything about framing Madman and the others." Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, "I didn't expect this child to be so cautious. Yu Zijie is a shrewd person, how could he let us easily catch him?" The Great Elder shook his head and asked, "What about Jin Yunchang?" This subordinate is not sure. Because Jin Yunchang was followed by Wang Yun. The black-clothed man shook his head. Before his voice fell, another black-clothed woman hurriedly walked in. This woman was Wang Yun. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly said, "Wang Yun, how is it?" Wang Yun bowed to the Great Elder and said, "Jin Yunchang went to see Feng Yuan, and this subordinate also saw a person." "Who?" Shangguan Fenglan asked. "Yin Hui." Wang Yun said. "Yin Hui? Isn't she cultivating in seclusion?" Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. "I'm not sure either. Feng Yuan set up a divine force barrier, I can't hear what they are saying. But there is one thing that is very strange. Before Yin Hui appeared, Feng Yuan seemed to be a little angry, as if he was scolding Jin Yunchang. But after Yin Hui appeared, Feng Yuan's attitude changed. In the end, they even talked and laughed." Wang Yun said. "Yin Hui, Feng Yuan, could it be that this matter is related to Yin Hui?" The Great Elder frowned. "Great Elder, why don't we use your method of astronomical phenomena to monitor them?" Shangguan Fenglan suggested. "It's useless. Because what you can think of, they can also think of, so they will definitely prevent this old man from spying. And the divine force barrier set up by Feng Yuan is the best proof." The Great Elder shook his head. "Then what should we do?" Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. Wang Yun said, "Great Elder, Hall Master, why don't we capture Jin Yunchang? Jin Fatso was killed by Jiang Haotian, Jin Yunchang hates Jiang Haotian to the bone, I'm afraid that even if we torture him, he won't tell the truth. And Yu Zijie is even more so. Before we have evidence, if we make a move on him, I'm afraid that before the interrogation begins, the Second Elder will already come to our door." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Wang Yun nodded, it made sense. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a while. She looked at the First Elder and said, "First Elder, I think we should bide our time on this matter because they will definitely have a next step in their plan. When the time comes, we will deal with them." "All right." The Great Elder nodded. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. To Shangguan Fenglan's surprise, Feng Yuan, Jin Yunchang, Yin Hui, and Yu Zijie didn't do anything these 2 days. However, the disciples of the sect, as well as the people outside of the sect, were discussing these two matters. How is it possible? Jiang Haotian is such a kind person, why would he do such a thing? Could it be that he was pretending to do all those things in the past, deliberately doing it for us to see? Pretending? I don't believe it, there must be something fishy about this. Yes, I don't believe it either. Even if Yu Zijie has evidence, even if they caught him in the act, it doesn't mean that this matter is true. Moreover, based on the video released by Yu Zijie, those 4 people do deserve to die. That's right. At first, they agreed to 400,000 soul stones, but in the end, they went back on their word and changed it to 4 million, and Jiang Haotian also agreed. But in the end, when they saw that Jiang Haotian was easy to bully, they actually asked for 100 million soul stones each. If it were me, I would also want to kill. Besides, it's just a private transaction with others, what's so strange about it? Can you guarantee that no one else in the resource hall has done such a thing? It's just that no one knows. In short, we can't just say that Jiang Haotian is a hypocrite based on this matter. Some people had always trusted Qin Feiyang and exonerated Qin Feiyang. But there were also people who talked behind his back, saying that Qin Feiyang was a hypocrite. In short, there were people saying all kinds of things. The most worried person was Sheng Guanqiu. One had to know that in the entire North region, only Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang knew how to refine the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Pill, 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Pill, and 4 Symbols Infinite Divine Pill. But now, both of them were locked up in prison. If there were any accidents, then no one would be able to refine these pills in the future, right? She had also asked the Vice Pavilion Master and the Pavilion Master about this matter. But whether it was the Pavilion Master or the Vice Pavilion Master, they all had the attitude of waiting and watching. Because this was an internal matter of Empyrean Palace, they couldn't interfere. Chapter 2134. Another 3 days passed. In other words, 5 days had passed since the incident. This morning, a purple-clothed young man came to the prison. In the prison, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were not as worried as everyone imagined. In the middle of the cell, there was a large iron pot. Below it, a cluster of third-grade alchemy fire burned the bottom of the pot red. In the big pot, there was a pot of fragrant meat stewing. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 sat around the iron pot, eating meat and drinking wine while chatting happily. The entire prison was filled with the rich aroma of meat and wine. The meat and wine, the big iron pot, and the alchemy fire were naturally found by Qin Feiyang from the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world was an independent world. As for this suggestion, it was proposed by the madman. Anyway, it was boring to stay here, so it was better to drink wine and eat meat. In other words, in the past 5 days, they had been eating, drinking, and playing. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to do so, because he wanted to cultivate. But the madman had been watching him, so he could not go to the castle, so he could only play with the other 3. The enforcers in the prison were all dumbfounded. Because it was the first time they saw someone who was still in the mood to eat meat and drink wine after entering the prison. Boom! The prison's stone door opened. The purple-clothed young man walked in and immediately smelled the fragrance of meat and wine. What's going on? The purple-clothed young man was a little stunned. He followed the fragrance of meat and wine, and when he saw the situation of Qin Feiyang and the other 3, he was immediately stunned at the door. What the hell? Are they really here to stay in the prison? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 also noticed the purple-clothed young man and were slightly stunned. Then, Qin Feiyang stood up, looked at the purple-clothed young man, and asked with a smile, Gongzi Feng, why are you here? I'm here to see you, Gongzi Feng answered instinctively, but before he finished, he frowned and said, wait, what's going on? Isn't it obvious? We're drinking wine and eating meat. Hua Yi grinned. Gongzi Feng was a little stunned. How could there be preferential treatment in this prison? These fellows were too arrogant. Where did they place the enforcers in the prison? Since you're here, let's go together. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took out a stool, and placed it at the side. That's not a good idea. Gongzi Feng was somewhat hesitant. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, Senior Brother Crazy is here. Don't be afraid. Gongzi Feng glanced at the madman, then looked at Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi. He clenched his teeth and said, fine, I'll accompany you in your madness. As he spoke, he walked to Qin Feiyang's side and sat down on a stool. Then, he picked up the wine pot beside him and took a big gulp. Madman glanced at Gongzi Feng and sent a voice transmission. Kid, you're acquainted with this person? Yes. In the past, he contributed a lot in dealing with Feng Wenhai and Feng Yuan. Qin Feiyang thought. Ugh. Madman was stunned. Mu Tianyang asked, Gongzi Feng, are you really here to visit us? Not really. Gongzi Feng shook his head and looked outside the door. He asked in a low voice, is it convenient to talk here? Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. Madman waved his hand and set up a divine power barrier. He looked at Gongzi Feng and said, speak now. Gongzi Feng took another sip from the wine pot and said in a deep voice, actually, all of this is Yu Zijia and Jin Yinchang's plan. It seems that you're here to tip them off. But we've already guessed what you said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Guessed? Gongzi Feng was stunned and shook his head with a smile. That's right. With your brains, you should be able to think of this. Qin Feiyang said, although we can think of this, there are still many doubts in our hearts. Can you answer us? This matter isn't as simple as you think. Yesterday, I asked Jin Yunchang to go to the Yulan Pavilion and drank with him until midnight. I believe that you've already guessed that I asked him to drink with me to get information from him. Although Jin Yunchang is my uncle, he usually ignores me. At first, he didn't mention a single word about this matter. However, under my fawning and currying favor with him, coupled with the effects of alcohol, he finally revealed everything. The real mastermind of this matter is actually Yin Hui. Gongzi Feng said. Yin Hui? Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. Some time ago, she already came out of seclusion, but she didn't say anything. She has been secretly investigating the cause of Feng Zijuan's death and plotting how to get rid of you. Gongzi Feng said in a deep voice. Madman frowned and said, I didn't expect that woman to be so shrewd. Quite terrifying. And I heard that she has already found evidence of Feng Zijuan's death. Gongzi Feng said. That's not scary, right? Only the few of us know about this matter. Even Senior Brother Madman doesn't know. Qin Feiyang frowned. What? You killed Feng Zijuan? Madman was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman said, in that case, you were also the one who extorted White Tiger's blood essence? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded again. Fuck, I just took office, and you're already causing trouble for me. Do you believe that I won't destroy you? Madman said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and looked at Gongzi Feng. Are you sure that Yin Hui has already found evidence? Jin Yunchang said so. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Gongzi Feng shook his head, his face full of worry. Because he was the one who killed Feng Zijuan. Even if they find out, you don't have to worry. Because according to the current situation, they don't know that you are also involved. Otherwise, Jin Yunchang wouldn't have gone drinking with you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Gongzi Feng was stunned and said, that makes sense, but we still can't be careless. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then how did they set up the trap? And that Yuzijia, how did he know that the four of them would come to my cave abode at night to trade with me for the dragon god's flower? This is Een Hui's trap. Een Hui gave them the dragon god's flower. Because she found out that you are an alchemist and might be interested in the dragon god's flower, so she asked the four of them to bring the dragon god's flower to the resource hall. Of course, at first, she wasn't completely confident that you would take the bait. But she didn't expect that you would really take the bait. Then, she carried out her plan. First, she found Yuzijia. Because of senior brother Madman, Yuzijia held a grudge against you. After hearing Een Hui's plan, he agreed without a second thought. Then, she found Jin Yunchang. You killed Fatso Jin, so it was even more impossible for Jin Yunchang to refuse. Then, what happened next happened. Gongzi Feng said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Hua Yi said unhappily, Brother Jiang, look, it's all your fault. If you didn't have any ideas about the dragon god's flower, none of this shit would have happened. You can't blame Brother Jiang for this. Even if the bait of the dragon god's flower failed, Een Hui would have sent out a bait that was even more tempting. It's just a pity that the four of them died unjustly. Gongzi Feng sighed. Qin Feiyang said, this is the result of being greedy. If they didn't listen to Een Hui, would they have died? Gongzi Feng nodded, looked at the four of them, and said, that's what happened. I wonder if you have any plans now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, I do have one, but it'll have to rely on you. Rely on me? Gongzi Feng was stunned. Yes. As long as you can get evidence that they framed us, then we can turn defeat into victory. Qin Feiyang said. This, I'm afraid I can't. Gongzi Feng was a little troubled. If you can ask Jin Yunchang out once, then you can ask him out a second time. As long as you record your conversation with Jin Yunchang, then it can be used as evidence. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng pondered for a while and nodded, okay, I'll give it a try, but you have to promise that you will protect my safety afterwards. Because once I take out the evidence, Feng Yuan and the others will definitely not let me go. Frenzy said domineeringly, don't worry, I'll protect you in the future. Thank you, senior brother Frenzy. Gongzi Feng hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. With Frenzy's protection, there would definitely be no problem. Mu Tianyang held the wine pot and said with a smile, come, let's continue drinking. Gongzi Feng also held the wine pot and drank with the four of them. About an hour later. Gongzi Feng put down the wine pot and stood up with a smile, I can't stay any longer in case Een Hui becomes suspicious. I'll go back first. Be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. Gongzi Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Big brother Jiang, you know where Guiyong is, right? I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then where is he now? I heard from Gao Xiaolong that you're going to ask him to help me. Why haven't I seen him after so long? Gongzi Feng was suspicious. There's a change of plans. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Gongzi Feng nodded and said, then can you tell me? To be honest, I really need someone who can give me advice and advice. Guiyong is indeed smart, but he doesn't want to enter the Nine Heavens Palace now. Let's not force him. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng smiled and said, just tell me, I want to talk to him personally. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated and nodded, all right, he's now. But Qin Feiyang's words stopped abruptly as his eyes flickered slightly. What's wrong? Gongzi Feng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, with us giving you advice, you don't need him anymore. Gongzi Feng said, I can't trouble you guys for everything. After all, you guys have your own things to do. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice, Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Isn't it just Guiyong? There's no harm in telling him. Hua Yi and Frenzy also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang said inwardly. What's wrong? The three of them were even more confused. Gongzi Feng and I have known each other for a long time. Why didn't he ask about Guyong's whereabouts before? Moreover, Gao Xiaolong is a spy I placed beside him. Logically speaking, such a sensible person like Gao Xiaolong shouldn't tell Gongzi Feng that I had the idea of letting Guyong help him. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Chapter 2135. You're saying that there's something fishy going on? Mu Tianyang was bewildered. I don't know. I just feel uneasy. I think it's better to confirm it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. He glanced at Gongzi Feng and took out an image crystal. Who should I send a message to? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Gao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang secretly said. It's useless. Because we can't send a message to anyone outside here. The madman transmitted. Can't send a message? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that you're thinking too much? Gongzi Feng killed Feng Zijuan with his own hands. This is enough to prove his sincerity. Mu Tianyang secretly said. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be suspicious. But this person's position is unstable. I'm a little worried. Moreover, I believe that Gao Xiaolong won't easily reveal this matter to Gongzi Feng. Taking a step back, even if there's no problem with Gongzi Feng, it's best to confirm it first. After all, what we encountered this time is different from the past. If we're not careful, we might lose our lives. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Jiang Haotian's words make sense. This time, we suffered because of our carelessness. Otherwise, why would we stay in this damned place? The madman transmitted. That's true. Mu Tianyang secretly agreed. Gongzi Feng looked at the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked suspiciously, Big Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Nothing. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and looked at Gongzi Feng with a smile. We've known each other for a long time, right? Gongzi Feng nodded and smiled. We knew each other before you entered the Nine Heavens Palace. I still remember that your cultivation back then was lower than mine. But now, you've surpassed me. Yes. Time really flies. Qin Feiyang sighed. Gongzi Feng was even more confused. What was he talking about? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became serious. He formed a seal with both hands and a puppet seal appeared. Gongzi Feng stared at the puppet imprint in surprise and said, Big Brother Jiang, this is... Back then, when Qin Feiyang controlled Ryuko Yang, Gongzi Feng was also present, but he didn't say anything in the crowd. Thus, he knew that the mark was a kind of control-type secret art that possessed the ability to read the memories of others. Although you don't have a good relationship with the Feng family, you are still their family. You must know a lot about what they have done. And now, I need to understand this. Speak. You won't be able to finish speaking in a short time, so I want to read your memories directly. Don't worry, after reading your memories, I will immediately remove my control over you. Qin Feiyang said. When Gongzi Feng heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he retreated somewhat flustered. What happened? I don't mean you any harm. I just want to know what they did. Qin Feiyang looked at Gongzi Feng suspiciously. If you want to know all these, I can find a time to tell you everything. There is no need to read my memories. Gongzi Feng looked vigilant. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't I say just now? This is more efficient. If you tell me, how long will it take? Moreover, I might forget some things. Seeing that Qin Feiyang insisted on reading his memories, the panic on Gongzi Feng's face became more obvious. Is there really something fishy? Frenzy and the other two couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you? Isn't it just reading your memories? What are you afraid of? Could it be that you did something wrong to me, and you don't dare to let me read your memories? Qin Feiyang frowned. No. You are so good to me. How can I do something wrong to you? Gongzi Feng waved his hand repeatedly. Then what are you feeling guilty about? Hurry up. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the puppet imprint flew towards Gong Zifeng's head. Gong Zifeng hurriedly hid to the side and said with a smile, "Next time. I still have something to do and have to go out immediately. Senior Brother Frenzy, please remove the divine power barrier." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he nodded to Frenzy. Boom! Frenzy released his pressure and directly imprisoned Gong Zifeng. The puppet imprint immediately entered Gong Zifeng's head like a stream of light. Gong Zifeng immediately held his head and howled miserably. "What are you doing?" But at this moment, an old voice exploded in the prison like a thunderclap. Following that, an old man appeared outside the barrier. It was Elder Yun. Elder Yun waved his hand and the barrier set up by Frenzy instantly shattered. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang brought Frenzy and the other two and disappeared without a trace. Elder Yun scanned the empty prison and couldn't help but frown. Black Tortoise World. Above the medicine field. Hua Yi frowned and said, "Senior Brother Frenzy, didn't you use a barrier to isolate it? Why can that old man still see it?" Frenzy said, "The barrier can only have the effect of soundproofing. So it's like that." Hua Yi nodded. In other words, although Elder Yun couldn't hear what they were saying, he could see what they were doing. Immediately after, the three of them looked at Qin Feiyang and Gong Zifeng. Gong Zifeng's face was filled with pain as he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. And Qin Feiyang's face gradually darkened. Seeing this, Mu Tianyang frowned and said, "It seems that there really is a problem with this person." Hua Yi smiled and said, "If that's the case, then Brother Jiang will probably be angry." Qin Feiyang's kindness to Gong Zifeng was obvious to all. If Gong Zifeng really did something to betray them, then it would be chilling. Boom! A moment later, a terrifying killing intent suddenly rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. The pain on Gong Zifeng's face also disappeared. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was drowned by the killing intent again. His body and mind trembled, and his whole body was cold. "What's wrong?" Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "His purpose of coming to the prison this time is actually to get Guyong's whereabouts from my mouth." The three of them frowned. And all of this was ordered by Yin Hui. "And Gao Xiaolong is already dead," Qin Feiyang said. "Who killed him?" Hua Yi's face changed. "It's him." Qin Feiyang pointed at Gong Zifeng. "Damn it." Hua Yi's eyes were gloomy. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "I knew it, Gao Xiaolong wouldn't talk too much." It turns out that he was forced to do so. In fact, he already knew that Gao Xiaolong was a spy that I planted beside him, so he killed him. Mu Tianyang said, "In other words, Gong Zifeng really betrayed you?" Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Gong Zifeng, asking, "What else do you want to say?" At this moment, Gong Zifeng was like a pile of mud, paralyzed in the void, despair written all over his face. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Feiyang's words. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, "What's going on? Quickly tell us." "Who?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and moved his gaze away from Gong Zifeng. He looked at the three of them and said, "Feng Wenhai was expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace, and Feng Zijuan was killed. Feng Yuan and the others hid it from Yin Hui because they didn't want to disturb her cultivation. When she came out of seclusion and found out about these things, she was furious. However, this woman is extremely shrewd. She suppressed her anger in her heart and secretly investigated everything. But because we did it cleanly, she couldn't find any clues. She was even prepared to give up. At the same time, Feng Zijuan's death made her very tired, but she also opened up a lot and wanted to accept Gong Zifeng. So, she found Gong Zifeng and said that she wanted to give his mother a status and that he would be her son in the future. She did this because she considered the issue of carrying on the family line. After all, Gong Zifeng is the only male in the Feng family. When Gong Zifeng heard this, he was naturally very happy. When Qin Feiyang said this, Madman frowned and said, so he betrayed us? It's not that simple. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Zifeng and sighed, to be honest, I've always underestimated this person. Madman and the others looked at each other and were even more confused. When he heard that Yin Hui wanted to help his mother and treat him as her son, he was overjoyed. However, he suddenly thought of the real cause of Feng Zijuan's death. Feng Zijuan died in his hands. Once this matter is exposed, what will the consequences be? This was a question that he didn't even dare to think about. After thinking about it again and again, he finally thought of a bold plan to silence us. Qin Feiyang said. Silence us? The three raised their eyebrows. Yes. The target of silence is naturally us. Because I saw him kill Feng Zijuan with my own eyes. And although you guys weren't present at the time, you have a good relationship with me, so you definitely know about this. So, he wants to get rid of all of us. First, he took the initiative to find Yin Hui and tell her that Feng Zijuan was killed by us. Second, he set up a trap to put us in prison. This is to pave the way for the third step. The third step is to enter the prison and use his relationship with us to find out Guyong's whereabouts. Because Guyong has a good relationship with me, he was worried that Guyong would know that he killed Feng Zijuan, so he wanted to silence him as well. And the fourth step is to enter the meeting hall and say the cause of Feng Zijuan's death in front of the big shots, completely ending our lives. Qin Feiyang said. I'll go. These steps are one after another, and they are all linked together. It can be said to be flawless. I really didn't know that he was such a terrifying schemer before. Mu Tianyang and the other two were shocked. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, not to mention you guys, even I didn't see it before. Mu Tianyang asked, then what did he say to Yin Hui? He told Yin Hui. On the night of Feng Zijuan's death, he had something to say to Feng Zijuan, and then he happened to see me killing Feng Zijuan. Yin Hui was already very angry about Feng Zijuan's death, so he didn't have to deliberately create a false impression. Yin Hui would believe any excuse he made up. Qin Feiyang said. Indeed. However, since young Master Feng said that he saw you kill Feng Zijuan, he has been hiding it in his heart all this time and didn't say it out loud. Didn't Yin Hui get angry? Mu Tianyang said. Yin Hui also asked him why he didn't say it earlier. Young Master Feng is smart. He said that he was afraid that I would take revenge on him, so he didn't dare to say it. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 2136. Mu Tianyang looked at Gong Zifeng, who was paralyzed in the air, and said in admiration, you can even think of such a plan. You're really good at hiding your strength. I really thought that all of this was planned by Yin Hui. It turns out that the person behind the scenes is you. Awesome. Madman also gave Gong Zifeng a thumbs up. Facing such praise, Gong Zifeng couldn't feel happy at all. His heart was filled with fear. Hua Yi shook his head and said regretfully, it's a pity that you met a stronger opponent. Otherwise, your plan would have succeeded. Gong Zifeng's body trembled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Big brother Jiang, I also have a lot of helplessness. Is this your excuse for betraying us? Helplessness? Who doesn't have helplessness in this world? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Gong Zifeng lowered his head again. He was extremely ashamed. From the beginning, you took the initiative to find me and ask for my help. What about me? During the time I helped you, did I ask for any conditions? I don't think so. I really treated you as a friend because we both had the same miserable experience. But how did you repay me? Qin Feiyang shouted. This was the first time he was so angry after entering the ancient world. Even when facing Feng Wenhai's trap and Guo Zixiong's deceit, he wasn't this angry. I'm sorry, Gong Zifeng mumbled. Can an apology make up for your betrayal? You've really disappointed me. Back then, I was blind to choose to help you. But it doesn't matter now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Gong Zifeng shivered and hurriedly said, don't kill me, I beg you, even if he doesn't kill you, I will kill you today. You even dared to scheme against me. You really have the guts of a leopard. Madman grinned. Gong Zifeng said, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to give my mother a status. You're still trying to gain sympathy? If you just want to give your mother a status, Yin Hui has already agreed to it. Then why did you still set up a trap to harm us? Your goal is not only to give your mother a status, but also yourself. You don't want to lose everything Yin Hui has given you. In other words, you're an ungrateful, treacherous, despicable man. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Gong Zifeng's body trembled. What are you talking about? Madman sneered, rolled up his sleeves, and said, today, I'll definitely let you taste what it means to be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. No, I beg you, Gong Zifeng hurriedly shook his head in fear. Qin Feiyang sighed and stopped Madman. Don't kill him yet. What? You can still tolerate it? Madman raised his eyebrows. It's not that I can tolerate it. It's because we still have to rely on him to break out of this situation. Qin Feiyang said. Count on him? Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This time, I won't show mercy. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang have to die, and Yu Zijie too. I won't let him have an easy time. When Gong Zifeng heard this, a chill appeared in his heart. As for you, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Gong Zifeng. As long as you cooperate well, I'll choose to let you live. But remember, there's only one chance. Okay. Gong Zifeng hurriedly nodded. After a while, Qin Feiyang's group of 4 and Gong Zifeng finally came out of the Black Tortoise world. Elder Yun had been standing outside the door. When he saw them appear, he sized up Gong Zifeng, then looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 4, and frowned. What did you do to him? We didn't do anything. It's just an old friend gathering, and we don't want to be disturbed. Gong Zifeng, am I right? Madman put his arm around Gong Zifeng's shoulder and smiled. Yes. Gong Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Elder Yun glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 3, then looked at Gong Zifeng and said, if there's nothing else, then leave. Okay. Gong Zifeng replied and cupped his hands at Qin Feiyang's group of 4, then I'll go back first. The 4 of them nodded with a smile on their faces. It was as if the previous incident had never happened. Gong Zifeng turned around and left. Elder Yun also prepared to leave. Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke and looked at Elder Yun. Old senior, please wait for a moment. Elder Yun was stunned and turned around to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then cupped his hands and smiled. I have to thank senior for the previous incident. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble by now. Elder Yun said coldly, I was just handling it impartially. There's no need to thank me. Old senior is noble and selfless. This junior admires you. This junior also hopes that old senior can continue to carry on and be a good example for us juniors. Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Yun squinted his eyes. These words weren't simple. Qin Feiyang continued, we, the younger generation disciples, also need an example. Don't worry. I have always stood on the side of justice. I won't side with anyone. Even if my disciple makes a mistake, I won't let it go. After saying that, Elder Yun turned around and left without looking back. Mu Tianyang glanced at Elder Yun's back, then looked at Madman and said, can this old man's character be trusted? Yes. In this 9-heaven palace, I only admire 2 people. The first is this old man. Madman smiled confidently. What about the other person? Qin Feiyang's group of 3 was curious. Someone that Madman admired definitely wasn't simple. Madman said, you've all seen him before. He's the old man guarding the stairway. So it's him. The three of them were enlightened. Qin Feiyang said, speaking of which, what's the identity of that old man? How strong is he? His identity, his strength, Madman pondered for a moment and said, you just need to know that he is Shangguan Fenglan's master. What? Shangguan Fenglan's master? Qin Feiyang's group of three was dumbfounded. This was too shocking. Don't think about it. Let's go and continue drinking and eating meat. Drinking and eating meat in this prison has a different flavor. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang's group of three looked at each other and smiled. Indeed. Drinking and eating meat here and in a restaurant were two completely different feelings. Outside. Lotus Lake. A purple-clothed youth entered the pavilion. When Shangguan Fenglan saw the purple-clothed youth, she was slightly stunned and said, what are you doing here? Greetings, Palace Lord. The purple-clothed youth bowed and said, Jiang Haotian and senior brother Madman told me to tell you that you don't need to interfere. They have already thought of a countermeasure. Is that so? Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. Yes. They said that you just need to wait and watch a good show. The purple-clothed youth said. Okay. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. The purple-clothed youth said, then this disciple will take his leave first. Go. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand. The purple-clothed youth turned and walked out of the pavilion. Looking at the clear sky, he sighed, I'm still inferior to him in the end. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. This person was Gongzi Feng. After leaving Lotus Lake, he did not directly return to the inner sect. Instead, he flew in another direction. Not long after. He landed in front of a courtyard, looked up at the courtyard, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open and walked in. In the hall, a woman sat beside the tea table. It was Yin Hui. Seeing Gongzi Feng come in, she hurriedly stood up, condensed a divine power barrier, and asked, how is it? Gongzi Feng said, Guyong is dead. Dead? Yin Hui frowned. Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded and said, at first, Jiang Haotian was very vigilant, but when I told him about your plan, I finally gained his trust. He told me that he killed Guyong after Lord Father was expelled from Nine Heavens Palace. Why did he want Guyong? Guyong has followed your grandfather for so many years, and he has a lot of information on your grandfather. He's a good chess piece. Yin Hui was suspicious. According to Jiang Haotian, he wanted to keep Guyong alive, but not only did Guyong not cooperate, he even escaped. In a fit of anger, Jiang Haotian used a soul secret technique called the enslavement seal to erase Guyong's divine soul. Gongzi Feng said. Yin Hui said, in that case, there's no need to consider Guyong anymore? Yes. Although I couldn't kill him with my own hands to avenge Lord Father, at least for now, there's one less worry. Gongzi Feng said. Yes. Yin Hui nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, then let's prepare for the next step. Okay. Let's do it tomorrow morning. Go to the conference hall first and gather all the big shots. Then I'll appear and announce the evil deeds that Jiang Haotian has done. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save him. Gongzi Feng sneered. Yin Hui said with a smile, after we get rid of this kid, I'll immediately give you the status of mother. Thank you. Gongzi Feng was overjoyed. Yin Hui said, we're all family. Why are you saying this? Family. Gongzi Feng muttered. His face was full of self-blame, and he said, I should have stood out and told everyone about Jiang Haotian's crimes the moment second brother was killed. It's all because of my cowardice. Auntie, I'm really sorry. Don't blame yourself. After all, Jiang Haotian is indeed a great threat to you. Actually, it's also our fault. If we weren't prejudiced against you, if we cared a little more about you and took care of you a little more, you wouldn't be so afraid of Jiang Haotian. Yin Hui sighed. Thank you for your understanding, Auntie. Gongzi Feng lowered his head and said. Yin Hui waved her hand and said with a smile, go and have a good rest. Prepare for tomorrow. As she spoke, she dispersed the divine power barrier. Okay. This child will take his leave. Gongzi Feng nodded, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave the courtyard. Jiang Haotian, tomorrow, you'll be buried with my child. Cherish what little time you have left. Yin Hui murmured, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Her eyes flashed with a strong cold light. Chapter 2137. Not long after Gongzi Feng left, the news of Qin Feiyang abusing his power for personal gain, killing people to silence them, as well as Mad Man and the other two killing Qingli spread even more crazily in Sky Dragon City. And like a plague, with Sky Dragon City as the center, it quickly spread in all directions. Before evening, this matter had spread throughout the entire northern region. Even the remote villages knew about this matter. It could be said that this matter was even bigger than the last time when Feng Wenhai framed Qin Feiyang. For a time, Qin Feiyang and the others were all in a state of criticism. Those who initially believed in Qin Feiyang without a doubt also began to slowly change their views. Perhaps this matter was really Qin Feiyang's fault. He was a hypocrite. Late at night, in a courtyard, Feng Yuan sat alone in the hall, his brows tightly knitted together. Soon, a few figures walked into the hall. It was Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Gongzi Feng. Yin Hui looked at Feng Yuan and asked suspiciously, "Father, why are you in such a hurry to find us? Did something happen?" Feng Yuan condensed a divine power barrier, looked up at Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang, and asked, "Do you know the situation outside?" As for Gongzi Feng, he directly ignored him. "What's the situation?" Yin Hui was suspicious. Feng Yuan said, "The matter between Jiang Haotian and Mad Man is very fierce now. This old man feels that someone is adding fuel to the fire." Adding fuel to the fire? Yin Hui was stunned. Jin Yunchang laughed, "Father-in-law, you're thinking too much. Moreover, the fiercer the matter outside, the better it is for us." I agree with brother-in-law's view. The relationship between Madman and the First Elder is obvious to all of us. If we don't make a fuss, maybe Great Elder will protect him this time. On the contrary, if everyone knows about this matter, even if Great Elder wants to protect him, he won't dare to do so. Because it will arouse public anger. Yin Hui laughed. That makes sense. Feng Yuan nodded, then looked at the silent Gongzi Feng and frowned. "Didn't this old man only call your aunt and uncle over? Why did you also come over?" Gongzi Feng immediately lowered his head in fear. Yin Hui smiled and said, "Father, I was the one who brought him here." "Why did you bring him here?" Feng Yuan was puzzled. "Father, it's all thanks to him." Yin Hui said. "What do you mean?" Feng Yuan was bewildered. "We're going to start the operation tomorrow, so it's time to tell you about it. Actually, it's like this." Yin Hui told him the whole plan simply and clearly. "I see." When Feng Yuan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. Yin Hui smiled. "That's why we have to thank this child." Feng Yuan looked at Gongzi Feng with a gloomy expression. A moment later, Feng Yuan sighed deeply and said, "This old man can let bygones be bygones, but we must not make any mistakes in the assembly hall tomorrow." "Grandson understands." Gongzi Feng nodded. "As long as we can get rid of Jiang Haotian and the others, this old man will do as you wish and give your mother a proper status. Furthermore, this old man will allow you to inherit the Feng family's business in the future." Feng Yuan said again. "Thank you, grandfather." Gongzi Feng hurriedly knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Get up." Feng Yuan smiled. "Yes." Gongzi Feng respectfully replied and stood beside Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang, his face full of joy. But gradually, he revealed a trace of hesitation. Feng Yuan said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Gongzi Feng said, "Although the plan this time is perfect, I'm still a little worried. After all, Jiang Haotian is not an ordinary person. Don't worry, when Yuzijia and I killed Qingli, no one saw it. As for Jiang Haotian, then there's even less to worry about." Those 4 disciples have already been killed by Jiang Haotian, and now there's no evidence. Jin Yunchang smiled. Actually, his worry is understandable. Thinking back, how much losses did Jiang Haotian make our Feng family suffer? Although he's our enemy, to be honest, I really admire his brain. Yin Hui sighed. Don't boost others' morale and destroy our own. No matter how terrifying his brain is, isn't it still in our hands now? Feng Yuan sneered. Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Gongzi Feng looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. The next day, early in the morning, the big shots of 9 Heavens Palace entered the Great Council Hall one after another. Soon, Shangguan Fenglan also entered the Great Council Hall. She glanced at the people present, then sat down at the table. She looked at the Great Elder above and said telepathically, "What the hell is Feng Yuan doing, calling us here early in the morning? Is there a need to think about it? It must have something to do with Madman and the others." The Great Elder thought to himself without any change in his expression. Shangguan Fenglan's heart trembled, and she sighed. It seems that this time, Feng Yuan is going to kill them. The Great Elder nodded without leaving a trace, and asked secretly, "Did you find out anything?" "No. But something very strange happened yesterday," Shangguan Fenglan said. "What strange thing?" The Great Elder was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan said secretly, "Feng Wenhai's son, Gongzi Feng, actually came to me yesterday, saying that Jiang Haotian and the others already have a plan, and told us not to interfere, just wait and watch the show." "There's such a thing?" The Great Elder was surprised. "And I'm also puzzled. Gongzi Feng is Feng Yuan's grandson, why would he be involved with Jiang Haotian and the others?" Shangguan Fenglan said. The Great Elder pondered for a while and smiled secretly. "Since Jiang Haotian and the others have said so, then let's wait and watch the show." "Okay," Shangguan Fenglan replied, with some expectation in her eyes. Da-da. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, 3 figures entered the Great Council Hall one after another. The person in the lead was really Feng Yuan. The 2 behind him were Jin Yunchang and Yin Hui. "Greetings, Great Elder." The 3 bowed and saluted. Take a seat." Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, you guys take a seat too." The Great Elder nodded and then said with a smile, "Thank you, Great Elder." Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked him. Because in front of the giants of Jiutian Palace, they were not qualified to sit together. So for them, this was a gift, an honor. After everyone was seated, the Great Elder looked at Feng Yuan and asked with a smile, "Why did you call us all here today?" Feng Yuan nodded. "Then say it," the Great Elder said. Feng Yuan stood up and said, "Great Elder, before I say it, I want to call a few people over." "Who?" The Great Elder was suspicious. Feng Yuan exhaled and said, "Jiang Haotian, Frenzy, Hui, Mu Tianyang." "It's really for them." The Great Elder muttered and asked suspiciously, "Why did you call them over?" "Let me keep you in suspense first." Feng Yuan smiled. "Okay." The Great Elder nodded and looked at Shangguan Fenglan, saying, "Jiang Haotian and the others seem to be in your law enforcement hall's prison now, right? Go and bring them here." "Yes." Shangguan Fenglan respectfully responded, then got up and walked out of the hall. But when she walked out of the hall, she couldn't help but be stunned. There was a person standing beside the door. This person was Gongzi Feng. "Greetings, Hall Master." Gongzi Feng bowed and said. Shangguan Fenglan nodded, then rose into the air and flew towards the law enforcement hall. But in her heart, she was muttering, why did Gongzi Feng come to the conference hall, in the prison? The big iron pot was gone, and so was the wine. Instead, there was a tea set and 4 armchairs. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were lying on the armchairs, drinking tea, chatting, and napping. It was incomparably comfortable. When Shangguan Fenglan came in and saw the scene, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are they here to go to prison? Or to enjoy life? Cough. She stood at the door and coughed dryly. Qin Feiyang and the other three were stunned. They raised their heads and looked outside the door. When they saw that it was Shengguan Fenglan, Hui Yi jumped up and ran towards Shengguan Fenglan. He smiled and said, Lan, I knew you would come to see me. Look at his infatuated look, as if he has never seen a woman before. Frenzy's face was full of disdain. What do you know? This is the taste of love. Qin Feiyang said. The word love was very long. When Shengguan Fenglan heard this, a rare blush crept up her face, but it quickly disappeared. She stared at Qin Feiyang and the other two and shouted, What are you still lying there for? Get out with me. Hui Yi stood beside Shengguan Fenglan and also ordered the three of them, Yes, get out. Are you looking for a beating? Madman slowly stood up and looked at Hui Yi with an unfriendly gaze. Hui Yi grinned. Shengguan Fenglan's face darkened and said, Don't talk nonsense, go to the conference hall immediately. Has it finally begun? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then a smile crept up his face. Madman and the other two were also full of smiles. Shengguan Fenglan looked at the four of them suspiciously and said, Looking at you, why do you seem to know that we are going to the conference hall today? Lan, to tell you the truth, everything is under our control. Hui Yi clenched his fist and smiled proudly. Is that so? Shengguan Fenglan was surprised. Of course. We also know that in addition to you, the Great Elder, and the other big shots, Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Gongzi Feng are also in the conference hall. Hui Yi said. You really know? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, Palace Master, let's go, the show is about to begin. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at the four of them, then turned and walked outside. Qin Feiyang and the other three followed closely behind her. That's right, Palace Master. Has our matter spread outside? Qin Feiyang suddenly asked. Speaking of this, I'm still a little puzzled. Just this morning, I received a report from my subordinates, saying that someone seemed to be secretly adding fuel to the fire, deliberately spreading your matter. Now even those remote villages know about it. Shengguan Fenglan said. This is a good thing. Qin Feiyang smiled. Frankly speaking, this Gongzi Feng's efficiency was really good. In just one day, it was already so fierce. That's right. This was what he had asked Gongzi Feng to do on purpose. Just like dealing with Feng Wenhai last time, the fiercer the matter, the more exciting and interesting it would be. Chapter 2138. Good news? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and then shook her head. She really couldn't understand what this kid was trying to do. After the group left the prison, they went straight to the conference hall. Soon, the conference hall appeared in their sight. Shengguan Fenglan landed in front of the door and said in a low voice, Wait outside. After saying that, she entered the door alone. Qin Feiyang and the other three stood outside the door and scanned the big shots in the hall. Big Brother Jiang, I have done what you asked me to do. I have also obtained the evidence. You must protect me later, or I will definitely die in the hands of Feng Yuan and the others. Gong Zifeng, who was standing next to him, suddenly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gong Zifeng and secretly laughed. Inside the hall, Shengguan Fenglan walked to the opposite side of the First Elder and bowed. First Elder, Jiang Haotian and the others have been brought here. The First Elder nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three standing at the door. Come in. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and walked into the hall side by side. Greetings, First Elder. Greetings, Lords. Qin Feiyang, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang respectfully bowed to the big shots. Of course. Madman was an exception. The big shots were also curiously sizing them up. They were naturally no strangers to Madman. As for Qin Feiyang, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang, although they were no strangers, it was the first time they met face to face. Qin Feiyang was also quietly sizing up these big shots of Nine Heavens Palace. There were a total of more than a dozen people. There were men and women, old and young. The aura emitted by each of them was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Madman suddenly pointed to a woman sitting next to Feng Yuan and transmitted his voice. She is Yin Hui. Qin Feiyang looked over and his pupils immediately shrank. The aura Yin Hui exuded was not weaker than Feng Wenhai's. Her cultivation is stronger than mine. I used to be a minor paragon god. Now that I've come out of seclusion, should be a major paragon god. Madman thought. Paragon divinity. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He didn't expect this woman's strength to be so terrifying. Hey, hey, hey! Madman suddenly shouted. He looked at the big shots and said unhappily, "Where are our chairs? Are we just going to stand here like this? How dare you!" The great elder coldly shouted. Madman pursed his lips and said, "No chairs? Fine, I'll sit on the ground." After saying that, he really sat down on the ground. One of the old men said angrily, "Madman, do you know that you look like a scoundrel in the secular world right now? So what if I'm a rascal? Don't look if you don't want to." Madman dug his nose and said lightly. "You." The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Cough cough. The first elder coughed dryly and gave Shengguan Fenglan a look. Shengguan Fenglan understood. She took a step behind Madman and kicked him fiercely. Madman immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered and jumped up. "With so many elders here, how can you be so presumptuous? Behave yourself." Shengguan Fenglan glared at him. "You're abusing children." Madman roared in dissatisfaction. Abusing children? The big shot's mouths couldn't help but twitch. No matter what, he was a person who had lived for more than 10,000 years, and he actually called himself a child. Wasn't he ashamed? The first elder's face was also dark as he said angrily, "If you continue to mess around, go outside and kneel." Tsk, a madman was disdainful, but he finally became obedient. It seemed that he was still a little afraid. The first elder shook his head weakly and looked at Feng Yuan. "We've brought them here, speak." Feng Yuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other three, stood up and said, "Jiang Haotian used his power for personal gain and silenced people. Madman, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang cruelly killed the outer sect elder Qingli. There is conclusive evidence for these two things, and everyone must know it, so this old man won't say more. Now, this old man will announce another major crime of Jiang Haotian." As Feng Yuan spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the door and shouted, "Gongzi Feng, come in." Gongzi Feng, who was standing outside the door, immediately ran in and knelt on the ground respectfully. Disciple Gongzi Feng greets the first elder and all the lords. "Stand up and speak." The first elder said. "Yes." Gongzi Feng nodded and stood beside Qin Feiyang and the other three, but he deliberately kept a distance. "Tell the first elder everything you saw." Feng Yuan looked at Gongzi Feng and said. "Okay." Gongzi Feng respectfully responded, looked at the first elder and the big shots, and said, "First elder, my second brother Feng Zijuan died in the hands of Jiang Haotian." "What? Feng Zijuan was killed by Jiang Haotian?" The big shots immediately began to discuss. The first elder was also surprised. He looked at Gongzi Feng and frowned. "How did you know?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Gongzi Feng said. "You saw it with your own eyes?" The first elder was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't you say it when we investigated this matter?" "First elder, please forgive me. It wasn't that disciple didn't want to say it, but that disciple didn't dare to. Because Jiang Haotian has the madman's support. If disciples said it, they would definitely hold a grudge against me." Gongzi Feng said. The first elder slammed the table and said angrily, in our nine heavens palace, anyone who makes a mistake will be punished. What are you afraid of? Gongzi Feng hurriedly said, yes, disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, first elder. The first elder sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Jiang Haotian, do you admit what Gongzi Feng said? Qin Feiyang was silent. The other three didn't say anything. It was as if they weren't worried at all. The first elder frowned and transmitted his voice, Fenglan, what's going on? Didn't you say that Gongzi Feng is on Jiang Haotian's side? I'm not sure either. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. What the hell were these brats doing? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, first elder, how could he admit to this kind of thing? But just based on Gongzi Feng's one-sided words, it's not enough to prove that this matter is true. After all, Gongzi Feng is a member of your Feng family. The first elder said. Feng Yuan said, it's precisely because he's a member of my Feng family that he won't lie. What do you mean? The first elder was suspicious. There's one thing that the first elder and everyone present might not know. Actually, Gongzi Feng is not the son of Wen Hai and Yin Hui. Feng Yuan said. What? The elders looked at each other. Actually, Gongzi Feng is the son of Wen Hai and a brothel girl. In other words, he is an illegitimate child that isn't recognized. Feng Yuan said. Illegitimate child? Everyone was stunned. When Gongzi Feng heard the words illegitimate child, he also felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He slowly lowered his head, not daring to look at everyone's eyes. This matter is a great humiliation to our Feng family, so we have been keeping it a secret. It's also because he's an illegitimate child that our Feng family has always disliked him. He's also very prejudiced against my Feng clan. Think about it, with our relationship, would he fabricate a lie to help us frame Jiang Haotian? If it were you, would you? Feng Yuan said. No. The big shots shook their heads. If it were them, they would only have hatred for the Feng family. So what if he was an illegitimate child? Did he deserve such unfair treatment just because he was an illegitimate child? So, seeing Feng Zijuan, who had always bullied them, get into trouble, they couldn't be happier. Naturally, they wouldn't help the Feng family frame Jiang Haotian. Since it was impossible, then what Gongzi Feng said was the truth. Jiang Haotian, you're too bold. This old man really doesn't know who gave you the courage to act so recklessly in our Nine Heavens Palace. The old man who scolded Frenzy before looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang was still indifferent. Great elder, this person first killed Zijuan and extorted the white tiger blood essence from this old man. Then, he used his power for personal gain and silenced us. May I ask, how should we deal with such a crime? Feng Yuan said. Kill. He must be killed. Kill one as an example to others. If we let him go like this, then what rules will there be in our Nine Heavens Palace? The big shots expressed their opinions one after another. Lords, there's one more thing. What Jiang Haotian and Frenzy did has now spread throughout the entire northern region. If we still indulge them, I'm afraid it will seriously affect the reputation of our Nine Heavens Palace. Yin Hui suddenly interjected. What? The news has spread throughout the northern region so quickly? Then this matter can't be neglected. Not only Jiang Haotian must be executed, but Frenzy, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang must also be executed. Otherwise, our Nine Heavens Palace will be scolded for protecting our disciples. The big shots said one after another. The great elder looked at the intense reaction of the crowd and couldn't help but gradually frown. These four bastards, why aren't they fighting back? Shangguan Fenglan was also extremely irritated. Feng Yuan cupped his hands and said, Great elder, we know that you usually like Frenzy, but this time, the matter is too big, please reconsider. Yes, great elder, you can't ruin the reputation of our Nine Heavens Palace because of your personal emotions. The others also persuaded. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang didn't speak anymore, but looked at the big shots with a trace of a smile in their eyes. Then, They glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Let's see how you can escape this time. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the other three still didn't say anything, the great elder couldn't help but say angrily, the four of you really have nothing to say? The four of them remained silent. Feng Yuan cupped his hands and said, silence means tacit agreement. Great elder, please give the order. Who? The great elder took a deep breath and looked at the four of them. Since you don't want to defend yourselves, then this old man will give the order, this old man announces. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and finally reacted. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Great Elder, wait. Chapter 2139. The Great Elder was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three and frowned. What do you want to say? Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang also looked at the four of them suspiciously. At this point, there shouldn't be any excuses, right? Because the situation was already decided. No matter what they said, no one would believe them. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. In fact, these things were fabricated by Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Feng Yuan. No. To be precise, it's a framing. Qin Feiyang said. Framing? The leaders frowned. It's finally starting? Shengguan Fenglan muttered. These guys wouldn't sit still and wait for death. She was worried for nothing. Jiang Haotian, you can't say things like that. Feng Yuan is the hall master of our resource hall, Yin Hui is an elder of our enforcement hall, and Jin Yunchang is an inner elder. They are all reputable figures in our Nine Heavens Palace. Slandering them is a bigger crime than abusing your power to silence them. The great elder said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang smiled, of course, this disciple knows that. The great elder frowned, if that's the case, why didn't you defend yourselves before? It's simple. Just watch the show. We want to see what kind of face they will show. The result didn't disappoint us. It's very exciting. Qin Feiyang smiled. Presumptuous. Jiang Haotian, the evidence is conclusive. Even if you have a glib tongue, don't think about getting away with it today. Feng Yuan said angrily. Evidence? Qin Feiyang chuckled and shook his head. Feng Yuan, oh Feng Yuan, you really don't have a long memory. Isn't the end of Feng Wenhai and Jin Yuncheng enough of a lesson for you? Jiang Haotian, you're wrong. It's not that he doesn't have a long memory, it's just that he's old and his memory is getting worse. Madman said indifferently. Preposterous, preposterous. Feng Yuan was furious. He looked at the elder, Elder, did you see that? This is their attitude. After all, I am the hall head of the resource hall. Indeed, he is too insensible. Our Nine Heavens Palace has always had a good reputation. How could we have such a disciple? The other leaders shook their heads as they looked at Qin Feiyang's group. The first elder saw that the situation was bad. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said, if you have something to say, say it. Don't mess around. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Feng Yuan and Jin Yunchang. He then looked at Yin Hui and said with a smile, to be honest, I admire you. You sent us to prison as soon as you came out of seclusion. You're much better than Feng Wenhai. Yin Hui didn't say anything, but her eyes flickered. But there's a saying that goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. If you don't get Gongfeng to look for me in the prison and ask about Guyong's whereabouts, I won't be able to break the deadlock you set up this time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Hui was shocked. Do you know? When I saw your faces before, I really wanted to laugh. Because in my eyes, you're as funny as clowns. Qin Feiyang said. Clowns? The madman was stunned. He thought about it carefully and nodded, that's a good word. It suits them very well. Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang also laughed. But it was full of sarcasm. Feng Yuan and the other two's faces became uglier and uglier. The first elder raised his eyebrows and said angrily, I'll warn you again. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the other leaders. He smiled and said, I believe that it's not only the first elder who can't wait, but all of you must also want to know what the truth is. So now, I'll have someone tell you the real truth. The real truth? Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Yuan and the other two and said with a smile, you guys have to sit tight. Don't be scared stiff later. After speaking, Qin Feiyang still looked at Feng Yuan and the other two and said, say it. Who is he talking to? Everyone was surprised and naturally looked at the madman, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang. Because the three of them were with Qin Feiyang. If it wasn't Qin Feiyang, then it must be one of the three. But in the end, the madman and the other two didn't speak. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, Gong Zongfeng suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, Gong Zongfeng became the focus of everyone again. However, there was a trace of suspicion in everyone's eyes. Why did Gong Zongfeng stand out? Including Feng Yuan and the other two. No one thought that Qin Feiyang was talking to Gong Zongfeng just now. Gong Zongfeng glanced at everyone and said, First Elder, Lords, I said before that Jiang Haotian is the murderer of my second brother, Feng Zijuan. Everyone nodded. Gong Zongfeng glanced at Feng Yuan and the other two and suddenly changed the topic. He looked at the First Elder and said, Actually, those words were taught to me by Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang. What? The First Elder suddenly stood up. The others were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Gong Zongfeng, what are you trying to say? Feng Yuan and the other two had an uneasy premonition in their hearts as they stared gloomily at Gong Zongfeng. But Gong Zongfeng turned a deaf ear to them and looked at the First Elder and continued, I reckon that the First Elder shouldn't have understood. Then, I will say it again. Those words were taught by Feng Yuan and the others in order to frame Jiang Haotian and the other three. Gong Zongfeng. Feng Yuan and Yin Hui shouted in unison, their eyes gloomy to the extreme. Jin Yunchang, on the other hand, had a look of surprise. They actually turned against him? But why was that? Frame Jiang Haotian and the other three? What the hell is going on? The big shots also frowned and kept discussing. At the same time, the First Elder and Shengguan Fenglan also looked at each other, and a glint flashed in their eyes at the same time. Silence. The First Elder shouted. The great council hall immediately fell into dead silence. The First Elder looked at Gong Zongfeng and said, This old man is very interested to hear how they framed Jiang Haotian and the other three. First Elder, don't listen to his nonsense. Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Gong Zongfeng, why is that? Could it be that Jiang Haotian and the others gave you some benefits? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang were also burning with anxiety as they secretly reprimanded Gong Zongfeng. But Gong Zongfeng ignored them from beginning to end. The First Elder looked at Feng Yuan and said with a smile, Don't be anxious, let him speak first. Feng Yuan wanted to say something again. But at this moment, Gong Zongfeng spoke. First Elder, the truth is that Qingli was actually killed by Jin Yunchang and Yu Zijie, and then framed senior brother Feng Zi and the other two. And the 4 disciples that appeared in the resource hall were deliberately arranged by Yin Hui, Yu Zijie, and Jin Yunchang in order to lure Jiang Haotian into the trap. As for Feng Zijuan being killed by Jiang Haotian, that's an even more groundless accusation. And all of this was meticulously planned by them in order to get rid of Jiang Haotian and the others. Gong Zongfeng said. What? Qingli was actually killed by Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang? Wait. Why is Yu Zijie involved in this matter? The powerhouses were surprised. Because senior brother Feng Zi has always been suppressing Yu Zijie, which made Yu Zijie very unhappy. Especially the last time in the treasure pavilion, when he was bidding for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, senior brother Feng Zi humiliated him in public, causing him to bear a grudge in his heart. So, he joined forces with Yin Hui and the others to get rid of senior brother Feng Zi. Gong Zongfeng said. Gong Zongfeng, have you said enough? What benefits did you receive from them to actually help them bite back at us? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang shouted. I didn't receive any benefits from them. I just don't want to collude with you guys, and I don't want a good person like senior brother Jiang to be harmed by you guys, so I told the truth. Gong Zongfeng said indifferently. Yin Hui was infuriated. No wonder Qin Feiyang and the others weren't worried at all before. It turned out that they had already bribed Gong Zongfeng. The first elder said with a smile, this matter is really getting more and more interesting. First elder, don't listen to his nonsense. He must be holding a grudge against us because we didn't give his mother a status, so he joined forces with Jiang Haotian and the others to take revenge on us. Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Yes. He has always been brooding about this matter. First elder, you have to be clear about this. The words of such a person are not worthy of trust at all. Jin Yunchang also said. Not worthy of trust? That's not right. Why didn't I see you guys say such things when you were slandering us earlier? Now that he has told the truth, you guys are saying that he is not worthy of trust. Isn't that too realistic? Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them mockingly. That's because we were blind before and didn't see his true colors clearly. Jin Yunchang roared. You really should dig out your eyes. Otherwise, why are you so blind and always provoking us? Qin Feiyang laughed. Jin Yunchang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The first elder glanced at Qin Feiyang and Jin Yunchang and said angrily, quiet. Jin Yunchang became obedient at once. Qin Feiyang also shut his mouth tactfully. The first elder looked at Gong Zongfeng and said in a deep voice, your one-sided words can't be used as evidence. I know that no one will believe you if you go back on your words like this. Gong Zongfeng nodded. The first elder asked, then do you have evidence? I don't. Gong Zongfeng shook his head. Feng Yuan and the other two immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no evidence. Gong Zongfeng said again, but it doesn't mean that others don't have evidence. What? Feng Yuan and the other two were shocked. Their hearts that had just been relieved were suspended again. Who? The first elder asked. Me. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the void. Immediately after, a young man in purple appeared beside Gong Zongfeng out of thin air. You are? The first elder looked at the young man in purple suspiciously. The young man in purple bowed and said, First elder, my name is Mu Qing, an inner disciple. Mu Qing? The first elder frowned. Shangguan Fenglan said, First elder, I have seen him before. He seems to be Mu Tianyang's relative. The first elder stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, I remember now. I saw him during the test. Yes. He was with Mu Tianyang and a girl named Guosweki. Shangguan Fenglan said. The other giants also remembered. There was indeed such a person. Chapter 2140. Mu Qing. Feng Yuan frowned. Yin Hui said to herself, Father, do you know this person too? Yes. During the assessment, the first elder seemed to be very concerned about him. Feng Yuan transmitted his voice. Concerned? Yin Hui was surprised. I still remember that Jiang Haotian entered a state of invisibility and wanted to assassinate this person. But in the end, this person seemed to know his location and dodged in advance. That's what the first elder is concerned about. Feng Yuan said to himself. Invisibility? Yin Hui frowned. There was no doubt. Jiang Haotian entered the state of invisibility because he had mastered a divine art that could make him invisible. But this Mu Qing could actually see through the other party's invisibility. This was a little unbelievable. The first elder looked at Mu Qing and asked, Just now you said that you have evidence. Is that true? Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Where is the evidence? The first elder said. Mu Qing took out the image crystal and said with a smile, "The evidence is here." In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on the image crystal in Mu Qing's hand. Jin Yunchang was shocked and transmitted his voice, "Father-in-law, he wouldn't have secretly recorded something, right? Don't panic." Feng Yuan said to himself and stared at Mu Qing's image crystal with a gloomy expression. Yin Hui said to herself, "Why don't we just destroy the image crystal? Don't be impulsive. Maybe this is a trap set by Jiang Haotian." Feng Yuan transmitted his voice. A trap? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang were surprised. Yes. Maybe they don't have evidence at all. They are just pretending to lure us to take action. Because once we take action, it is equivalent to admitting that we framed them. Feng Yuan said to himself. That's true. Only a guilty conscience would destroy the image crystal. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang muttered. But in their hearts, there was always a sense of anxiety and uneasiness. Mu Qing looked at Feng Yuan and the other two and asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you have any reaction when you saw the image crystal? How do you want us to react?" Feng Yuan sneered. Mu Qing said, "There's evidence of you framing me. Logically speaking, shouldn't you destroy it when no one is paying attention?" Destroy it? You must be joking. We are not afraid of crooked shadows. Feng Yuan sneered. He was certain that there was nothing inside the image crystal. This was a bait to lure them into making a move. Once they made a move, even if there was no evidence, it would be difficult for them to get away with it. Hearing Mu Qing's words, Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang's hearts calmed down. Did he really think that he could trick them with such a petty trick? Naive. Mu Qing looked at the three of them in astonishment and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll make it public?" Make it public. Feng Yuan's face was filled with provocation. Are you sure? Why don't I give you another chance? It's not too late to destroy it now. After Mu Qing finished speaking, she handed the image crystal to Feng Yuan. The sneer on Feng Yuan's face deepened. Alas. Mu Qing shook her head and sighed, saying, "You don't want the opportunity that's given to you. I really don't know what you're thinking." In that case. Mu Qing retreated to Mu Tianyang's side, looked at the chief elder and the other giants, and said with a smile, "Everyone, please enjoy." Buzz. The image crystal was immediately activated. In the void of the main hall, an image immediately unfolded. In the image, there were Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Child Feng. Moreover, it was the time when Yin Hui told Feng Yuan about the overall plan. What? Feng Yuan and the other two were stunned as if they had been hit in the head. They didn't lie to them. There was really an image. Damn it. They should have destroyed the image crystal before. Although destroying the image crystal was a sign of guilt, there was no real evidence. The chief elder could only give them a warning at most. But it was different now. The image in front of them was irrefutable evidence. They had a chance, and the other party had given it to them, but they didn't cherish it? At this moment, the three of them were full of regret. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It should be too late for them to destroy the image crystal now. Moreover, the chief elder and the others wouldn't give them the chance. "Father-in-law, what should we do?" Jin Yunchang looked at the image and couldn't help but tremble. "How would I know?" Feng Yuan said angrily. He didn't expect that Mu Qing would record their conversation. At this time, the meeting hall was dead silent. The chief elder, Shangguan Fenglan, and the other giants were all looking at the image in the void, their faces extremely gloomy. A moment later, the image finally ended. Mu Qing put away the image crystal, turned to look at Feng Yuan and the other two, and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You didn't cherish it." Puff. As soon as these words came out, Feng Yuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This was extreme anger attacking the heart. Smack. The chief elder slammed his palm on the table, stood up, looked at Feng Yuan and the other two, and shouted, "What do you have to say now?" The three of them trembled and directly knelt on the ground. What did I say just now? Sit tight and don't be scared stiff. Didn't it come true? Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them mockingly. The three of them were thinking about how to escape this disaster, so how could they listen to these words? Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, you've gone too far this time. Jiang Haotian and the others did have a grudge against you, but you know in your heart that you provoked them first. Yet, you all have been unrepentant this entire time. Now, you even came up with such a vicious scheme to frame them. You even lied to us and the chief elder. You've gone mad. Do you think people like you deserve to be the resource hall master and the disciplinary hall elder? The giants were extremely angry. Deceiving them like this was treating them like idiots. Looking at the angry giants, Feng Yuan and the other two's faces were full of fear. Sigh. The chief elder sighed and said, this old man didn't expect that the Nine Heaven Palace was hiding such terrifying people like you. I'm sorry, chief elder, Feng Yuan hurriedly apologized. Is an apology useful? When Feng Wenhai framed Jiang Haotian last time, this old man asked you if you had anything to do with it. How did you answer this old man back then? You swore that you didn't know about it and didn't participate in it. This old man believed you, but what about now? How can this old man still believe you after what you've done? The chief elder said with a face full of disappointment. Chief elder, this has nothing to do with Lord Father. He only knew about it afterward. And Jin Yunchang and I have nothing to do with this. Because this plan was thought of by Gongzi Feng. At most, we're accomplices. Yin Hui said. Yes, yes, yes. This was all Gongzi Feng's idea. Please forgive us, Chief Elder. Jin Yunchang hurriedly said. Not only are you unrepentant, but you're also pushing the blame. How stubborn. Even if this plan was thought of by Gongzi Feng, you still deserve to die. The Chief Elder shouted angrily. Yes, yes, yes. It's all our fault. Chief Elder, please forgive us and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. The three of them trembled and hurriedly said. Shut up for this old man first. The chief elder snorted coldly and returned to his seat. He looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, send a message to Yu Zijie and tell him to come over immediately. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after. A young man in white appeared. It was Yu Zijie. Greetings, Hall Master. Yu Zijie stood in a cultivation room and bowed respectfully to Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan said, come to the conference hall immediately. Go to the conference hall? Yu Zijie was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Just come when I tell you to, what nonsense are you talking about? Shangguan Fenglan shouted. Okay, I'll be right there. Yu Zijie hurriedly nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Yu Zijie, this bastard, I will not let him off easily. Don't be polite with me later. If you have a grudge, take revenge. Frenzy transmitted his voice. Thinking of Yu Zijie's face at the St. Peak, he couldn't help but get angry. Don't worry. My fists have been thirsting for blood for a long time. Mu Tianyang secretly laughed. Next. No one spoke. Feng Yuan and the other two also kept kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Because they all knew that the chief elder was angry. Once this old man was angry, the consequences were very serious. The conference hall once again fell into dead silence. Da-da. Not long after. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a young man in white ran into the conference hall. It was Yu Zijie. But when he saw Feng Yuan and the other two kneeling on the ground, his expression suddenly froze. What's the situation? Why are they kneeling on the ground? Coming back to his senses, Yu Zijie looked at Qin Feiyang and the others again and immediately fell into a daze. Why are these people standing? What happened? Logically speaking, the people kneeling on the ground should be Frenzy and Jiang Haotian, right? Yu Zijie. The chief elder shouted. Yuzijie quivered and hurriedly bowed. Greetings to the chief elder, greetings to the lords. Answer me. Did you kill Qingli? The chief elder asked. Yuzijie was shocked and glanced at Feng Yuan and the other two. Could it be that the matter had been exposed? But how was this possible? Speak. The chief elder shouted. Yuzijie hurriedly said, Chief elder, where did this come from? Weren't Frenzy and the others the ones who killed Qingli? You really don't want to tell the truth. The chief elder's face was full of anger. As the second person on the heaven roll and the direct disciple of the second elder, you actually colluded with Feng Yuan and the others to frame others. You are really something. Plop. Yuzijie quivered and directly knelt on the ground. He was so frightened that he was paralyzed. Feng Yuan and the others have already confessed to the stupid things you have done. Tell me, how should I punish you? The chief elder said coldly. Confess? Yuzijie was taken aback and immediately roared in his heart. Damn it, damn it. Why did these three bastards confess? Chapter 2141. If it was just a small mistake, he wouldn't care at all. Because as the disciple of the second elder, he had a lot of glory and the upper echelons of Nine Heaven Palace wouldn't do anything to him. But this time, he killed an elder. Although he was only an outer elder, he was still an elder. The most important thing was, the person he framed was the person the great elder cared about the most. Perhaps even his master would be enraged if he heard of this. The great elder's face was gloomy as he shouted, Yuzijie, answer this old man's question. Yuzijie's body trembled as he hurriedly said, Great elder, this disciple was bewitched by them. This disciple is indeed wrong. This disciple will definitely change. Bewitched? The madman laughed in anger. He was clearly the mastermind, yet he was still complaining. He took a step forward and kicked Yuzijie to the ground, causing his head to bleed. Madman, you bastard, Yuzijie immediately cursed, but when he got up and saw the expression on the madman's face, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The cursing also stopped abruptly. You're cursing. If you have the guts, then curse me out. The madman licked his lips, his expression was cold, and his eyes were bloodthirsty. Yuzijie's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. The madman laughed and grabbed Yuzijie, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him crazily. Seeing this situation, the big shots couldn't help frowning. After all, he was the second elder's disciple, wasn't this a bit too much? But seeing the great elder indifferent, they didn't dare to stop him. After a while, Yuzijie's face that was constantly rubbing against the ground was unrecognizable, and blood flowed all over the ground. Pain. A heart-wrenching pain. But compared to pain, it was more humiliation. Torturing him like this in front of so many people was a formless humiliation. But now, he didn't dare to fight back or resist. Because he had made a mistake, the great elder didn't say anything, which was equivalent to tacitly agreeing with the madman's actions. And in front of the madman, he didn't have the strength to fight back or resist. The madman suddenly stopped, got up and kicked. Yuzijie immediately rolled like a ball, lying on the ground face up. The skin on his face was completely worn out, and he no longer looked human. The madman sneered, Do you still remember what I said on the Saint Mountain? Yuzijie's body and mind tightened, and the panic in his heart grew stronger. Of course, he remembered that madman had silently said, You're dead. But at that time, he didn't care at all. He thought that the lunatic would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect the plot to turn around so quickly. How is it? Now it has come true. A piece of trash like you dares to scheme against me? The madman looked down at Yuzijie with disdain. Trash? When Yuzijie heard this, he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were burning with rage. Still not convinced? The madman stomped on Yuzijie's stomach, shattering his chi-si. Roar, Yuzijie immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. An old man couldn't bear it and said with a frown, Madman, that should be enough. Enough? The madman raised his eyebrows as he looked at the old man and cursed, "Are you fucking joking?" "You," the old man's eyes widened. "What's wrong with me? When I was wrong just now, all of you were shouting at me and even wanted to kill me. But when it's you, Zijia, why are all of you acting like a mute? And now you're scolding me? What's wrong? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The madman said with a sneer. When the old man heard this, he immediately lowered his head in shame. "Actually, I know that all of you old fools have long found me an eyesore. Unfortunately, my life is very tough, I just can't die." The madman had a mocking expression. The first elder coughed dryly. "Madman, don't go too far. You won't let others speak the truth? Look at these people, which one of them isn't like the old man? They don't do anything usually, but when something happens, they run out. The key is that I haven't seen them say a single meaningful word. What's the point of living for such people? It's better to dig a hole early, lie in it, and then cover it with soil to avoid being hated." The madman pursed his lips. When Qin Feiyang and the other two heard this, their faces immediately turned red. This was really insulting. How could these old fellows have any face left? The atmosphere at the scene was quite awkward. The big shots were both angry and ashamed. Cough, cough. The first elder coughed dryly and said, "Let's get to the point. Everyone, tell us, how should we deal with them?" The madman said indifferently, "Before you speak, you have to think carefully, lest you go down in history and infamy." "Go down in history and infamy?" "Senior brother madman, why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Think about it yourself. Previously, when we were wronged, they all said righteously that if we weren't killed, it wouldn't be enough to appease the anger of the people. Now, if trash like Feng Yuan says that he's lenient because of old ties, wouldn't he be cursed in the future?" The madman joked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, "It does make sense." "Nonsense. I'm such a smart person, how can my words not make sense?" The madman touched his chin narcissistically, but when he looked at the big shots, his eyes were full of playfulness. The big shots were about to go crazy with anger. This madman was obviously mocking them. Seeing that the situation was set and couldn't be reversed, Yin Hui couldn't help but sigh secretly. She looked at the first elder and pleaded, "First elder, this matter really has nothing to do with my father. I am willing to bear it alone. Please look at my father's conscientious work in the Nine Heavens Palace all these years and give him a way out." Feng Yuan looked at Yin Hui, tears flowing down his old face. "Father, you are not in the wrong. You were implicated by us. I'm sorry to have implicated you." Yin Hui blamed herself. "No. First elder, I am the mastermind of this matter. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang were instigated by me. I am willing to bear all the consequences." Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at the first elder. Yin Hui's expression changed and said secretly, "Father, what are you doing?" Jin Yunchang was also quite surprised. He originally guessed that Feng Yuan might let him take the blame. Because, although he was Feng Yuan's son-in-law, whether it was background or strength, he couldn't compare to Yin Hui. After all, Yin Hui still had a master. Her master was an existence that even the big shots had to be respectful to. However, he never thought that Feng Yuan would take the blame himself. "I know what I am doing. Although this will ruin my reputation, with my status in the Nine Heavens Palace and my contributions to the Nine Heavens Palace over the years, the first elder will definitely not kill me. But you are different. Once you bear this responsibility, you will have to pay the price of beheading. My Feng family has already become like this. No one can be sacrificed." Feng Yuan transmitted his voice. His tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. A mere Jiang Haotian had caused their Feng family to become like this? Was this fate? The first elder looked at the three, his eyes flickering. Finally, he looked at Feng Yuan and sighed, "This old man can understand your feelings. But the evidence that Mu Qing took out is enough to prove that you only knew about it after the fact. So this responsibility has to be shouldered by Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang. After the first elder finished speaking, he looked at Yu Zijie and said, "You too. Although you are the second elder's disciple, you have to be punished for your mistakes." Yu Zijie's eyes trembled. Then, the first elder looked at the big shots and said, "This is not the first time the Feng family has framed Jiang Haotian. If this matter is not handled properly, it will definitely arouse public anger. Everyone, please make a decision." The big shots looked at each other, unable to make up their minds for a moment. One of the middle-aged men said, "First elder, since the victims are Jiang Haotian and the other three, why don't we let them make the decision?" "Yes, yes, yes. Whether it's for public or private reasons, it's best to let them make the decision." The others agreed. They didn't want to incur Feng Yuan's hatred. Because from the first elder's attitude, he didn't have any intention of punishing Feng Yuan. Of course. The person they were most afraid of was Yin Hui's master, Elder Yun. This old man wasn't someone they could offend. Therefore, it was better not to get involved in this matter. Mu Tianyang glanced at the big shots and secretly sneered, "What a bunch of old foxes. I've long expected it. As long as Feng Yuan is still the hall master of the resource hall, they won't dare to offend him." Qin Feiyang secretly said. As for the first elder. In fact, just like when he punished Feng Wenhai last time, he didn't want to be the bad guy, so he let the big shots make the decision. "Jiang Haotian, Frenzy, Hui Yi, Mu Tianyang, since the big shots suggested that you guys make the decision, then you guys should think about it carefully." The first elder laughed. Old fox, the four of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. He actually handed it over to them. For a time, the four of them once again became the focus of the audience. This matter, cough, cough. Brother Jiang should make the decision. Mu Tianyang laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Jiang has the deepest grudge with the Feng family, so it's very appropriate to let Brother Jiang make the decision. Hui Yi also laughed. "Jiang Haotian, you have a heavy responsibility." Frenzy patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and laughed. "Are you guys interested?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The three of them laughed but didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He glanced at Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang before looking at Yu Zijie. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang didn't care. After all, they had already offended the Feng family. But this Yu Zijie was a very troublesome problem. One has to know that behind Yu Zijie was the second elder, and his talent was also very outstanding. If he died because of him, the second elder would most likely come to find trouble with him. If he understood the second elder, he might be able to think of a countermeasure. But currently, he knew nothing about the second elder. "Hurry up, everyone is waiting," Frenzy urged. Qin Feiyang secretly said angrily, "Don't you want to deal with Yu Zijie? Now that such a good opportunity has presented itself, why don't you make a move? I've already beaten him up just now, and I've already vented my anger." Frenzy secretly laughed. Chapter 2142. Qin Feiyang stared at Madman and took a deep breath. Since when did he become so wishy-washy? He wasn't like this in the past. Could it be that the sharpness from back then had been wiped out? In fact, sharpness was something that everyone had when they were young. But as they continued to grow, as time passed, they would slowly change and no longer be as impulsive and reckless as before. In short, after a person matured, before doing anything, they would consider all aspects. "Jiang Haotian, how about we talk again?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at Feng Yuan. Because the owner of the voice was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan transmitted his voice, same as last time, 4 billion soul stones, 4 peak-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang was stunned, this again? "Jiang Haotian, how about we talk?" Suddenly, another voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Zijie in surprise. Yu Zijie secretly said, "I will give you 1 billion soul stones, let me go, and I promise that I will treat you like a brother in the future. Brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although you have Madman's protection now, you have to know that Madman can go to the Divine Palace at any time. When Madman goes to the Divine Palace, then you will have no support in Nine Heavens Palace. And now, as long as we become friends, then I can be your backer in the future. At that time, you can still run rampant in Nine Heavens Palace. Yu Zijie transmitted his voice. Friend? Backer? Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, but before, you wanted to kill me. This is a misunderstanding. You should also know that my real target is not you. Yu Zijie secretly said. I know your target is Madman, but I almost died under your tricks, that is an indisputable fact. Do you think we can be friends like this? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Of course. As long as you're willing. Yu Zijie said. Do you know? If it was me who had just entered Nine Heavens Palace, would have definitely agreed. Because at that time, I lacked soul stones. But now, I don't lack anything. Qin Feiyang said to Yu Zijie indifferently. Then, he said to Feng Yuan through telepathy, last time, I already showed mercy, but in return, you guys went from bad to worse. So, this kind of thing won't happen again. Following closely. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the Great Elder. He bowed and said, Great Elder, this disciple has made his decision. Go ahead. The Grand Elder said. Jiang Haotian, you better think carefully. Yu Zijie and Feng Yuan shouted at Qin Feiyang at almost the same time. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to the Great Elder's words. As all the lords have said, this matter has already spread to the entire Northern Territory. If we do not punish them severely, it will damage the reputation of our Nine Heavens Palace. Therefore, this disciple believes that these people should be killed without mercy. Kill without mercy. Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang's eyes trembled. Although they were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel afraid when they heard this. Well said. The reputation of Nine Heavens Palace needs to be protected by all of us. For the sake of this reputation, Shangguan Fenglan, do it. The Great Elder shouted. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up. Yu Zijie immediately panicked. He kowtowed while crying, Great Elder, I dare not do it again. Please, spare me this time. I dare not do it again. Jin Yunchang also begged repeatedly. Only Yin Hui remained silent. She stared at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of hatred. Jin Yunchang, you deserve to die the most. Last time, you used the cave-dwelling incident to deliberately make things difficult for Jiang Haotian and the others. This palace lord was already merciful by not expelling you from Nine Heavens Palace, but you don't repent. When Shangguan Fenglan said this, killing intent surged in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a strand of divine power streaked across the sky like lightning and entered Jin Yunchang's forehead under his despairing gaze. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Jin Yunchang fell to the ground on the spot. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows and blood flowed out. Looking at this scene, Yu Zijie became more and more panicked. Yin Hui, as an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, you knowingly broke the law. Not only did you damage the reputation of Nine Heavens Palace, but you also deceived us and the Great Elder. With 2 crimes on your body, you deserve to die. Shangguan Fenglan said coldly. After speaking, a strand of divine power appeared again. Stop. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded. Following closely, a black-clothed old man strode into the meeting hall. Elder Yun. Master. When Feng Yuan and Yin Hui saw the old man, their eyes burned with hope. The various leaders were also moved by this. However, Qin Feiyang and the others frowned. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and looked at Elder Yun. Elder Yun, this matter. The black-clothed old man waved his hand and stopped Shangguan Fenglan. He then looked at the Great Elder and bowed. Greetings, Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded. In fact, I have been here for a long time, but I didn't show up, so this old man knows everything that happened before. And I am not here to plead for Yin Hui. Elder Yun said. Then why are you here? The great elder was suspicious. Elder Yun said, I killed her with my own hands. What? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Killed Yin Hui with his own hands? Yin Hui was also completely dumbfounded. She thought that Elder Yun was here to help her, but she didn't expect that he was here to kill her. Elder Yun, she is your disciple. Feng Yuan also had a look of disbelief. It is because she is my disciple that I have to end her life with my own hands. Elder Yun's eyes were cold, looking at Yin Hui with a face of disappointment. In the past, I accepted you as a disciple because I saw that you were ambitious and kind-hearted, but I didn't expect that you would become like this today. I'm sorry. Yin Hui lowered her head. Elder Yun stepped forward, touched Yin Hui's head, and sighed. In fact, I don't want to kill you, but since you made a mistake, you should bear the consequences. Master, please do it. Yin Hui slowly closed her eyes. Sigh. Elder Yun let out a long sigh, the divine power in his palm moved, and a stream of blood suddenly gushed out from the top of Yin Hui's head. Elder Yun said, Don't worry, this old man will take good care of Zihan for you. Thank you, Master. Yin Hui smiled gratefully. Elder Yun's arm shook, and a crisp sound suddenly came from Yin Hui's head. Following that, Yin Hui slowly fell to the ground, and her life fluctuations quickly dissipated. Sure enough, he is a real old man. Qin Feiyang sighed. Mu Tianyang and Hui also nodded. Phew. Elder Yun exhaled, retracted his arm, and looked at the Great Elder. Great Elder, I have a presumptuous request. Speak. The Great Elder said. Elder Yun said, I want to bury her with my own hands. Okay. After all, she is your disciple. The Great Elder nodded. Thank you, Great Elder. Elder Yun bowed, then carried Yin Hui's body, turned around, and strode out. Throughout the whole process, he ignored Qin Feiyang and the others, as if he didn't see them. After Elder Yun left, Feng Yuan collapsed on the ground powerlessly, his eyes lifeless, and his whole person seemed to have aged dozens of years. First, Feng Wenhai was expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace, then Feng Zijuan was killed, and then Jin Fatso died because of him. Now, Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang died one after another. In just a few months, his son, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, grandson, and grandson had met with misfortune one after another. The current Feng family could be considered to have declined in the true sense. This blow to him was too great. Looking at Yu Zijia again. Jin Yunchang and Yin Hui died one after another, and at this moment, his heart was completely in despair. Regret and hatred intertwined. Shangguan Fenglan lowered her head to look at Yu Zijia and sighed. You originally had a great future, but unfortunately, it was all buried in your own hands. I refuse to accept this. Why can you just let it go when a lunatic makes a mistake? And when I make a mistake, you want to kill me? Yu Zijia suddenly roared. Lunatic did make a lot of mistakes in the past, but he has never killed an elder-level figure. Shangguan Fenglan said. Qingli is just an outer sect elder, and I am second on the heaven leaderboard, the #1 alchemist. Am I not as valuable as him? You want me to die with him? Why? Yu Zijia had already gone crazy. Because if it was any other time, he would never dare to say such words. Although outer sect elders and inner sect elders didn't have high status in the Nine Heavens Palace, they were still elder-level figures. Behind people's backs, you could ignore them, but in front of others, you had to show respect. You really don't have the slightest bit of regret. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head in disappointment, and a strand of divine power flew out, heading straight for Yu Zijia's forehead. Jiang Haotian, you don't want me to live, so I won't let you have it easy. I'll kill you. But at the same time, Yu Zijia roared and charged at Qin Feiyang. Just you? Madman seemed to have expected that Yu Zijia would act out of desperation. He took a step in front of Qin Feiyang and sent him flying with a kick. Bang! Yuzijie screamed as he flew out and smashed into a stone pillar. Madman, you bastard! Yuzijie's hair stood up in anger as he ran towards Madman in a sorry state. Pa! But at this moment, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. A white figure appeared in front of Yuzijie out of thin air and raised his hand to slap Yuzijie's face. Qin Feiyang was surprised. It was the back of a young man. His figure was quite thin, and his clothes were whiter than snow. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his entire person exuded an ethereal and unfathomable aura. Not good. Madman muttered. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him. Madman secretly said, he is the second elder of our Nine Heavens Palace. The second elder is so young? Mu Tianyang was surprised. This is normal. At our level, as long as we are willing, we can always maintain our youthful state. Madman said. Master. Yuzijie was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Master, I don't want to die, save me. Chapter 21:43. Shut up. The second elder shouted. His voice was also very young, but it was very stern. The great elder looked at the second elder and said, Second elder, aren't you in closed-door cultivation? You can't wait for me to continue my closed-door cultivation so that you can kill my good-for-nothing disciple? The second elder turned around and looked at the great elder. It was a cold face. The bridge of his nose was high, his facial features were cold, his dark eyes were incomparably sharp, and his two sword-like eyebrows emitted a threatening aura. Can't wait? Second elder, this old man doesn't like to hear these words. It's your disciple who made a mistake, why do you say this old man can't wait? The great elder laughed. Don't say such pompous words. Yuzijie has indeed gone overboard this time, but at most, he can only be considered an accomplice. He doesn't deserve to die. The second elder said indifferently. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and secretly thought, he really doesn't hide it at all. He has a high position and power, second only to the great elder. What else does he need to hide? It seems that it's impossible to kill Yuzijie this time. Mu Tianyang and Huai sighed secretly. At the same time, when Yuzijie heard the second elder's words, his mind immediately calmed down. Following that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, his face full of pride and provocation, as if to say, see, I have a backer, it's hard to die even if I want to. Madman's eyes flashed as he looked at the second elder. Don't deserve to die. Second elder, according to what you said, Qingli and those 4 disciples deserve to die. The great elder said unhappily. I didn't say that. But since they're already dead, why add more souls to the dead? Besides, haven't Jin Yunchang and Yin Hui already been killed by you? It can be considered as not letting Qingli and the others down. The second elder said. The great elder's eyes darkened, and said, Second elder, this is not something you should say as the second elder of Nine Heavens Palace. Then what do you want me to say? I only have one disciple, is it wrong for me to protect him? The second elder said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Second elder, aren't you being a bit too unreasonable? Shut up. I'm talking to boss. Who are you to interrupt? Don't you know your place? The second elder scolded mercilessly. How dare you bully my lawn, Huai was burning with rage as he roared, even our Nine Heavens Palace's second elder has to be reasonable, right? The second elder shot an unfriendly glance at Huai and said, Who do you think you are? Shangguan Fenglan saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted at Huai, You shut up for me. I won't. Huai's temper flared up. He looked at the second elder and said, Although I'm only an ordinary disciple, I at least know that a person should have a bottom line, and also have a bit of conscience. How dare you? The second elder enunciated each word clearly. With a loud bang, a terrifying pressure rushed towards Huai. Shangguan Fenglan's expression changed as she hurriedly stood in front of Huai and cried out, Second elder, please calm down. However, the second elder turned a deaf ear to him. Pressure surged forth. There was a trace of fear in Shangguan Fenglan's eyes, but she did not retreat. Boom! The pressure blasted behind her. Puff! Shangguan Fenglan's delicate body trembled, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Lan Hua Yi was shocked and hurriedly supported Shangguan Fenglan, his face full of concern. Can you say a few words less? If he's angry and insists on killing you, even I can't stop him. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. Good, good, good. Hua Yi nodded repeatedly. Lan When the second elder heard how Hua Yi addressed Shangguan Fenglan, his expression was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Shangguan Fenglan, you're actually playing with a disciple. I knew it, so many people pursued you before, but you didn't agree. It turns out that you like those who are weaker than you, those who are younger than you. An old cow eating young grass, your hobby is not bad. His words were full of ridicule. The other giants also looked at Shangguan Fenglan and Hua Yi with strange expressions. An old cow eating young grass, Hua Yi originally did not intend to interrupt. But when he heard these words, the anger in his heart that had been suppressed with great difficulty rose again. And it was even stronger than before. The great elder's gaze sank slightly, and he said angrily, Second elder, your words are a bit too much. Too much? No way. It's just the truth. The second elder laughed. Damn it. This bastard is really annoying. Qin Feiyang muttered. So what if I'm annoyed? Mu Tianyang glanced helplessly, looked at the angry Hua Yi next to him, and said, Brother Hua, we are not his opponent, don't be impulsive. Watching your beloved woman being humiliated like this, if it were you, would you be able to bear it? Hua Yi said angrily. I really can't bear it. Mu Tianyang shook his head and said, however, you have to bear it even if you can't bear it. Jiang Haotian, Mu Tianyang, frenzy, take Hua Yi and leave immediately. Shangguan Fenglan's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Okay. The three of them nodded. They knew that if they didn't take Hua Yi away, it would definitely become more and more troublesome. The three of them immediately carried Hua Yi and walked outside. Shangguan Fenglan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked up at the second elder, and said, Second elder, although Hua Yi is weaker and younger than me, but when it comes to feelings, as long as both sides are in love, it's fine, so please respect me a little. How am I disrespecting you? Because you are already so old, is it wrong to call you an old cow? That's right, isn't it, everyone? The second elder glanced at the big shots, his face full of ridicule. None of the big shots made a sound. But on their faces, there was a trace of a smile. Fuck you, you're still pushing your luck. Hua Yi had just been carried to the door by Qin Feiyang and the other two. Hearing the second elder's words, he was immediately furious. Courting death. The second elder's eyes were cold. The one courting death is you. Hua Yi roared. Brother Hua, calm down. Let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang persuaded. Even Madman had been persuading him. If this continued, something big would definitely happen. Let go of me, I'm going to kill him. How could Hua Yi listen? Especially when he saw Shangguan Fenglan being humiliated in public, his heart couldn't help but go crazy. A murderous intent appeared in the second elder's eyes, and he said to Qin Feiyang and the other two, let him go, I want to see how he's going to kill me. Second elder, please be magnanimous, don't bother with him. We'll take him away immediately. Mu Tianyang said with a flattering smile. The murderous intent in the second elder's eyes grew stronger, and he shouted, I told you to let him go, didn't you hear me? Qin Feiyang and the other two froze and quickly let go of Hua Yi. The second elder put his hands behind his back, looked at Hua Yi contemptuously, and said, Boy, come, I'm standing here, kill me if you have the ability. Brother Hua, don't make a move. He's deliberately provoking you. As long as you make a move, he will have a reason to kill you in front of the great elder. Qin Feiyang and the other two secretly thought. Humph. Forlorn, even if I die, it's worth it. Hua Yi coldly snorted, and walked towards the second elder step by step. Hua Yi. Shangguan Fenglan was also burning with anxiety. Why was this person so stubborn? Second brother, it's just a disciple, is there a need to make such a big fuss? The great elder frowned, and waved his hand. Hua Yi, you can leave. Boss, a mere disciple dares to clamor with me. If I let him leave now, how can I establish myself in the Nine Heavens Palace in the future? The second elder raised his eyebrows. Clamor? All right, then I'll show you my true arrogance. The corner of Hua Yi's mouth lifted. Shwa. Suddenly, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were shocked. How did he disappear? They didn't catch him at all. How is this possible? Madman muttered. What do you mean? Could it be that even Madman didn't catch him? When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard Madman's voice, they hurriedly looked at him and saw Madman's face filled with disbelief. Looking at his expression, they really didn't catch him. The two of them were in disbelief as they looked at Shangguan Fenglan, the great elder, the second elder, and the other big shots. Each and every one of them had a look of surprise. It can't be. Even they didn't catch how Hua Yi disappeared. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were suddenly in a state of shock. Where are you looking? Hua Yi's voice suddenly sounded again. Everyone looked over and saw that Hua Yi had actually appeared behind Yuzijie at some point in time. Yuzijie was also in a daze. One must know that he was a perfect divine lord, and Hua Yi was just a perfect divine war god. But when Hua Yi appeared behind him, he didn't feel anything at all. But then, a terrifying thought crawled up in everyone's mind. Why did Hua Yi run behind Yuzijie? Could it be, no? Shangguan Fenglan quivered and hurriedly shouted at Hua Yi. However, Hua Yi turned a deaf ear. He raised his arm and grabbed Yuzijie's head. You're courting death. Yuzijie shouted angrily. A mere perfect divine war god wanted to kill him? But just as he was about to make a move, he was shocked to find that whether it was divine power or physical strength, he couldn't mobilize them. In fact, it was as if his entire body had been frozen, and he was unable to move in the slightest. Do you know? The person you shouldn't provoke the most is actually not Jiang Haotian, nor Madman, and definitely not Mu Tianyang. It's me, Hua Yi. Hua Yi lowered his head and whispered into Yuzijie's ear. Then, the big hand that grabbed Yuzijie's head slightly exerted force. Kacha. Immediately, Yuzijie's head exploded like a watermelon. His divine soul was directly shattered. He died on the spot. What? He actually killed Yuzijie. He's just a perfect divine war god, how did he do it? The big shots' hearts fluctuated and they were extremely shocked. Great Elder, Shangguan Fenglan, Qin Feiyang, Madman, Mu Tianyang, Gongzi Feng, including Feng Yuan who was paralyzed on the ground, were all dumbfounded. Not to mention the second elder. He was completely stunned. Not only did he kill his disciple in front of him, but he also killed him so easily. Is this kind of strength a perfect divine war god should have? Chapter 2144. When he came back to his senses, the second elder was furious. There was no doubt about it. Killing Yuzijie in front of him, in front of so many people, was not only a provocation to him, but also a humiliation to him. As the second elder of Nine Heavens Palace, how could he tolerate someone being so presumptuous in front of him? Not to mention that the other party was just a small disciple. Boom! A monstrous pressure rushed out of his body like a torrent of beasts and pounced towards Hua Yi. This time, the second elder did not hold back. The terrifying aura made Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang despair. But Hua Yi's expression did not change. It was as if he did not put it in his eyes at all. Boom! The pressure enveloped over, but Hui stood under the pressure and his body did not even tremble. It was as if this pressure had no effect on him. How could this be? The second elder's eyes could not help but have a trace of surprise. Shangguan Fenglan was also in disbelief. That look in her eyes felt as if it was the first time she had seen Hui. She did not expect that this young man who usually did not care much would have such a terrifying ability. This elder does not believe that I can't deal with a small disciple like you. Killing intent surged in the second elder's eyes as divine power emerged. Second elder. The great elder hurriedly shouted. He actually used divine power. This was not a child's play. He killed my disciple, he must die today. How could the second elder, who was already drowned in anger, listen? His divine power roared in all directions as he charged towards Hui. The great elder's face sank as he quickly condensed a divine power barrier, enveloping the second elder and Hui. Doing this was to protect the conference hall. He was very clear about the second elder's strength. Although the conference hall had been tempered by divine power, once the second elder was serious, it would definitely be destroyed. Secondly, it was to isolate the movements here so as not to alarm the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. As for the third point, it was naturally to protect Qin Feiyang and the others. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others were too weak. If they were not protected, they would definitely be affected. This guy suddenly became unfathomable, outside the barrier. Madman looked at Hui standing inside the barrier, his eyes filled with surprise. I knew that his strength wasn't that simple, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Yeah. This is beyond my imagination. Mu Tianyang nodded. In the blink of an eye, Shenli had already arrived in front of Hui. Wang. Just as Hui was about to be drowned by the divine power, a fiery red divine light suddenly roared out from Hui's body, forming a 5-foot-wide barrier. Boom! The divine power slammed into the barrier. A shocking scene immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Second elder's strength was obvious to all. Even Shangguan Fenglan was no match for him. However, at this moment, when his divine power bombarded the barrier formed by Hui, the barrier did not show any signs of cracking. How is this possible? The second elder glared angrily. Within the 5-foot-wide red enchantment, Hui crossed his arms across his chest. As he looked at the second elder, his face was filled with ridicule. Wait! The aura of this barrier, suddenly. Great elder stood up and stared at the fiery red barrier protecting Hui in surprise. The other giants also seemed to have noticed something. They stood up one after another, their faces filled with surprise. Including Feng Yuan and Shangguan Fenglan. What's going on? Looking at the reaction of these people, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. Then, they looked at Madman. Like Great Elder and the others, he stared straight at the fiery red barrier. Big Brother Jiang, what's going on? Feng Yuan secretly asked. If you don't know, how would I know? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, then glanced at Madman and secretly asked, what are you guys doing? The great assembly hall was dead silent. Even the second elder was staring at Hui in bewilderment. And if one looked carefully, one would find that there seemed to be a trace of fear in his eyes. Impossible, how could it be him? Madman finally spoke, but his words were filled with disbelief. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Vice Palace Master. The aura emitted by that barrier is exactly the same as the aura of our Nine Heavens Palace's Vice Palace Master. Madman said. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked and looked at Hui in unison. Could he be the Vice Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace? No. He's not the Vice Palace Master. Because I've seen the Vice Palace Master, their looks are too different. Madman shook his head. If he's not the Vice Palace Master, then why is the barrier he condensed the same aura as the Vice Palace Master? Qin Feiyang secretly said. This is what I can't figure out. and it's probably what Great Elder and the others can't figure out. Madman said. It was also at this moment. Great Elder came back to his senses and shouted, Second Elder, retreat for this old man. Second Elder, who was standing opposite Huai, suddenly quivered and hurriedly retreated to the side. Following closely. Great Elder waved his hand and the barrier protecting the great assembly hall dissipated. Then, he took 2 steps and walked in front of Huai. He cupped his hands and said, May I ask who you are? His tone was also incomparably respectful. Huai glanced at Second Elder and smiled coldly. Without speaking, he took out a jade pendant from the clothes under his neck. The jade pendant was half the size of a baby's fist. It was shaped like a cluster of flames, as if it was cast from magma, shining with a hazy treasure light. Upon seeing this jade pendant, Great Elder and the others' eyes trembled as they hurriedly knelt on one knee on the ground. Second Elder was no exception. And at this moment, his expression was full of fear. This, Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and Gong Zong Feng looked at this scene and their eyes almost popped out. It was just a jade pendant, but it actually made all the giants kneel down? This is not an ordinary jade pendant. Madman transmitted his voice. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This is the Vice Palace Master's Palace Master token. In other words, it's the so-called identity token. In our 9 Heavens Palace, there is a clear rule that seeing the Palace Master token is like seeing the Palace Master himself. So no matter who it is, they have to kowtow. Madman secretly said. Palace Master token. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, but at the same time, he was very confused. Since Huai wasn't the Vice Palace Master, then why would he have the Palace Master token in his hand? Second Elder, now do you know how big of a mistake you have made? Huai sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the fiery red barrier immediately collapsed. It then turned into a stream of light and entered the Palace Master token. So that barrier was transformed by the Palace Master token. Qin Feiyang muttered. When Second Elder heard Huai's words, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He carefully asked, May I ask who you are? Huai put away the Palace Master token and proudly said, Your Vice Palace Master is my master. In other words, I am his last disciple. What? Vice Palace Master's disciple? The group of giants looked at each other. Why haven't they heard of the Vice Palace Master accepting any disciple? What? Are you doubting what I said? Huai angrily said. No. The giants hurriedly shook their heads. The Great Elder got up and looked at Huai with a smile. Since you are the Vice Palace Master's disciple, then you should know where the Vice Palace Master is now, right? Of course I know. But Lord Master has instructed me not to reveal his whereabouts to anyone. Especially you, Great Elder. Huai smiled playfully. Especially me? The Great Elder was stunned. Yes. Master said that you, old man, are very annoying. If you know where he is, you will definitely go and bother him every day. Huai said. The corner of the Great Elder's mouth twitched fiercely, and his expression was full of helplessness. He sighed and said, When will he change his willful character? Huai grinned and quickly ran to Shengguan Fenglan. He smiled and said, Lan, why are you kneeling? Get up quickly. Shengguan Fenglan looked at Huai with a complicated expression, then stood up and stood to the side silently. Huai looked at Shengguan Fenglan in astonishment. Why did she seem more distant than before after revealing her identity? The other giants also got up one after another. Wait. Huai raised his eyebrows and shouted, Who told you to get up? The group of giants knelt on the ground again in unison. You old things, it's fine if you don't care about things usually, but at the critical moment, you still can't distinguish right from wrong. I really don't understand, why would Master raise you bunch of good-for-nothings? Huai cursed angrily. The giants were ashamed. However, 2 of them were incomparably flustered. These two people were the second elder and Feng Yuan. Not to mention the second elder, after all, the previous scene had just happened. And Feng Yuan. Since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he had been secretly playing tricks. In the past, he didn't put Hua Yi in his eyes. He thought that Hua Yi was just a small character who followed Qin Feiyang to eat and drink. However, he didn't expect that Hua Yi was the real boss. So he was worried. Because Hua Yi knew everything he had done before. If Hua Yi told all of this to the deputy palace master, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cough, cough. Looking at the giants in panic, the great elder coughed and whispered, Hua Yi, you're just the deputy palace master's disciple after all. It's not good to let them kneel like this, right? Hua Yi said, you mean, I don't have this authority? The great elder nodded. Wrong. Do you know why I had to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace? Hua Yi said. Why? The great elder was suspicious. Because it's Master's order. Master has long known that there are many restless people in our Nine Heavens Palace. So this time, he asked me to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace and investigate these people. And he asked me to enforce the law on his behalf. In other words, even if it's you, the great elder, I have the right to punish you. Hua Yi said proudly. Enforce the law on behalf of the deputy palace master? All the big shots felt a chill in their hearts. This was a person who held the power to kill them. Do you have any objections? Hua Yi looked at the great elder and asked. Since it's the deputy palace master's order, this old man will naturally obey and cooperate with you. The great elder bowed. Okay. Except for Feng Yuan and the second elder, the rest of you go to the corner over there and reflect on your mistakes. Hua Yi pointed to the left corner of the main hall and shouted. It turned out that the group of high and mighty giants were like little sheep at this moment. They immediately ran to the corner and knelt neatly in front of it. Their hearts were bitter beyond words. Chapter 21:45. However, the second elder and Feng Yuan who were left behind were even more flustered. Hua Yi walked in front of the second elder and said, you don't know right from wrong, protecting Yu Zijie and humiliating Shengguan Fenglan in public. Is this what the second elder of the Nine Heavens Palace should do? You shouldn't. The second elder shook his head. Then why were you so arrogant before? Hua Yi said angrily. The second elder hurriedly said, it's my fault. What about Yu Zijie's death? Hua Yi teased. He deserved it. The second elder said without hesitation. Truth? Hua Yi asked. It's truer than real gold. The second elder nodded. But I'm still very unhappy. You almost killed me just now. Master dotes on me a lot. If he were to know that you're treating me like this, I think. Hua Yi's face was full of playfulness. I'm sorry, I was confused for a moment, I apologize to you. The arrogance from before had completely vanished, leaving only a heart full of fear. Hua Yi coldly snorted, the one you should apologize to is not me. The second elder was stunned, and quickly looked at Shengguan Fenglan, and said, Fenglan, I'm sorry, I take back my words from before, please forgive me. Hua Yi shouted, no sincerity, kowtow. Yes, yes, yes. The second elder nodded repeatedly, and while kowtowing, he said, Fenglan, I really didn't mean it just now, please forgive me for my moment of confusion. The dignified second elder is actually kowtowing in front of so many people, it's really embarrassing. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. He only has himself to blame. Do you think that just because you're the second elder of the Nine Heavens Palace, you can go to heaven? Madman mocked without any concealment. This is called the cycle of karma, good and evil will be repaid. Mu Tianyang laughed. Looking at Shengguan Fenglan again. Seeing the second elder kowtowing to her, she was still a little flattered. Because whether it was status or strength, the second elder was much higher than her. Usually, it was her who respectfully knelt in front of the second elder. And now, the second elder was actually kneeling in front of her, which made it hard for her to adapt. Lon, don't be afraid. As long as you say the word, I will immediately ask the Great Elder to cripple him. Hua Yi transmitted his voice. Cripple him? Shangguan Fenglan was slightly stunned and looked at Hua Yi. That serious expression didn't seem like he was joking. Fenglan, please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. At that time, I was only spouting nonsense because I was too angry. Second Elder's heart was burning with anxiety. Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath and smiled at Second Elder. I'm fine. Thank you. The Second Elder was overjoyed. However, Hua Yi frowned and secretly said, Lon, he scolded you before. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. We are all from Nine Heavens Palace. There is no need for us to fight over such trivial matters. Is he insulting you, or is it a small matter? Hua Yi was very dissatisfied. Originally, he wanted to use this as an excuse to teach the Second Elder a lesson. But now, as the person involved, Shangguan Fenglan, did not pursue the matter. He had no reason to continue making things difficult for Second Elder. Don't go too far and muddle through. Besides, Second Elder's strength is second only to Great Elder. Nine Heavens Palace can't do without him. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. You are really kind. Hua Yi secretly smiled and looked at Second Elder expressionlessly. Since Lon has forgiven you, then you can get up. Thank you. Second Elder thanked him and got up and smiled gratefully at Shangguan Fenglan. Then, he walked to Great Elder's side and transmitted his voice. Boss, have you never doubted? Doubted what? Great Elder was suspicious. Doubted his identity. We have followed the Vice Palace Master for so many years. If he had taken in a disciple, how could we not know? Second Elder frowned. It's not like you don't know the character of our Vice Palace Master. He never plays by the rules. Maybe this child was taken in by him when he went out this time. It's also possible that he took in the past and hasn't announced it to the public. But no matter what, this child's identity is definitely not fake. Because of the Palace Master Token. The Palace Master Token is the Vice Palace Master's personal item. With the Vice Palace Master's strength, no one in the northern region can forcibly take the Palace Master Token from him. Great Elder secretly said. Second Elder raised his eyebrows and no longer said anything. Feng Yuan. At the same time, Hua Yi looked at Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan's eyes trembled, and his heart was panicking to the extreme. You can hide it from Great Elder, the big shots, and all the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace, but you can't hide it from me. Because I have personally experienced what you did to Jiang Haotian. And even I am the target of your eradication. Do you know what will happen to you if Master finds out about this? Hua Yi sneered. I'm sorry, it's all my fault in the past. Give me a chance, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. I will apologize to you. I just beg you, don't tell the Vice Palace Master. Feng Yuan hurriedly kowtowed. Now, how could he care about his identity and dignity? Saving his life was more important. Originally, with your crimes, I can have Great Elder kill you right now. However, as Great Elder said, I am only Master's disciple. As for your punishment, let's wait for Master to return and decide it himself. Now, go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Hua Yi waved his hand. Yes. Feng Yuan crawled up in a sorry state and quickly ran to the corner. He then knelt there, not daring to breathe loudly. Hua Yi coldly snorted and walked over to Qin Feiyang and the others. He chuckled. How was it? This brother was awe-inspiring just now, right? Qin Feiyang and the others rolled their eyes. Hua Yi looked at the three of them in displeasure. What kind of look is that? Do you believe that I won't punish you for offending your superiors? Qin Feiyang helplessly shook his head and bowed. I'm sorry, okay? That's more like it. I'm not the same as before. You have to be more polite and respectful to me. Hua Yi smiled proudly. You can continue to show off. The three of them secretly despised him. Hui smiled embarrassedly and turned to look at Great Elder. My identity, please keep it a secret. Understood. Great Elder nodded. Hui said, then can we leave? Of course. Great Elder smiled. Hui retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He smiled and said, let's go. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then turned and walked out of the hall. Hui walked a few steps and suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to look at Great Elder and said, the world is still misunderstanding us. Don't forget to clear our name. I'll arrange it later. Great Elder said. Very good. Hui nodded and glanced at Gongzi Feng. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Gongzi Feng hurriedly nodded and ran out behind Qin Feiyang and the others. After the group left, Second Elder frowned and said, Boss, I still think it's a bit ridiculous. Actually, this old man also thinks it's a bit unbelievable. Great Elder shook his head. Second Elder was stunned and hurriedly asked, in other words, you're also suspecting his identity? No. This old man has no doubts. I just feel that it's a little hard to accept that the Vice Palace Master suddenly accepted such a disciple. Great Elder said. Second Elder frowned and said in a deep voice, I still don't believe it. We must find the Vice Palace Master as soon as possible to prove this matter. Great Elder said, then tell this old man, where can I find him? Second Elder wanted to say something but stopped, his face full of helplessness. Their Vice Palace Master was like a rootless duckweed. No one knew where he would float to. Great Elder said, actually, there's another person who knows the whereabouts of the Vice Palace Master. Who? Second Elder hurriedly asked. Great Elder looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Fenglan's master. Second Elder looked at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned again. Shangguan Fenglan said, don't look at me. I asked Master, but she didn't tell me. That old thing. Second Elder scolded angrily. Great Elder's eyes darkened, and he reprimanded, Second Elder, why don't you know how to restrain yourself? Was the previous lesson not enough? Humph. If he is really the Vice Palace Master's disciple, then I'll take it that I brought this upon myself. But if he isn't, then I'll settle this score with him properly. After Second Elder finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and instantly disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Why can't they let this old man rest easy? Great Elder returned to his seat and rubbed his forehead, looking rather haggard. Shangguan Fenglan stepped forward, glanced at Feng Yuan and the others, and asked, Great Elder, what should we do with them? Great Elder looked up at the group of giants and said, if they have to kneel, then kneel. It's good for them to reflect on themselves. As for you, I've wronged you just now. It's really fine. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. You're the most obedient and sensible in Jiutian Palace. If they were half as obedient as you, I wouldn't need to personally manage the affairs of Jiutian Palace. Great Elder said helplessly. Capable people do more work. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. Fenglan, to tell you the truth, this old man is also tired. I really don't want to manage it anymore. However, look. Our Vice Pavilion Master is idling around all day long. That bunch of people also know how to be idle all day. If this old man doesn't manage it, Jiutian Palace will be in chaos. But fortunately, there's still you. You have to help this old man more in the future. Great Elder smiled. I will. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Great Elder smiled in relief and said, then you should think about the candidates for the Enforcement Elder, as well as the candidates for the Inner and Outer Elders. Shangguan Fenglan said, isn't there a lunatic in the inner sect now? The Great Elder was stunned and speechless. You really want him to stay in charge of the inner sect? His personality is not suitable for that. Moreover, the stage of Nine Heavens Palace is not big enough for him. He will leave sooner or later. That makes sense. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. We have to learn from this lesson. In terms of selection, we must be careful. Great Elder reminded. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan respectfully replied. Then go do your work. Great Elder waved his hand. Fenglan will take her leave. Shangguan Fenglan respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Hua Yi, Jiang Haotian, Mu Tianyang, lunatic. Is it because Hua Yi is the Vice Palace Master's disciple that lunatic is so close to them? Great Elder murmured and fell into deep thought. Chapter 2146. St. Peak. N. Look, it's Madman and the others. They actually ran back safe and sound? What's going on? Isn't the evidence conclusive? Could it be that the Great Elder is protecting them again? The return of Qin Feiyang and the others immediately caused a huge uproar in the 10 great St. Peaks. And soon, it spread to the inner and outer sect. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. But for this, Qin Feiyang and the others turned a deaf ear and went straight into the first cave abode. Qin Feiyang took out the tender of Qing Hai and the tea leaves given to him by the Vice Pavilion Master. While brewing tea, he smiled and said, Hua Yi, your anger for a beauty is so cool. Indeed. At that time, I was stunned. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with you immediately. Mu Tianyang followed. Don't. If you were a woman, you definitely wouldn't be an ordinary stinky one. I don't like you. Hua Yi hurriedly waved his hand with a look of disgust. I said that you're fat, and you're really panting? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him and laughed, but this time, Shangguan Fenglan will definitely be moved by you. Your chance has come. Not necessarily. You guys saw it just now. After knowing my identity, she became a bit distant with me. Hua Yi said with a worried face. Isn't this too sudden? When she recovers, it'll be fine. Speaking of which, you brat hit it really well. You're actually the Vice Palace Master's disciple. While talking, Qin Feiyang also brewed tea and poured it for them one by one. Hua Yi picked up the teacup, glanced at them, put it to his mouth and took a sip, and said, Do you guys really think that I'm the Vice Palace Master's disciple? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Hua Yi secretly laughed. To tell you the truth, this Palace Master token, I picked it up. Picked it up? The three of them looked at each other. That's right. At that time, I didn't know what this thing was. After I entered the Nine Heavens Palace, I heard from Lan that this is the Vice Palace Master's Palace Master token. Originally, I didn't intend to show it. After all, I picked it up. It's not a legitimate source. But that second elder actually humiliated Lan. How can we tolerate this? So I came up with this idea on the spur of the moment, to pretend to be the Vice Palace Lord's disciple. Hua Yi snickered. Ugh. The three of them were astonished. I'm telling the truth. Believe me. You see, I told you all this in secret, which proves that I'm guilty. Hua Yi transmitted his voice. Who would believe that? Is the Palace Master's token so easy to pick up? If you have the ability, why don't you pick up another one? When you killed Yuzijia, could it be that you picked them up? Nonsense. Qin Feiyang and the other two rolled their eyes at Hua Yi. I'm not joking. I'm just telling you the truth. Hua Yi was speechless. All right. Stop pretending. You won't die. Madman waved his hand impatiently and glanced at Gongzi Feng, who was sitting at the side. Gongzi Feng was tasting tea when he felt Madman's gaze. He smiled and asked, Senior Brother Madman, what's wrong? Who told you to sit down? Who told you to drink tea? Do you think this matter is over? If it wasn't for you, would we have gone to jail? Madman shouted. Gongzi Feng hurriedly stood up. His face was full of panic. Madman said, although I haven't had much contact with you, you should know my temper. Yes. I've let you all down. I'm guilty. Gongzi Feng nodded repeatedly. You think you can settle it with just an apology? There's no such thing in this world. Although I don't know much about the matter between you and Jiang Haotian, I've heard a lot from them in jail. Jiang Haotian has been very kind to you, but you betrayed him again and again? Who dares to trust someone like you? Madman said. Gong Zifeng said, I'm sorry. I was really confused, wrong. If it wasn't for Jiang Haotian being suspicious, we would have fallen into your hands this time. You even dared to scheme against me. Did you eat dog guts? Madman slammed his palm on the coffee table and shouted. Plop. Gong Zifeng was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground and begged, Senior brother, spare me. Big brother Jiang, save me. We agreed that after I helped you fight back against Feng Yuan, you would let bygones be bygones. I did say that. Now, I didn't say that I would pursue your responsibility. But I can't represent Senior brother Madman and the others. If they want to pursue the matter, I can't stop them. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Frankly speaking, he already had the intention to kill this person. Gong Zifeng had a helpless look. Senior brother Madman, he contributed a lot to us being able to escape this time. Why don't we let him go first? In any case, he's now under brother Jiang's control. There's no need to be afraid of him going against us. Hua Yi said with a smile. Madman was silent. There's still some value in keeping him alive. After all, Feng Wenhai and Feng Yuan haven't been eliminated yet. Hua Yi said. Gong Zifeng nodded and said, yes, I can help you. Help? Are you joking? This time, you changed sides at the last minute. I'm afraid Feng Yuan already hates you to the core. You still dare to go back? Madman sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Now that I have a relationship with Senior brother Hua Yi, even if I walk in front of them openly, they won't dare to make a move against me. Maybe they will even worship me like an ancestor. Gong Zifeng said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Gong Zifeng had killed Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang this time and would definitely arouse the anger of Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai, Hua Yi was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. With this relationship, even if they wanted to kill Gong Zifeng, they could only endure it. Madman frowned and looked at Mu Tianyang, asking, Mu Tianyang, what do you think? It doesn't matter. Anyway, he's just a small fry that can be crushed at any time. Mu Tianyang said indifferently. The contempt in his voice was undisguised. However, not only did Gong Zifeng not feel that Mu Tianyang was humiliating him, he even climbed up the bamboo pole and said, yes, I'm just a small fry. To you, I'm not a threat at all. All right. Then this daddy will keep your dog life first. Scram immediately. Madman said. Yes. Gong Zifeng hurriedly got up and ran out in fear, afraid that Madman would regret it. Outside. A large number of disciples rushed over and gathered outside the first sacred peak, discussing. Great Elder must be protecting them in this matter. On what basis? Shouldn't they be punished for making a mistake? If everyone is like them, how can Nine Heavens Palace be fair? Everyone was dissatisfied. Look. It's Gong Zifeng. Gong Zifeng, you should know how Jiang Haotian and the others escaped, right? Tell us quickly. As soon as Gong Zifeng left the cave, he was blocked by everyone. Scram. Gong Zifeng was already angry. Seeing these people talking at once, he naturally didn't have a good expression. Gong Zifeng, what's with your attitude? Although you're Feng Wenhai's son, we're still your senior brothers and sisters, right? Everyone was dissatisfied. Gong Zifeng's face sank. Swish. Suddenly. A woman in a black dress descended on the first sacred peak. She glanced at the chaotic crowd below and shouted, Quiet, I have something to announce. Everyone looked up. Isn't that Wang Yun? I heard that she has already entered the law enforcement hall, and it was Hall Master Shengguan who personally recruited her. I'm so envious. Wang Yun had worked in the resource hall for many years, so the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace naturally knew her. Wang Yan glanced at the crowd and said loudly, under the orders of the hall master, I specially came to announce that Jiang Haotian and the others killed Xingli and the others. It was Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang who jointly framed them. What? It's actually a framing? Everyone was dumbfounded. This matter was personally investigated by the first elder, second elder, and the various heads. There's no falsehood or cover-up. As for Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang, they killed Elder Cheng, harmed their fellow disciples, and slandered the innocent disciples. They have already been executed. So, please don't criticize anymore. After Wang Yan finished speaking, she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the stairway to heaven. Because this matter had to be announced to the world. Executed? That means Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang have already been killed? How is that possible? Yin Hui is the law enforcement elder, and Yu Zijie is the disciple of the second elder. How can the first elder bear to kill such people? Regarding Wang Yan's announcement, many people did not dare to believe it. Soon. There was also a notice outside the 4 city gates of Heavenly Dragon City. On the notice was the evil deeds of Yin Hui and the others. I told you, Jiang Haotian is definitely not such a person. You didn't believe me and insisted that he's a hypocrite. Do you see it now? It's all Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Yu Zijie's fault. Bastards. What does the Feng family want? Last time, Feng Wenhai framed Jiang Haotian, and now Yin Hui came out to cause trouble. Is there no end to it? If it were up to me, this Feng clan should be slaughtered, old and young, to prevent them from coming out to harm others. Those who knew the truth were filled with righteous indignation. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. Soon, it spread to the entire Sky Dragon City, and then to the entire North region at an unstoppable speed. Finally, Qin Feiyang and the others regained their innocence. As for the Feng family, there were already endless curses, and now it was out of control. Feng Wenhai's home in Sky Dragon City was blocked, and the insults were endless. Some people even threw feces inside. Feng Wenhai hid in his home, and did not even dare to open the door. He could not enter the Empyrean Palace, so he did not know why this happened. Wasn't the plan perfect? Hadn't Jiang Haotian and the others been thrown into prison? But why were the people who were killed now Jin Yunchang, Yin Hui, and Yu Zijie? What had happened in the middle? What are you doing? Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Feng Zihan appeared in the sky above the courtyard, looking angrily at the crowd gathered around the courtyard. What are we doing? You still have the face to ask? It's not the first time the Feng family has framed Jiang Haotian. What did he do wrong? Why did you treat him so cruelly? Your father is not a good person, and I didn't expect your mother to be a scum too. I'm afraid even you are an accomplice. It's true that people of the same family will not enter the same door. The Feng family is indeed a nest of snakes and rats. The crowd cursed without restraint. Feng Zihan was so angry that her delicate body trembled, but she knew that she could not be angry now. Because the anger of the people was the most terrifying. If she was angry now, it would be difficult to clean up later. You don't need to worry about what kind of people the Feng family is. Feng Zihan said gloomily, and disappeared from the pavilion without looking back. Chapter 2147. You still dare to be arrogant with us? Smash, smash it. Chase them out of Sky Dragon City. Everyone was furious. They picked up the stones and threw them at the courtyard. Not long later, the courtyard was completely unrecognizable, and was extremely chaotic. Inside the house, Feng Wenhai stood in front of the window, looking at the scene through the gap, his hands tightly clenched together. Father. Feng Zihan appeared behind him. Feng Wenhai said angrily, what exactly is going on? Feng Zihan said, as far as I know, it was young noble Feng who betrayed us. That damned little bastard. I told you, he can't be trusted, but you just had to believe him, now look at it. Feng Wenhai roared. At this point, is there any point in saying all this? Feng Zihan sighed. Feng Wenhai asked, where's your mother? Dead. They're all dead. Feng Zihan lowered his head as he spoke, his brow filled with sorrow that could not be dissolved. She's really dead. Feng Wenhai's face turned pale, and his body swayed. Feng Zihan immediately went forward and supported Feng Wenhai. Then where's her body? Feng Wenhai asked. It was taken away by Elder Yun. Feng Zihan said. Feng Wenhai muttered, in extreme pain, is your grandfather okay? Not good. He's still kneeling in the discussion hall. Feng Zihan shook his head. Why is this happening? Even if young noble Feng betrayed us, with Elder Yun and your grandfather's relationship, your mother wouldn't have been killed, right? Feng Wenhai shouted. Feng Zihan said, what exactly happened? I'm not sure either. The great clan elder had ordered Huiyi's identity to be kept a secret, so no one dared to speak of it. Feng Wenhai, you crazy bastard, get out of Sky Dragon City. Yes. Our Sky Dragon City can't tolerate scum like you. The curses outside continued. Rocks smashed into the courtyard, creating loud bangs. These bastards, they're going too far. The furious Feng Wenhai immediately had a trace of hostility between his eyebrows. Feng Zihan immediately grabbed Feng Wenhai and said, Father, don't be rash, you can't go out now. They've already bullied us at our doorstep, and you're still telling me not to go out? How am I supposed to face anyone in the future? Feng Wenhai shouted. Father. Feng Zihan immediately shouted coldly, don't you understand the current situation? Our Feng clan is now a target of scorn. Feng Wenhai said, if I were still an enforcement hall elder, would they dare to be so arrogant? The point is, you are no longer one. Indeed, I cannot stay in Heavenly Dragon City any longer. Feng Zihan thought for a while and looked at Feng Wenhai. Father, when I was at Longquan Mountain, I learned the profound meaning of becoming a god and built a small courtyard. You can go there and hide for a while. After that, he sent the coordinates to Feng Wenhai. I'm not leaving. I don't believe that they would dare to kill me in broad daylight. Feng Wenhai said. But before he could finish his words, there was a tapuchit sound. Sharp arrows pierced through the windows and shot all over the room. Feng Zihan hurriedly brought Feng Wenhai away and said solemnly, did you see that? These people are completely crazy now. They're capable of doing anything. Bastard, bastard. I will kill them sooner or later. Feng Wenhai was infuriated. Let's go. Feng Zihan said. Feng Wenhai's face was filled with unwillingness. You must find young Master Feng for me. I will kill him with my own hands. I will. Feng Zihan nodded. And your mother? Go find Elder Yun. She is a member of our Feng clan. We cannot let her wander outside. Feng Wenhai said. Feng Zihan nodded again. Feng Wenhai said again, tell me immediately if there is a situation. Okay. Feng Zihan replied. Jiang Haotian, just you wait. Everything you have brought to me today, I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. Feng Wenhai's face was filled with hatred as he opened an altar and quickly left. Sigh. Feng Zihan looked at the battered building and let out a long sigh before opening an altar and leaving as well. Smash, smash with all your might. We must chase them out of Heavenly Dragon City. The people outside were getting crazier and crazier, and had already broken in. Just after Feng Zihan left, another figure appeared in the building. It was young Master Feng. Looking at the devastated room and the angry crowd outside, his expression was incomparably complicated. Following that, he did not stay, opening an altar and disappearing. At the same time, Treasure Pavilion. Shangguan Xiu sat in front of the desk. A guard stood respectfully in front of her, reporting the contents of the notice. Phew. After listening, Shangguan Xiu let out a long breath. shook her head and smiled. I was worried for nothing. Steward. Why do you care so much about this Jiang Haotian? Could it be that the rumors are true, that you two are lovers? The guard looked at Sheng Guanqiu suspiciously. Lovers? Sheng Guanqiu was stunned and frowned. There is such a rumor? The guard nodded. Sheng Guanqiu smiled helplessly and did not explain. She waved to the guard and said, "You may leave." Yes. The guard responded respectfully and turned to leave. Lovers, Sheng Guanqiu murmured, shook her head and sighed. Rumors are really fearful. Compared to the chaos outside, the cave abode number 1 of the first sacred peak was exceptionally peaceful. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 sat in the cave abode, drinking tea and chatting, looking extremely comfortable. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Guess what will happen to the Feng family this time? It won't end well anyway." Hua Yi said. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took it out, and Gong Zifeng's image immediately appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Gong Zifeng said, I just went to the Feng family, and Feng Wenhai is no longer there. No longer there? The 4 of them were stunned. There are many people outside. Listening to their scolding, Feng Wenhai should have been driven away by them. Gong Zifeng said. Mu Tianyang could not help but laugh. How pitiful. Madman sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Gong Zifeng and asked, Then do you know where he might have gone? I'm not sure about that. Gong Zifeng shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, You must find him and inform me immediately. Yes. Gong Zifeng nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and looked at Mu Tianyang with a smile. This Feng Wenhai, it's time to get rid of him. I knew you didn't have good intentions when you asked about Feng Wenhai's whereabouts. But now, do we have the strength to do so? Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and asked, Senior brother Madman, what is Feng Wenhai's cultivation level? As a former law enforcement elder, how can his strength be weak? He's even stronger than me. Madman said. Mu Tianyang's heart trembled as he said in a deep voice, Then this is really not easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we still have a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang sneered. That's true. Mu Tianyang was stunned for a moment before he smiled. But you? Do you want to remove Feng Wenhai's control over you now? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and asked. Not now. Mu Tianyang waved his hand. Brother Mu, are you crazy? You've caused him so much trouble this time, aren't you afraid that he will take revenge on you? Hua Yi said in shock. You're the Vice Palace Master's disciple. With you backing me, how would he dare to take revenge on me? Besides, Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, Jin Fatso, and Feng Zijuan were killed one after another. Feng Wenhai was expelled from Empyrean Palace. Guyong also betrayed him. Now, only Feng Zihan is left. But Feng Zihan also needs to cultivate. In other words, there's no one by his side to talk to. So, he will definitely not make a move against me. On the contrary, he might care more about me than before. Mu Tianyang smiled. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Are you planning something again? What plan? Isn't it just going to the Sky Dragon Sea? Although these things have happened, we still have to go to the Sky Dragon Sea. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Sky Dragon Sea. Hua Yi was stunned and looked at the two suspiciously. Why are you going to the Sky Dragon Sea? Why didn't I know in advance? Mu Tianyang said, We didn't plan to call you, is there a need for you to know? Fuck. Are we still buddies? Hua Yi said angrily. These are two different things. We're going to the Sky Dragon Sea because of personal matters, and we don't want to implicate you. Qin Feiyang smiled. What you said is dignified, but there must be a conspiracy in the dark. Hua Yi sneered. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The next day. Morning. Qin Feiyang trio went to the resource hall to work as usual. As for Lunatic, when he left last night, he actually told Qin Feiyang trio that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. This made the three of them stunned for a long time. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had already wasted 7,000 to 8,000 years of time, and it was indeed time to go into seclusion to cultivate. Junior brother Jiang, junior brother Mu, junior brother Hua, I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you 2 days ago. Yeah. I never thought that this was actually Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yinchang's conspiracy. You guys have been wronged. When Qin Feiyang trio entered the resource hall, the other people in the resource hall immediately rushed up and said with an apologetic face. It's all in the past, it's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they all worked in the resource hall and would see each other frequently. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang trio would be unhappy. One of the young men asked, "Then how are you guys doing in the prison?" Qin Feiyang trio looked at each other and smiled. Hua Yi smiled and said, "The treatment in the prison is really good, more comfortable than outside. If there's a chance, you guys can also try it." More comfortable than outside? The few of them looked at each other. Was he talking in his sleep? Which disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace didn't know that the law enforcement hall's prison was 18 levels of hell? Even if they could come out alive, they would lose a layer of skin. Let them try it too. Wasn't this asking them to court death? Sure enough, they were not on the same level as these three. Chapter 2148. Qin Feiyang glanced at the second floor and asked in a low voice, "Is the palace master upstairs?" No. They shook their heads. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "Let's get back to work." After they dispersed, Qin Feiyang and the other two also sat down at their respective positions. Qin Feiyang sorted out the account book and asked secretly, "Mu Tianyang, it's been so long, is there any news about the vein of soul?" No. I didn't dare to deliberately mention the vein of soul, afraid that Feng Yuan would notice something. So I've been looking for an opportunity. Mu Tianyang secretly said. You're right to be concerned. But we have to hurry. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Mu Tianyang responded. An entire day passed, but Feng Yuan still didn't come to the resource hall. Qin Feiyang and the other two's work had finished. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, "Is he still kneeling in the assembly hall?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hua Yi secretly said, "Why don't we go to the assembly hall to take a look? Is the assembly hall a place where we can go as we please?" Qin Feiyang immediately rolled his eyes at him. "That's not right. We can't go there." "But Brother Hua, no one dares to stop you now." Mu Tianyang secretly laughed. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said with a smile, "That's true, after all, things are different now. Why do I feel so awkward? Are you guys making fun of me?" Hua Yi frowned. No, you're the disciple of the Deputy Palace Master, we can't afford to offend you." Qin Feiyang laughed and said. "I've already said, I'm a fake. Forget it. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys, I'm going to find Lan, a day without seeing her is like 3 years. Hua Yi chuckled and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. There's no humanity when there's a opposite sex. Mu Tianyang said in disdain. You're just jealous, aren't you? Qin Feiyang said. What am I jealous of? Mu Tianyang was filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at him and sighed, Shen Mei's death is indeed a pity, but you can't always live in the past. But as soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang felt the change in Mu Tianyang's eyes. Don't mention her in front of me in the future, because it will remind me of my hatred for you. Mu Tianyang said with a gloomy voice, then transformed into a beam of light and disappeared without looking back. Alas! Looking at Mu Tianyang's back, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He also went straight back to his cave and went into seclusion to cultivate. Over the next few days, Feng Yuan did not appear. Hua Yi also learned from Shangguan Fenglan that Feng Yuan and a group of big shots had already left the great meeting hall that night. If he wasn't in the conference hall, nor did he come to the resource hall, then where was he now? Wait a minute. Was he with Feng Wenhai? Just as Qin Feiyang was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an ice-cold gaze. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a red-haired old man standing at the door, staring at him gloomily. It was Feng Yuan. Greetings, Palace Master. The others quickly noticed Feng Yuan and hurriedly got up to salute. Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear to them. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "Come up." After that, he went to the second floor without looking back. The Palace Master doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Isn't that nonsense? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang did this kind of thing, how could he be happy? Several disciples whispered. Hua Yi secretly said, "Brother Mu, be careful. If there's anything, just shout. We'll go up to support you at any time." Qin Feiyang also secretly said. Mu Tianyang smiled. Second floor. In the lounge. Feng Yuan sat in front of the tea table with a gloomy face. Mu Tianyang swaggered in and closed the door behind him. He did not salute, nor did he have the respect from before, and directly sat down opposite Feng Yuan. Seeing this, Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Did this old man ask you to sit?" Mu Tianyang said indifferently, "Isn't this chair for people to sit on? Otherwise, it would look good." Pa! Feng Yuan immediately slammed his palm on the tea table and shouted, "With Hua Yi backing you up, you're being impudent?" "Yes. I'm being impudent. What's wrong?" Mu Tianyang's face was full of provocation. Feng Yuan said sternly, "Don't forget, your little life is still in this old man's hands." "Then why don't you kill me? Do you dare?" Mu Tianyang sneered. Feng Yuan clenched his hands, his eyes as sharp as a blade. "Don't stare at me like that, you asked for it. Originally, I really wanted to help you get rid of Jiang Haotian, but what about you? You're actually trying to frame me. If it weren't for Jiang Haotian's resourcefulness, would have died in your hands this time." Mu Tianyang said. "What a joke. You dare to say that Feng Zijuan was not killed by you and Jiang Haotian?" Feng Yuan shouted. "You even believe Gong Zifeng's words, you're really stupid. Let me tell you the truth, Gong Zifeng has already surrendered to Jiang Haotian." Mu Tianyang sneered. "What? Surrendered to Jiang Haotian long ago?" Feng Yuan was shocked. "Is it strange? Jiang Haotian is a very good schemer. He knows that it's not easy to deal with you. After all, your strength is too strong, so he bribed Gong Zifeng and made him his spy." Mu Tianyang said. "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Feng Yuan said angrily. "I'm sorry. I only heard this from Jiang Haotian when I was in prison. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with you framing me. Tell me the truth. I'm so loyal to you, but you want to harm me. A person like you is really not worthy of serving." Mu Tianyang shook his head. Feng Yuan fell silent. Mu Tianyang got up and said, "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I'll go to work." "Sit down," Feng Yuan said. "Didn't you not let me sit just now?" Mu Tianyang said with a playful smile. "I told you to sit down." Feng Yuan said word by word, already on the verge of exploding in anger. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded and returned to his seat, saying, "Go ahead, I'll listen." Feng Yuan asked, "When did you know Hua Yi's identity?" Mu Tianyang said, "The same as you." "What about Jiang Haotian and Frenzy?" Feng Yuan asked. Mu Tianyang said, "I only found out when I was in the Great Council Hall." Feng Yuan frowned and said, you have such a good relationship with him. Have you asked him in private if he is the disciple of the Vice Palace Master? How can this be fake? The Vice Palace Master is such a powerful existence, who would have the guts to pretend to be his disciple? Mu Tianyang was speechless. That makes sense. Feng Yuan nodded, pondered for a while, and said, then did Hui tell the Vice Palace Master what I did to Jiang Haotian? Mu Tianyang said, didn't he say it in the Great Council Hall? Not yet. Feng Yuan said, that's just polite words. Mu Tianyang said, we asked in private, but we really haven't told the Vice Palace Master yet. Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, a wisp of killing intent appeared in his old eyes. Mu Tianyang's pupils contracted. Could it be that he wanted to kill Hui? Wanted to silence him? This old thing is too crazy. One had to know that Hui was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. Killing Hui would anger the Vice Palace Master. But thinking about it, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Thinking back, this old thing even dared to kill the Great Elder's own son, let alone Hui, a disciple who had no blood relationship with him. Feng Yuan was silent for a moment, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said, help this old man do something. After it is done, not only will this old man remove my control over you, but I will also officially train you as the next hall master of the resource hall. Mu Tianyang said, if you want to silence Hui, then there's no need to talk about it. Feng Yuan was slightly taken aback, frowning, you actually guessed it. Who do you think you can hide your thoughts from? Mu Tianyang said indifferently. Fine. This old man admits that this old man wants you to kill him to silence him. If you think this old man's conditions are not enough, feel free to speak. Feng Yuan said. Really? Mu Tianyang asked. Feng Yuan nodded. Mu Tianyang pondered for a moment and said, I want to know where the Nine Heavens Palace's soul vein is. Feng Yuan was taken aback and asked suspiciously, why are you asking about the soul vein? Since entering Nine Heavens Palace, I have always heard that our Nine Heavens Palace's soul vein occupies half of the entire northern territory. I want to know if this is true. And I have never seen a real soul vein, so I am very curious. Of course, this is an additional condition. What I want the most is a spatial divine object. Mu Tianyang said. In this way, Feng Yuan would not be suspicious. Spatial divine object? That's very simple. Not to mention one, this old man can find 10 spatial divine objects for you. Feng Yuan smiled confidently. Qin Feiyang said, don't be so confident. I am talking about a spatial divine object with a time array. What? Feng Yuan suddenly stood up. I know, this is a little hard for you to accept. But compared to this kind of worldly possession, your life is the most important. If Hui really tells the Vice Palace Master what you have done during this period of time, do you think you will still have a way to live? I am afraid not only you, but even Feng Zihan will be implicated. Mu Tianyang said playfully. Feng Yuan's eyes sank and said, don't think that you can beat this old man just because you have some chips in your hand. This old man doesn't need your help. If I want to kill Hui, I still have a way. Then go. Let me tell you, Hui and Jiang Haotian have already guessed that you might kill them to silence them, so they are always on guard against you. Mu Tianyang said. Already guessed? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. How about it? Are you willing to give up your wealth or your life? Don't tell me you can't find a spatial divine object with a time array. No one will believe this kind of nonsense. Mu Tianyang said. Feng Yuan was silent. I won't disturb you for now. You can think about it by yourself. Mu Tianyang said, then got up and walked towards the door. Wait. Feng Yuan said. The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth lifted, then he turned to look at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said, this old man can indeed find such a spatial divine object, but I will give it to you after the matter is done. Impossible. After the matter is done, what value do I have? At that time, I am afraid I will become the target of your silencing. I won't do this kind of loss-making business. Mu Tianyang shook his head.